PG 120, she who walks round ring of green, offends the peevish fairy queen, and she who takes rest in the dwarfy's cave, a weary weird of woe shall have, by ring, by spring, by cave, by shore. Minna Troyle has braved all this and more, and yet hath the root of her sorrow and ill a source that's more deep and more mystical still. Minna, whose attention had been latterly something disturbed by reflections on her own secret sorrow, now suddenly recalled it, and looked eagerly on Norna, as if she expected to learn from her rhymes something of deep interest. The northern sibyl meanwhile proceeded to pierce the piece of lead which bore the form of a heart, and to fix in it a piece of gold wire by which it might be attached to a chain or necklace. She then proceeded in her rhyme. Thou art within a demon's hold, more wise than Hymes, more strong than Trold. No siren sings so sweet as he, no fay springs lighter on the lea. No elfin power hath half the art to soothe, to move, to wring the heart, life blood from the cheek to drain, drench the eye and dry the vein. Maiden, ere we farther go, dost thou note me, aye or no? Minna replied in the same rhythmical manner which in jest and earnest was frequently used by the ancient Scandinavians. I mark thee, my mother, both word, look, and sign. Speak on with the riddle toe, read it be mine. PG 121. Now heaven and every saint be praised, said Magnus, they are the first words to the purpose which she hath spoken these many days. And they are the last which she shall speak for many a month, said Norna, incensed at the interruption. If you again break the progress of my spell, turn your faces to the wall, and look not hitherward again, under penalty of my severe displeasure, you Magnus Troyle from hard-hearted audacity of spirit, and you Brenda from wanton and idle disbelief, in that which is beyond your bounded comprehension, are unworthy to look on this mystic work, and the glance of your eyes mingles with, and weakens the spell, for the powers cannot brook distrust. Unaccustomed to be addressed in a tone so peremptory, Magnus would have made some angry reply, but reflecting that the health of Minna was at stake, and considering that she who spoke was a woman of many sorrows, he suppressed his anger, bowed his head, shrugged his shoulders, assumed the prescribed posture, averting his head from the table, and turning towards the wall. Brenda did the same on receiving a sign from her father, and both remained profoundly silent. Norna then addressed Minna once more. Mark me, for the word I speak shall bring the colour to thy cheek. This leaden heart so light of cost, the symbol of a treasure lost, thou shalt wear in hope and in peace, that the cause of your sickness and sorrow may cease, when crimson foot meets crimson hand, in the martyr's isle and in Orkneyland. PG 122. Minna coloured deeply at the last couplet, intimating, as she failed not to interpret it, that Norna was completely acquainted with the secret cause of her sorrow. The same conviction led the maiden to hope in the favourable issue, which the sibyl seemed to prophesy, and not venturing to express her feelings in any manner more intelligible, she pressed Norna's withered hand with all the warmth of affection, first to her breast, and then to her bosom, bedewing it at the same time with her tears. With more of human feeling than she usually exhibited, Norna extricated her hand from the grasp of the poor girl, whose tears now flowed freely, and then with more tenderness of manner than she had yet shown, she knotted the leaden heart to a chain of gold, and hung it around Minna's neck, singing, as she performed that last branch of the spell, be patient, for patience hath power to ward us in danger like mantle in shower. A fairy gift you best may hold in a chain of fairy gold. The chain and the gift are each a true token that not without warrant old Norna has spoken, but thy nearest and dearest must never behold them, till time shall accomplish the truths I have told them. The verses being concluded, Norna carefully arranged the chain around her patient's neck, so as to hide it in her bosom, and thus ended the spell, a spell, which at the moment I record these incidents, it is known has been lately practised in Zetland, where any decline of health without apparent cause is imputed by the lower orders to a demon having stolen the heart from the body of the patient, and PG 123, where the experiment of supplying the deprivation by a leaden one prepared in the manner described has been resorted to within these few years. In a metaphorical sense, the disease may be considered as a general one in all parts of the world, but as this simple and original remedy is peculiar to the Isles of Thule, It were unpardonable not to preserve it at length in a narrative connected with Scottish antiquities. 21. A second time Norna reminded her patient that if she showed or spoke of the fairy gifts their virtue would be lost, a belief so common as to be received into the superstitions of all nations. Lastly, unbuttoning the collar, which she had just fastened, she showed her a link of the gold chain, which Minna instantly recognized as that formerly given by Norna to Mordaunt Mertoun. This seemed to intimate he was yet alive and under Norna's protection, and she gazed on her with the most eager curiosity, but the Sibyl imposed her finger on her lips in token of silence, and a second time involved the chain in those folds which modestly and closely veiled one of the most beautiful as well as one of the kindest bosoms in the world. Norna then extinguished the lighted charcoal, and as the water hissed upon the glowing embers commanded Magnus and Brenda to look around and behold her task accomplished. PG 124. Chapter Roman 9. See yonder woman whom our swains revere, and dread in secret while they take her counsel, when sweetheart shall be kind, or when cross dame shall die, where lurks the thief who stole the silver tankard, and how the pestilent murrain may be cured. This sage adviser's mad stark mad, my friend, yet in her madness hath the art and cunning to wring fools' secrets from their inmost bosoms, and pay enquirers with the coin they gave her. Old play. It seemed as if Norna had indeed full right to claim the gratitude of the Udollar for the improved condition of his daughter's health. She once more threw open the window, and Minna, drying her eyes, and advancing with affectionate confidence, threw herself on her father's neck, and asked his forgiveness for the trouble she had of late occasioned to him. It is unnecessary to add that this was at once granted with a full though rough burst of parental tenderness, and as many close embraces as if his child had been just rescued from the jaws of death, when Magnus had dismissed Minna from his arms to throw herself into those of her sister, and expressed to her, rather by kisses and tears than in words, the regret she entertained for her late wayward conduct. The Udollar thought proper in the meantime to pay his thanks to their hostess, whose skill had proved so efficacious, but scarce had he come out with much respected kinswoman. PG 125. I am but a plain old Norseman, when she interrupted him by pressing her finger on her lips. There are those around us, she said, who must hear no mortal voice, witness no sacrifice to mortal feelings. There are times when they mutiny even against me, their sovereign mistress, because I am still shrouded in the flesh of humanity. Fear therefore, and be silent, I whose deeds have raised me from the low-sheltered valley of life, where dwell its social wants and common charities. I who have bereft the giver of the gift which he gave, and stand alone on a cliff of immeasurable height, detached from earth, save from the small portion that supports my miserable tread. I alone am fit to cope with those sullen mates. Fear not therefore, but yet be not too bold, and let this night to you be one of fasting and of prayer. If the Udollar had not before the commencement of the operation been disposed to dispute the commands of the Sibyl, it may be well believed he was less so now that it had terminated to all appearance so fortunately. So he sat down in silence and seized upon a volume which lay near him as a sort of desperate effort to divert ennui, for on no other occasion had Magnus been known to have recourse to a book for that purpose. It chanced to be a book much to his mind, being the well-known work of Olaus Magnus upon the manners of the ancient northern nations. The book is unluckily in the Latin language, and the Dansk or Dutch were either of them much more familiar to the Udollar. But then it was the fine edition published in 1555, which contains representations of the Warchariot's fishing exploits, warlike exercises and domestic employments of the Scandinavians, executed on copper. PG 126 plates, and thus the information which the work refused to the understanding was addressed to the eye, which, as is well known both to old and young, answers the purpose of amusement as well if not better. Meanwhile the two sisters, pressed as close to each other as two flowers on the same stalk, sat, with their arms reciprocally passed over each other's shoulder, as if they feared some new and unforeseen cause of coldness was about to separate them, and interrupt the sister-like harmony which had been but just restored. Norna sat opposite to them, sometimes revolving the large parchment volume with which they had found her employed at their entrance, and sometimes gazing on the sisters with a fixed look in which an interest of a kind unusually tender seemed occasionally to disturb the stern and rigorous solemnity of her countenance. All was still and silent as death, and the subsiding emotions of Brenda had not yet permitted her to wonder whether the remaining hours of the evening were to be passed in the same manner, when the scene of tranquillity was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the dwarf Pacolet, or as the Udoler called him, Nicholas Strumpfer. Norna darted an angry glance on the intruder, who seemed to deprecate her resentment by holding up his hands and uttering a babbling sound, then instantly resorting to his usual mode of conversation. He expressed himself by a variety of signs made rapidly upon his fingers and as rapidly answered by his mistress, so that the young women who had never heard of such an art, and now saw it practiced by two beings so singular, almost conceived their mutual intelligence the work of NPG 127 chantment when they had ceased their intercourse. Norna turned to Magnus Troil with much haughtiness, and said, "How, my kinsman, have you so far forgot yourself as to bring earthly food into the house of the Riem Kennar, and make preparations in the dwelling of power, and of despair for refection and wassail and revelry? Speak no answer. Not," she said, "the duration of the cure which was wrought even now depends on your silence and obedience, Ebendi, but a single look or word with me, and the latter condition of that maiden shall be worse than the first." This threat was an effectual charm upon the tongue of the Udoler, though he longed to indulge it in vindication of his conduct. "Follow me, all of you," said Norna, striding to the door of the apartment, "and see that no one looks backwards. We leave not this apartment empty, though we the children of mortality be removed from it." She went out, and the Udoler signed to his daughters to follow, and to obey her injunctions the Sibyl moved swifter than her guests down the rude descent. Such it might rather be termed than a proper staircase, which led to the lower apartment. Magnus and his daughters, when they entered the chamber, found their own attendants aghast at the presence and proceedings of Norna of the Fitful Head. They had been previously employed in arranging the provisions which they had brought along with them, so as to present a comfortable cold meal, as soon as the appetite of the Udoler, which was as regular as the return of tide, should induce him to desire some refreshment. And now they stood PG 120, aiding in fear and surprise, while Norna, seizing upon one article after another, and well supported by the zealous activity of Pacolet, flung their whole preparations out of the rude aperture, which served for a window, and over the cliff from which the ancient berg arose into the ocean, which raged and foamed beneath. Vifta dried beef hams and pickled pork flew after each other into empty space. Smoked geese were restored to the air, and cured fish to the sea, their native elements indeed, but which they were no longer capable of traversing. And the devastation proceeded so rapidly that the Udoler could scarce secure from the wreck his silver drinking cup, while the large leathern flask of brandy which was destined to supply his favourite beverage was sent to follow the rest of the supper by the hands of Pacolet, who regarded at the same time the disappointed Udoler with a malicious grin, as if, notwithstanding his own natural taste for the liquor, he enjoyed the disappointment and surprise of Magnus Troil still more than he would have relished sharing his enjoyment. The destruction of the brandy flask exhausted the patience of Magnus, who roared out in a tone of no small displeasure, "Why, kinswoman, this is wasteful madness. Where, and on what would you have us sup?" "Where you will," answered Norna, "and on what you will, but not in my dwelling, and not on the food with which you have profaned it. Vex my spirit no more. But begone, every one of you. You have been here too long for my good, perhaps for your own." "How, kinswoman," said Magnus, "would you make outcasts of us at this time of night, when even PG 129, a Scotchman, would not turn a stranger from the door? Bethink you, dame, it is shame on our lineage for ever if this squall of yours should force us to slip cables, and go to sea so scantily provided." "Be silent and depart," said Norna, "let it suffice. You have got that for which you came. I have no harbourage for mortal guests, no provision to relieve human wants. There is beneath the cliff a beach of the finest sand, a stream of water as pure as the well of Kildingui, and the rocks bear dulse as wholesome as that of Giardin. And well you wot that the well of Kildingui and the dulse of Giardin will cure all maladies save Black Death. 22. "And well I wot," said the Udoler, "that I would eat corrupted seaweeds like a starling, or salted seal's flesh like the men of Burraforth or Wilkes Buckies, and lampits like the poor sneaks of Stroma, rather than break wheat bread, and drink red wine in a house where it is begrudged me. And yet," he said, checking himself, "I am wrong, very wrong, my cousin, to speak thus to you, and I should rather thank you for what you have done than upbraid you for following your own ways. But I see you are impatient. We will be all under way presently, and you ye knaves," addressing his servants that were in such hurry with your service, "before it was lacked, get out of doors with you presently, and manage to catch the ponies, for I see we must make for another harbour tonight if we would not sleep with an empty stomach, and on a hard bed." The domestics of Magnus, already sufficiently alarmed at the violence of Norna's conduct, scarce PG 130, waited the imperious command of their master to evacuate her dwelling with all dispatch, and the Udoler, with a daughter on each arm, was in the act of following them When Norna said emphatically stop, they obeyed, and again turned towards her. She held out her hand to Magnus, which the placable Eudola instantly folded in his own ample. Magnus, she said, we part by necessity, but I trust not in anger. Surely not, cousin, said the warm-hearted Eudola wellnigh, stammering in his hasty disclamation of all unkindness. Most assuredly, not. I never bear ill will to anyone, much less to one of my own blood, and who has piloted me with her advice through many a rough tide, as I would pilot a boat betwixt Swanna and Stroma, through all the wars, wells and swelches of the Pentland Frith. Enough, said Norna, and now farewell with such a blessing, as I dare bestow not a word more. Maidens, she added, draw near, and let me kiss your brows. The Sibyl was obeyed by Minna with awe and by Brenda with fear, the one overmastered by the warmth of her imagination, the other by the natural timidity of her constitution. Norna then dismissed them, and in 2 minutes afterwards they found themselves beyond the bridge, and standing upon the rocky platform in front of the ancient Pictish burg, which it was the pleasure of this sequestered female to inhabit the night, for it was now fallen, was unusually serene. A bright twilight, which glimmered far over the surface of the sea, supplied the brief absence of the summer's sun, and the waves seemed to sleep under its influence, so pg 131 faint and slumberous was the sound with which one after another rolled on and burst against the foot of the cliff on which they stood. In front of them stood the rugged fortress, seeming in the uniform greyness of the atmosphere, as aged as shapeless, and as massive as the rock on which it was founded. There was neither sight nor sound that indicated human habitation, save that, from one rude shot-hole glimmered the flame of the feeble lamp by which the Sibyl was probably pursuing her mystical and nocturnal studies, shooting upon the twilight in which it was soon lost, and confounded a single line of tiny light, bearing the same proportion to that of the atmosphere as the aged woman and her serf, the sole inhabitants of that desert, did to the solitude with which they were surrounded. For several minutes the party, thus suddenly and unexpectedly expelled from the shelter where they had reckoned upon spending the night, stood in silence, each wrapped in their own separate reflections. Minna, her thoughts fixed on the mystical consolation, which she had received in vain, endeavoured to extract from the words of Norna a more distinct and intelligible meaning, and the Eudola had not yet recovered his surprise at the extrusion to which he had been thus whimsically subjected under circumstances that prohibited him from resenting as an insult treatment which in all other respects was so shocking to the genial hospitality of his nature that he still felt like one disposed to be angry if he but knew how to set about it. Brenda was the first who brought matters to a point by asking whither they were to go, and how they were to spend the night. The question, which was asked in a tone that amidst its simplicity had something dolorous pg 132 in it, entirely changed the train of her father's ideas, and the unexpected perplexity of their situation now striking him in a comic point of view, he laughed till his very eyes ran over, while every rock around him rang, and the sleeping seafowl were startled from their repose by the loud, hearty explosions of his obstreperous hilarity. The Eudola's daughters, eagerly representing to their father the risk of displeasing Norna by this unlimited indulgence of his mirth, united their efforts to drag him to a farther distance from her dwelling. Magnus, yielding to their strength, which, feeble as it was, his own fit of laughter rendered him incapable of resisting, suffered himself to be pulled to a considerable distance from the burg, and then escaping from their hands and sitting down, or rather suffering himself to drop upon a large stone which lay conveniently by the wayside, he again laughed so long and lustily that his vexed and anxious daughters became afraid that there was something more than natural in these repeated convulsions. At length his mirth exhausted both itself and the Eudola's strength. He groaned heavily, wiped his eyes, and said, not without feeling some desire to renew his obstreperous cachinnation, now, by the bones of St. Magnus, my ancestor and namesake, one would imagine that being turned out of doors at this time of night was nothing short of an absolutely exquisite jest, for I have shaken my sides at it till they ache. There we sat, made snug for the night, and I made as sure of a good supper, and aken as ever I had been of Etherand. Here we are all taken aback, and then poor Brenda's doleful voice and melancholy question of what is to be pg 133 done, and where are we to sleep in good faith, unless one of those knaves who must needs torment the poor woman by their trencher work before it was wanted can make amends by telling us of some snug port under our lee. We have no other course for it but to steer through the twilight on the bearing of Berg Westra, and rough it out as well as we can. By the way, I am sorry, but for you girls, for many a cruise have I been upon when we were on shorter allowance than we are like to have now. I would I had but secured a morsel for you and a drop for myself, and then there had been but little to complain of. Both sisters hastened to assure the Eudola that they felt not the least occasion for food. "Why, that is well said, Magnus, and so being the case I will not complain of my own appetite, though it is sharper than convenient. And the rascal Nicholas Strumpforwhat a leer the villain gave me as he started the good Nance into the salt water. He grinned the knave like a seal on a skerry. Had it not been for vexing my poor kinswoman Norna, I would have sent his misbegotten body and misshapen jolterhead after my bonny flask, as sure as St. Magnus lies at Kirkwall." By this time the servants returned with the ponies, which they had very soon caught these sensible animals, finding nothing so captivating in the pastures where they had been suffered to stray, as inclined them to resist the invitation again, to subject themselves to saddle and bridle. The prospects of the party were also considerably improved by learning that the contents of their sumpterpenny's burden had not been entirely exhausted. A PG 134 small basket, having fortunately escaped the rage of Norna and Pacolet by the rapidity with which one of the servants had caught up and removed it, the same domestic and alert and ready-witted fellow had observed upon the beach not above 3 miles distant from the burg, and about a quarter of a mile off their straight path, a deserted skier or fisherman's hut, and suggested that they should occupy it for the rest of the night, in order that the ponies might be refreshed, and the young ladies spend the night under cover from the raw evening air. When we are delivered from great and serious dangers, our mood is or ought to be grave in proportion to the peril we have escaped, and the gratitude due to protecting Providence. But few things raise the spirits more naturally or more harmlessly than when means of extrication from any of the lesser embarrassments of life are suddenly presented to us, and such was the case in the present instance. The Eudola, relieved from the apprehensions for his daughters suffering from fatigue and himself from too much appetite and too little food, caroled Norse ditties, as he spurred Bergen through the twilight with as much glee and gallantry as if the night ride had been entirely a matter of his own free choice. Brenda lent her voice to some of his choruses, which were echoed in ruder notes by the servants who in that simple state of society were not considered as guilty of any breach of respect by mingling their voices with the song. Minna, indeed, was as yet unequal to such an effort, but she compelled herself to assume some share in the general hilarity of the meeting, and contrary to her conduct since the fatal morning which concluded the festival of St. John, she seemed to take her PG 135 usual interest in what was going on around her, and answered with kindness and readiness the repeated enquiries concerning her health with which the Eudola every now and then interrupted his carol, and thus they proceeded by night a happier party by far than they had been when they traced the same route on the preceding morning, making light of the difficulties of the way, and promising themselves shelter and a comfortable night's rest in the deserted hut which they were now about to approach, and which they expected to find in a state of darkness and solitude. But it was the lot of the Eudola that day to be deceived more than once in his calculations. "And which way lies this cabin of yours, Laurie?" said the Eudola, addressing the intelligent domestic of whom we just spoke. "Yonder it should be," said Lawrence Scoley at the head of the Vobut. "By my faith, if it be the place, there are folk there before us God, and St. Ronan send that they be canny company." In truth, there was a light in the deserted hut, strong enough to glimmer through every chink of the shingles and wreckwood of which it was constructed, and to give the whole cabin the appearance of a smithy scene. By night, the universal superstition of the Zetlanders seized upon Magnus and his escort. "They are trolls," said one voice. "They are witches," murmured another. "They are mermaids," muttered a third. "Only hear their wild singing." All stopped, and in effect some notes of music were audible which Brenda, with a voice that quivered a little, but yet had a turn of arch riddy PG 136 cule in its tone, pronounced to be the sound of a fiddle. "Fiddle or fiend," said the Eudola, who, if he believed in such nightly apparitions as had struck terror into his retinue, certainly feared them not. "Fiddle or fiend, may the devil fetch me, if a witch cheats me out of supper tonight for the second time." So saying, he dismounted, clenched his trusty truncheon in his hand, and advanced towards the hut, followed by Lawrence, alone the rest of his retinue continuing stationary on the beach, beside his daughters and the ponies. PG 137. Chapter Roman 10. What ho, my jovial mates, come on, well frolic it, like fairies frisking in the merry moonshine, seen by the curtal friar who from some christening, or some blithe bridal highs belated Selward, he starts and changes his bold bottle swagger to churchman's pace professional and ransacking, his treacherous memory for some holy hymn finds but the roundel of the midnight catch, Old play. The stride of the U-dollar relaxed nothing of its length or of its firmness as he approached the glimmering cabin from which he now heard distinctly the sound of the fiddle. But if still long and firm, his steps succeeded each other rather more slowly than usual, for like a cautious, though a brave General Magnus was willing to reconnoitre his enemy before assailing him, the trusty Lawrence Scully, who kept close behind his master, now whispered into his ear, "So help me, sir, as I believe that the gayest, if gayest it be that plays so bravely on the fiddle, must be the gayest of Maester Claude Halcrow, or his wraith at least, for never was bow drawn across time, which brought out the gude old spring of fair, and lucky so like his ain." Magnus was himself much of the same opinion, for he knew the blithe minstrelsy of the spirited little old man, and hailed the hut with a hearty hillo, which was immediately replied to by the cheery note of his ancient messmate, and Halcrow himself presently made his appearance on the beach PG 138. The U-dollar now signed to his retinue to come up, while he asked his friend, after a kind greeting and much shaking of hands, how the devil he came to sit there playing old tunes in so desolate a place, like an owl whooping to the moon. "And tell me rather, Fowd," said Claude Halcrow, "how you came to be within hearing of me, I by my word, and with your bonny daughters too, Jarto Minna and Jarto Brenda. I bid you welcome to these yellow Sanson, their shake hands, as glorious John, or some other body says upon the same occasion. And how came you here like two fair swans making day out of twilight, and turning all you step upon to silver?" "You shall know all about them," presently answered Magnus, "but what messmates have you got in the hut with you? I think I hear some one speaking." "None," replied Claude Halcrow, "but that poor creature the factor, and my imp of a boy Giles. I but come in here you will find us starving in comfort, not so much as a mouthful of sour silix, to be had for love or money." "That may be in a small part helped," said the U-dollar, "for though the best of our supper is gone over the fitful crags to the sealcheese, and the dogfish, yet we have got something in the kit still here. Laurie, bring up the vifter." Jokul 23 was Lawrence's joyful answer, and he hastened for the basket. "By the bicker of St. Magnus 24, said Halcrow PG 139, "and the burliest bishop that ever quaffed it for luck's sake, there is no finding your locker empty, Magnus. I believe sincerely that ere a friend wanted you could like old Luggy the warlock fish up boiled, and roasted out of the pool of Kibster 25. "You are wrong there, Jarto Claude," said Magnus Troyle, "for far from helping me to a supper, the foul fiend, I believe, has carried off great part of mine this blessed evening. But you are welcome to share of what is left." This was said, while the party entered the hut. Here in a cabin which smelled strongly of dried fish, and whose sides and roof were jet black with smoke, they found the unhappy Triptolemus yellowly seated beside a fire made of dried seaweed mingled with some peats, and Requid his sole companion, a barefooted, yellow-haired Zetland boy who acted occasionally as a kind of page to Claude Halcrow, bearing his fiddle on his shoulder, saddling his pony, and rendering him similar duties of kindly observance. The disconsolate agriculturist, for such his visage betokened him, displayed little surprise and less animation at the arrival of the U-dollar and his companions, until after the party had drawn close to the fire, a neighbourhood which the dampness of the night air rendered far from disagreeable, the pannier was opened, and a tolerable supply of PG 140 barley bread and hung beef, besides a flask of brandy, no doubt smaller than that which the relentless hand of Pacullet had emptied into the ocean, gave assurances of a tolerable supper. Then, indeed, the worthy factor grinned, chuckled, rubbed his hands, and enquired after all friends at Berg Westra. When they had all partaken of this needful refreshment, the U-dollar repeated his enquiries of Halcrow, and more particularly of the factor, how they came to be nestled in such a remote corner at such an hour of night. "Maester Magnus Troyle," said Triptolemus, when a second cup had given him spirits to tell his tale of woe, "I would not have you think that it is a little thing that disturbs me. I came of that grain that takes a sair wind to shake it. I have seen many a Martinmas and many a Whitsunday in my day whilk are the times peculiarly grievous to those of my craft, and I could bide the bang, but I think I am like to be dung o'er athigither in this damned country of yours. Gude forgy me for swearing, but evil communication corrupteth good manners." "Now heaven guide us," said the U-dollar, "what is the matter with the man? Why, man, if you will put your plough into new land, you must look to have it hank on a stone now. And then you must set us an example of patience, seeing you come here for our improvement." "And the deal was in my feet when I did so," said the factor. "I had better have set myself to improve the cairn on Closhnaben." "But what is it after all," said the U-dollar, "that has befallen you? What is it that you complain of?" PG 141. Of everything that has chanced to me since I landed on this island, which I believe was accursed at the very creation, said the agriculturist, and assigned as a fitting station for sorners, thieves, whores, I beg the ladies' pardon, witches, bitches, and all evil spirits. By my faith, a goodly catalogue, said Magnus, and there has been the day that if I had heard you give out the half of it, I should have turned improver myself, and have tried to amend your manners with a cudgel. Bear with me, said the factor, Maester Fowd, or Maester Udola, or whatever else they may call you, and as you are strong, be pitiful and consider the luckless lot of any inexperienced person who lights upon this earthly paradise of yours. He asks for drink, they bring him sour wine, no disparagement to your brandy Fowd, which is excellent. You ask for meat, and they bring you sour silex that Satan might choke upon. You call your labourers together and bid them work. It proves St. Magnus' day, or St. Ronan's day, or some infernal saint or others, or else, perhaps they have come out of bed with the wrong foot foremost, or they have seen an owl or a rabbit has crossed their path, or they have dreamed of a roasted horse. In short, nothing is to be done. Give them a spade, and they work as if it burned their fingers, but set them to dancing and see when they will tire of funking and flinging. And why should they, poor bodies, said Claude Halcrow, as long as there are good fiddlers to play to them? Aye, said Triptolemus, shaking his head, you are a proper person to uphold them in such PG 142, a humour well to proceed I, till a piece of my best ground down comes a sturdy beggar that wants a kyliard or a plantacruive, as you call it, and he claps down an enclosure in the middle of my bit shot of corn, as lightly as if he was baith laird and tenant, and gainsay him while likes there he dibbles in his calplants. I sit down to my sorrowful dinner, thinking to have peace and quietness there at least, when in comes 1, 2, 3, 4, or half a dozen of skelping long lads from some foolery or another, miscar me for barring my ain door against them, and eat up the best half of what my sister's providencined. She is not over bountiful has allotted for my dinner. Then enters a witch with an elwand in her hand, and she raises the wind, or lays it, whichever she likes, majors up and down my house, as if she was mistress of it, and I am bounden to thank heaven, if she carries not the broadside of it away with her. Still, said the Fowd, this is no answer to my question how, the foul fiend, I come to find you at moorings here. Have patience, worthy sir, replied the afflicted factor, and listen to what I have to say, for I fancy it will be as well to tell you the whole matter. You must know I once thought that I had gotten a small godsend that might have made all these matters easier. How a godsend do you mean, a wreck, master factor? Exclaimed Magnus, shame upon you, that should have set example to others. It was no wreck, said the factor, but if you must needs know, it chanced that as I raised an hearthstane in one of the old chambers at Stouerberg, for my sister is minded that there is little PG 143 use in mere fireplaces about a house than one, and I wanted the stain to knock bare upon, when what should I light on but a horn full of old coins, silver, the mayest feck of them, but why a bit sprinkling of gold, among them 226 wheel. I thought this was a dainty windfur, and so thought baby, and we were the mayor willing to put up with a place where there were sicken bronestig sand. We slayed down the stain cannily over the horn, which seemed to me to be the very cornucopia or horn of abundance, and for further security baby wad visit the room maybe 20 times in the day, and my cell at an ora time to the boot of a that. On my word, and a very pretty amusement, said Claude Halcrow, to look over a horn of one's own siller. I question if glorious John Dryden ever enjoyed such a pastime in his life. I am very sure I never. Roman 999. Yes, but you forget, Jarto Claude, said the Udola, that the factor was only counting over the money for my lord the chamberlain, as he is so keen for his lordship's rights in Wales and Rex, he would not surely forget him in treasure retrove. Ahum, ahihem, ejaculated Triptolemus, seized at the moment with an awkward fit of coughing. No doubt my lord's right in the matter would have been considered being in the hand of one, though I say it as just as can be found in Angusshire, let alone the Mearns. But mark what happened of late one day, as I went up to see that all was safe and snug, and just to count out the share that should have been his lordship's, for surely the labourer, as one may call the PG 144 finder, is worthy of his hire. Nay, some learned men say that when the finder in point of trust, and in point of power representeth the dominus or lord superior, he taketh the whole. But let that pass as a kittle question in apicibus juris, as we want to say at St. Andrew's. Well, sir and ladies, when I went to the upper chamber, what should I see but an ugsome ill-shaped and most uncouth dwarf that wanted but hoofs and horns to have made an utter devil of him, counting over the very hornful of siller. I am no timorous man, Master Fowd, but judging that I should proceed with caution in such a matter, for I had reason to believe that there was devilry in it, I accosted him in Latin whilk, it is mayest becoming to speak to aught whilk taketh upon it as a goblin, and conjured him in namine, and so forth with such words, as my poor learning could furnish of a suddenty whilk to say truth, were not so many nor altogether so purely Latinized as might have been had I not been few years at college, and many at the Plug. Well, sirs, he started at first as one that heareth that which he expects not, but presently recovering himself, he walls on me with his grey een like a wildcat, and opens his mouth whilk, resembled the mouth of an oven for the deal a tongue he had in it that I could spy, and took upon his ugly self altogether the air and bearing of a bulldog whilk I have seen loosed at a fair upon a mad stag 27, whereupon I was something daunted and withdrew myself to call upon sister Baby, who fears neither dog nor devil, when there is in question the little penny siller. And truly she raised to the fray as I hae seen the Lindsays and PG 145 Ogilvies bristle up when Donald MacDonagh or the like made a start down frae the Highlands on the braes of Isla, but an old useless carline called Tronda Dronsdotter, they might call her drone the sell of her without farther addition, flung herself right in my sister's gate and yellacked, and skirled that you would have thought her a generation of hounds, whereupon I judged it best to make eye yoking of it, and stop the Plug, until I got my sister's assistance whilk when I had done. And we mounted the stair to the apartment in which the said dwarf devil, or other apparition, was to be seen. Dwarf horn and siller were as clean gain as if the cat had licked the place where I saw them. Here Triptolemus paused in his extraordinary narration, while the rest of the party looked upon each other in surprise, and the Udollar muttered to Claude Halcrow, by all tokens, this must have been either the devil or Nicholas Strumpfer, and if it were him, he is more of a goblin than e'er I gave him credit for, and shall be apt to rate him as such in future. Then addressing the factor he inquired, saw ye not how this dwarf of yours parted company? As I shall answer it, no, replied Triptolemus with a cautious look around him, as if daunted by the recollection. Neither I nor Baby, who had her wits more about her, not having seen this unseemly vision, could perceive any way by whilk he made evasion. Only Tronda said she saw him flee forth of the window of the west roundel of the old house upon a dragon, as she averred, but as the dragon is held a fabulous animal, I sold pronounce her averment to rest upon Deceptio Visus PG 146. But may we not ask farther, said Brenda, stimulated by curiosity, to know as much of her cousin Norna's family as was possible, how all this operated upon Master Yellowly, so as to occasion his being in this place at so unseasonable an hour. Seasonable it must be, Mistress Brenda, since it brought us into your sweet company, answered Claude Halcrow, whose mercurial brain far outstripped the slow conceptions of the agriculturist, and who became impatient of being so long silent. To say the truth, it was I, Mistress Brenda, who recommended to our friend the factor, whose house I chanced to call at just after this mischance, and where, by the way, owing doubtless to the hurry of their spirits, I was but poorly received to make a visit to our other friend at Fitfulhead, well judging from certain points of the story, at which my other and more particular friend, than either looking at Magnus, may chance to form a guess that they who break ahead are the best to find a plaster, and as our friend the factor scrupled travelling on horseback, in respect of some tumbles from our ponies, which are incarnate devils, said Triptolemus, a loud muttering under his breath, like every live thing that I have found in Zetland. Well found, continued Halcrow, I undertook to carry him to Fitfulhead in my little boat, which Giles and I can manage as if it were an admiral's barge full manned, and Master Triptolemus Yellowly will tell you how seamanlike I piloted him to the little haven within a quarter of a mile of Norna's dwelling. I wish to heaven you had brought me as safe back again, said the factor PG 147. Why, to be sure, replied the minstrel, I am, as Glorious John says, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves go high. I seek the storm, but for a calm unfit, will steer too near the sands to show my wit. I showed little wit in entrusting myself to your charge, said Triptolemus, and you still less when you upset the boat at the throat of the Voe, as you call it, when even the poor bairn that was mair than half drowned told you that you were carrying too much sail, and then you wad fasten the rape to the bit stick on the boat side, that ye might have time to play on the fiddle. What said the Udollar, make fast the sheets to the thwart, a most unseasonable practice, Claude Halcrow. And sae came of it, replied the agriculturist, for the neist blast, and we are never lang without ane in these parts hummeled us as a gudewife would hummel a bowie, and near a thing wad Maester Halcrow save, but his fiddle, the pure bairn, swam out like a water spaniel, and I swattered hard for my life why the help of ane of the oars, and here we are comfortless creatures, that till a good wind blew you here had neathing to eat, but a mouthful of Norway rusk, that has mere sawdust than rye meal in it, and tastes like a turpentine than anything else. I thought we heard you very merry, said Brenda, as we came along the beach. Ye heard a fiddle, mistress Brenda, said the factor, and maybe ye may think there can be nae dearth, miss, where that is skirling, but then PG 148, it was Maister Claude Halcrow's fiddle whilk, I'm apt to think wad skirl at his father's deathbed, or at his ain sae lang as his fingers could pinch the time, and it was nae sma aggravation to my misfortune to have him bumming a sorts of Springs Norse and Scots Highland, and Lowland English and Italian in my lug, as if nothing had happened that was amiss, and we all in such stress and perplexity. Why, I told you sorrow would never right the boat, factor, said the thoughtless minstrel, and I did my best to make you merry. If I failed, it was neither my fault, nor my fiddles. I have drawn the bow across it before glorious John Dryden himself. I will hear no stories about glorious John Dryden, answered the Udollar, who dreaded Halcrow's narratives as much as Triptolemus did his music. I will hear not of him, but one story to every 3 bowls of punch. It is our old paction, you know, but tell me instead what said Norna to you about your errand. Aye, there was another fine upshot, said Master Yellowly. She wadna look at us or listen to us, only she bothered our acquaintance Master Halcrow here, who thought he could have sae much to say why her, with about a score of questions about your family and household, estate Master Magnus Troyle. And when she had gotten as she wanted out of him, I thought she wad hae dung him o'er the craig like an empty peacard. And for yourself, said the Udollar, she wadna listen to my story, nor hear sae much as a word that I had to say, answered Triptolemus, and sae much for them that seek to witches and familiar spirits, PG 149. You needed not to have had recourse to Norna's wisdom, Master Factor, said Minna, not unwilling perhaps to stop his railing against the friend, who had so lately rendered her service. The youngest child in Orkney could have told you that fairy treasures, if they are not wisely employed for the good of others as well as of those to whom they are imparted, do not dwell long with their possessors. Your humble servant to command, Mistress Minnie, said Triptolemus. I thank ye for the hint, and I am blithe that you have gotten your wits. I beg pardon, I meant your health into the barnyard again. For the treasure, I neither used nor abused it. Thee that live in the house with my sister baby wad find it hard to do either, and, as for speaking of it whilk, they say muckle offends them, whom we in Scotland call good neighbours, and you call drows the face of the old Norse kings on the coins themselves, might have spoken as much about it as ever I Roman 999. The factor, said Claude Halcrow, not unwilling to seize the opportunity of revenging himself on Triptolemus for disgracing his seamanship and disparaging his music. The factor was so scrupulous as to keep the thing quiet even from his master, the Lord Chamberlain, but now that the matter has ta'en wind, he is likely to have to account to his master for that which is no longer in his possession. For the Lord Chamberlain will be in no hurry, I think, to believe the story of the dwarf neither. I think, winking to the Udollar, that Norna gave credit to a word of so odd a story, and I dare say that was the reason that she received us. I must needs say, in a very dry manner, I rather think she knew that Triptolemus, our friend here, had found PG 150 some other hiding hole for the money, and that the story of the goblin was all his own invention. For my part, I will never believe there was such a dwarf to be seen as the creature Master Yellowly describes, until I set my own eyes on him. Then you may do so at this moment, said the factor, for by he muttered a deep asseveration, as he sprung on his feet in great horror. There the creature is. All turned their eyes in the direction in which he pointed, and saw the hideous misshapen figure of Pacolet with his eyes fixed and glaring at them through the smoke he had stolen upon their conversation, unperceived, until the factor's eye lighted upon him in the manner we have described. There was something so ghastly in his sudden and unexpected appearance that even the Udollar, to whom his form was familiar, could not help starting, neither pleased with himself for having testified this degree of emotion, however slight, nor with the dwarf who had given cause to it. Magnus asked him sharply what was his business there. Pacolet replied by producing a letter which he gave to the Udollar, uttering a sound resembling the word Shog 28. That is the Highlandman's language, said the Udollar. Didst thou learn that, Nicholas, when you lost your own? Pacolet nodded and signed to him to read his letter. That is no such easy matter by firelight, my good friend, replied the Udollar, but it may concern Minna, and we must try. Brenda offered her assistance, but the Udollar and PG 151 sweared, no, my girl, Norna's letters must be read by those they are written to give the knave Strumpfer a drop of brandy, the while though he little deserves it at my hands, considering the grin with which he sent the good Nance down the crag this morning, as if it had been as much ditch water. Will you be this honest gentleman's cupbearer, his Ganymede friend yellowly, or shall I? Said Claude Halcrow aside to the factor, while Magnus Troyle, having carefully wiped his spectacles which he produced from a large copper case, had disposed them on his nose, and was studying the epistle of Norna. I would not touch him or go near him for all the curse of Gowrie, said the factor, whose fears were by no means entirely removed, though he saw that the dwarf was received as a creature of flesh and blood by the rest of the company. But I pray you to ask him what he has done with my horn of coins. The dwarf, who heard the question, threw back his head, and displayed his enormous throat, pointing to it with his finger. Nay, if he has swallowed them, there is no more to be said, replied the factor. Only I hope he will thrive on them as a cow on wet clover. He is Dame Norna's servant, it's like such man such mistress. But if theft and witchcraft are to go unpunished in this land, my lord must find another factor, for I have been used to live in a country where men's worldly gear was keep it from infang and outfang thief, as well as their immortal souls from the claws of the deal, and his come asane, and save us. The agriculturist was perhaps the less reserved PG 152, in expressing his complaints that the Udollar was for the present out of hearing, having drawn Claude Halcrow apart into another corner of the hut. And tell me, said he, friend Halcrow, what errand took thee to Sumburg, since I reckon it was scarce the mere pleasure of sailing in partnership with yonder barnacle. In faith, Fowd, said the bard, and if you will have the truth, I went to speak to Norna on your affairs. On my affairs, replied the Udollar, on what affairs of mine? Just touching your daughter's health, I heard that Norna refused your message, and would not see Eric Scambester. Now, said I to myself, I have scarce joyed in meat or drink or music, or aught else since Jarto Minna has been so ill, and I may say literally as well as figuratively that my day and night have been made sorrowful to me. In short, I thought I might have some more interest with old Norna than another, as skalds and wise women were always accounted something akin, and I undertook the journey with the hope to be of some use to my old friend and his lovely daughter. And it was most kindly done of you, good warm-hearted Claude, said the Udollar, shaking him warmly by the hand. I ever said you showed the good old Norse heart amongst all thy fiddling, and thy folly-tut man never wince for the matter, but be blithe that thy heart is better than thy head welland. I warrant you got no answer from Norna. None to purpose, replied Claude Halcrow, but she held me close to question about Minna's illness too, and I told her how I had met her abroad the PG 153 other morning in no very good weather, and how her sister Brenda said she had hurt her foot. In short, I told her all, and everything I knew. And something more besides it would seem, said the Udollar, for I at least never heard before that Minna had hurt herself. Oh, a scratch, a mere scratch, said the old man, but I was startled about it, terrified, lest it had been the bite of a dog or some hurt from a venomous thing. I told all to Norna, however. And what answered the Udollar did she say in the way of reply? She bade me begone about my business, and told me that the issue would be known at the Kirkwall fair, and said just the like to this noodle of a factoret was all that either of us got for our labour, said Halcrow. That is strange, said Magnus. My kinswoman writes me in this letter not to fail going thither with my daughters. This fair runs strongly in her head, and would think she intended to lead the market, and yet she has nothing to buy or to sell there that I know of, and so you came away as wise as you went, and swamped your boat at the mouth of the Voe. Why, how could I help it, said the poet. I had set the boy to steer, and as the floor came suddenly offshore, I could not let go the tack and play on the fiddle at the same time. But it is all well enough. Saltwater never harmed Zetlander so as he could get out of it, and as heaven would have it, we were within man's depth of the shore, and chancing to find this skio, we should have done well enough with shelter and fire, and are much better than well with your good cheer and good company. PG 154, but it wears late, and night and day must be both as sleepy as old midnight can make them. There is an inner crib here where the fishers slept, somewhat fragrant with the smell of their fish, but that is wholesome. They shall bestow themselves there with the help of what cloaks you have, and then we will have 1 cup of brandy and 1 stave of glorious John, or some little trifle of my own, and so sleep as sound as cobblers. 2 glasses of brandy, if you please, said the Udollar, if our stores do not run dry, but not a single stave of glorious John, or of anyone else tonight. And this being arranged and executed agreeably to the peremptory pleasure of the Udollar, the whole party consigned themselves to slumber for the night, and on the next day departed for their several habitations. Claude Halcrow, having previously arranged with the Udollar that he would accompany him and his daughters on their proposed visit to Kirkwall. PG 155's Chapter Roman 11. By this hand, thou thinkst me as far in the devil's book as thou and Falstaff for obduracy and persistency, Let the end try the man, albeit I could tell to thee as to one it pleases me for fault of a better to call my friend, I could be sad, and sad indeed too. Henry Roman 4 Part 2d. We must now change the scene from Zetland to Orkney, and request our readers to accompany us to the ruins of an elegant though ancient structure called the Earl's Palace. These remains, though much dilapidated, still exist in the neighbourhood of the massive and venerable pile which Norwegian devotion dedicated to Saint Magnus the Martyr, and being contiguous to the bishop's palace, which is also ruinous, the place is impressive as exhibiting vestiges of the mutations, both in church and state, which have affected Orkney, as well as countries more exposed to such convulsions. Several parts of these ruinous buildings might be selected under suitable modifications, as the model of a Gothic mansion provided architects would be contented rather to imitate what is really beautiful in that species of building than to make a medley of the caprices of the order, confounding the military, ecclesiastical, and domestic styles of all ages at random, with additional fantasies and combinations of their own device, all formed out of the builder's brain. The Earl's Palace forms 3 sides of an oblong square, and has even in its ruins the air of an LPG 156 Gant, yet massive structure uniting, as was usual in the residence of feudal princes, the character of a palace, and of a castle, a great banqueting hall communicating with several large rounds or projecting turret rooms, and having at either end an immense chimney, testifies the ancient northern hospitality of the Earls of Orkney, and communicates almost in the modern fashion with a gallery or withdrawing room of corresponding dimensions, and, having like the hall its projecting turrets, the lordly hall itself is lighted by a fine Gothic window of shafted stone at one end, and is entered by a spacious and elegant staircase, consisting of 3 flights of stone steps. The exterior ornaments and proportions of the ancient building are also very handsome, but being totally unprotected, this remnant of the pomp and grandeur of earls, who assumed the license as well as the dignity of petty sovereigns, is now fast crumbling to decay, and has suffered considerably since the date of our story. With folded arms and downcast looks, the pirate Cleveland was pacing slowly the ruined hall, which we have just described a place of retirement, which he had probably chosen, because it was distant from public resort. His dress was considerably altered from that which he usually wore in Zetland, and seemed a sort of uniform richly laced, and exhibiting no small quantity of embroidery, a hat with a plume and a small sword very handsomely mounted. Then the constant companion of everyone who assumed the rank of a gentleman showed his pretensions to that character. But if his exterior was so far improved, it seemed to be otherwise with his health and spirits. He was pale, and had lost both the fire of his eye and the vivacity of his step, PG 157, and his whole appearance indicated melancholy of mind, or suffering of body, or a combination of both evils. As Cleveland thus paced these ancient ruins, a young man of a light and slender form, whose showy dress seemed to have been studied with care, yet exhibited more extravagance than judgment or taste, whose manner was a jaunty affectation of the free and easy rake of the period, and the expression of whose countenance was lively with a cast of effrontery, tripped up the staircase, entered the hall, and presented himself to Cleveland, who merely nodded to him, and pulling his hat deeper over his brows, resumed his solitary and discontented promenade. The stranger adjusted his own hat, nodded in return, took snuff with the air of a petit maître from a richly chased gold box, offered it to Cleveland as he passed, and being repulsed, rather coldly replaced the box in his pocket, folded his arms in his turn, and stood looking with fixed attention on his motions, whose solitude he had interrupted. At length Cleveland stopped short, as if impatient of being longer the subject of his observation, and said abruptly, "Why can I not be left alone for half an hour, and what the devil is it that you want?" "I am glad you spoke first," answered the stranger carelessly. "I was determined to know whether you were Clement Cleveland or Cleveland's ghost, and they say ghosts never take the first word, so I now set it down for yourself, in life and limb. And here is a fine old Hurley house you have found out for an owl to hide himself in at midday, or a ghost to revisit the pale glimpses of the moon, as the divine Shakespeare says." "Well, well," answered Cleveland abruptly, PG 158, "your jest is made, and now let us have your earnest." "In earnest then, Captain Cleveland," replied his companion, "I think you know me for your friend." "I am content to suppose so," said Cleveland. "It is more than supposition," replied the young man. "I have proved it, both here and elsewhere." "Well, well," answered Cleveland, "I admit you have been always a friendly fellow, and what then?" Well, Welland, what then, replied the other, this is but a brief way of thanking folk. Look you, Captain, here is Benson, Barlow, Dick Fletcher, and a few others of us who wished you well have kept your old comrade Captain Goff in these seas upon the lookout for you when he and Hawkins, and the greater part of the ship's company, would fain have been down on the Spanish Main, and at the old trade. And I wish to God that you had all gone about your business, said Cleveland, and left me to my fate, which would have been to be informed against, and hanged Captain the first time that any of these Dutch or English rascals, whom you have lightened of their cargoes, came to set their eyes upon you, and no place more likely to meet with seafaring men than in these islands, and here to screen you from such a risk, we have been wasting our precious time, till folk are grown very peery, and when we have no more goods or money to spend amongst them, the fellows will be for grabbing the ship. Well then, why do you not sail off without me, said Cleveland. There has been fair partition, and all have had their share. Let all do as they like. PG 159, I have lost my ship, and having been once a captain, I will not go to sea under command of Goff or any other man. Besides, you know well enough that both Hawkins and he bear me ill will for keeping them from sinking the Spanish brig, with the poor devils of negroes on board. Why, what the foul fiend is the matter with thee, said his companion. Are you Clement Cleveland, our own old true-hearted Clem of the Clog? And do you talk of being afraid of Hawkins and Goff, and a score of such fellows, when you have myself and Barlow and Dick Fletcher at your back? When was it we deserted you either in council or in fight that you should be afraid of our flinching now? And as for serving under Goff, I hope it is no new thing for gentlemen of fortune who are going on the account to change a captain now. And then let us alone for that captain. You shall be for death rock me asleep, if I serve under that fellow Goff, who is as very a bloodhound as ever sucked bitch. No, I think Yami captain must have a little of the gentleman about him. Howsoever, besides, you know it was you who first dipped my hands in the dirty water, and turned me from a stroller by land to a rover by sea. Alas, poor Bunce, said Cleveland, you owe me little thanks for that service. That is as you take it, replied Bunce. For my part, I see no harm in levying contributions on the public, either one way or t'other. But I wish you would forget that name of Bunce, and call me Altamont, as I have often desired you to do. I hope a gentleman of the roving trade has as good a right to have an alias as a stroller. And I never stepped on the boards, but what I was Altamont at the least. PG 160. Well then, Jack Altamont, replied Cleveland, since Altamont is the word. Yes, but Captain Jack is not the word, though Altamont be, so Jack Altamont we, 'tis a velvet coat with paper lace. Let it be Frederick Captain. Frederick Altamont is all of a piece. Frederick be it then with all my heart, said Cleveland, and pray tell me which of your names will sound best at the head of the last speech confession and dying words of John Bunce alias Frederick Altamont, who was this morning hanged at execution dock for the crime of piracy upon the high seas. Faith, I cannot answer that question without another can of grog, Captain, so if you will go down with me to Bet Haldane's on the quay, I will bestow some thought on the matter. With the help of a right pipe of Trinidado, we will have the gallon bowl filled with the best stuff you ever tasted, and I know some smart wenches who will help us to drain it. But you shake your head ere not I the Vainwell, then I will stay with you, for by this hand, Clem, you shift me not off, only I will ferret you out of this burrow of old stones, and carry you into sunshine and fair air. Where shall we go? Where you will, said Cleveland, so that you keep out of the way of our own rascals and all others. Why then, replied Bunce, you and I will go up to the hill of Whitford, which overlooks the town, and walk together as gravely and honestly as a pair of well-employed attorneys. As they proceeded to leave the ruinous castle, Bunce, turning back to look at it, thus addressed his companion. PG 161. Hark ye, Captain, dost thou know who last inhabited this old cockloft? An Earl of the Orkneys, they say, replied Cleveland. And are you avised what death he died of, said Bunce, for I have heard that it was of a tight neck, cholera, hempen fever, or the like. The people here do say, replied Cleveland, that his lordship some 100 years ago had the mishap to become acquainted with the nature of a loop, and a leap in the air. Why lie ye there now, said Bunce, there was some credit in being hanged in those days, and in such worshipful company, and what might his lordship have done to deserve such promotion? Plundered the liege subjects, they say, replied Cleveland, slain, and wounded them, fired upon his majesty's flag, and so forth. Near akin to a gentleman rover, then said Bunce, making a theatrical bow towards the old building, and therefore, my most potent grave and reverend Signior Earl, I crave leave to call you my loving cousin, and bid you most heartily adieu. I leave you in the good company of rats and mice and so forth, and I carry with me an honest gentleman, who having of late had no more heart than a mouse is now desirous to run away from his profession and friends like a rat, and would therefore be a most fitting denizen of your earlship's palace. I would advise you not to speak so loud, my good friend Frederick Altamont or John Bunce, said Cleveland. When you were on the stage you might safely rant as loud as you listed, but in your present profession of which you are so fond, every PG 162 man speaks under correction of the yardarm, and a running noose. The comrades left the little town of Kirkwall in silence, and ascended the hill of Whitford, which raises its brow of dark heath, uninterrupted by enclosures or cultivation of any kind, to the northward of the ancient burgh of St. Magnus. The plain at the foot of the hill was already occupied by numbers of persons who were engaged in making preparations for the fair of St. Alla, to be held upon the ensuing day, and which forms a general rendezvous to all the neighbouring islands of Orkney, and is even frequented by many persons from the more distant archipelago of Zetland. It is, in the words of the proclamation, a free mercat and fair holden at the good burgh of Kirkwall, on the 3rd of August being St. Alla's day, and continuing for an indefinite space, thereafter extending from 3 days to a week, and upwards. The fair is of great antiquity, and derives its name from Alaus Alev Alo, the celebrated monarch of Norway, who rather by the edge of his sword than any milder argument introduced Christianity into those isles, and was respected as the patron of Kirkwall some time before he shared that honour with St. Magnus the martyr. It was no part of Cleveland's purpose to mingle in the busy scene which was here going on, and turning their route to the left, they soon ascended into undisturbed solitude, save where the grouse, more plentiful in Orkney perhaps than in any other part of the British dominions, rose in covey, and went off before them 29, having continued to ascend PG 163, till they had well nigh reached the summit of the conical hill. Both turned round, as with one consent, to look at and admire the prospect beneath. The lively bustle which extended between the foot of the hill and the town gave life and variety to that part of the scene. Then was seen the town itself, out of which arose, like a great mass superior in proportion, as it seemed to the whole burgh, the ancient cathedral of St. Magnus, of the heaviest order of Gothic architecture, but grand, solemn, and stately, the work of a distant age, and of a powerful hand. The quay with the shipping lent additional vivacity to the scene, and not only the whole beautiful bay which lies betwixt the promontories of Inganus and Quanternus, at the bottom of which Kirkwall is situated, but all the sea so far as visible, and in particular the whole strait betwixt the island of Shapinshire and that called Pomona, or the mainland, was covered and enlivened by a variety of boats and small vessels freighted from distant islands to convey passengers or merchandise to the fair of St. Alla. Having attained the point by which this fair and busy prospect was most completely commanded, each of the strangers, in seaman fashion, had recourse to his spyglass to assist the naked eye in considering the bay of Kirkwall and the numerous vessels by which it was traversed. But the attention of the two companions seemed to be arrested by different objects. That of Bunce, or Altamont, as he chose to call himself, was riveted to the armed sloop, where, conspicuous by her square rigging and length of beam with the English jack, and PG 164 pennon, which they had the precaution to keep flying, she lay among the merchant vessels, as distinguished from them by the trim neatness of her appearance as a trained soldier amongst a crowd of clowns. Yonder she lies, said Bunce. I wish to God she was in the bay of Honduras. You, captain, on the quarterdeck, are your lieutenant and Fletcher quartermaster, and 50 stout fellows under a sigh should not wish to see these blasted heaths and rocks again for a while. And captain, you shall soon be the old brute. Goff gets drunk as a lord every day, swaggers and shoots and cuts among the crew, and besides he has quarrelled with the people here so damnably that they will scarce let water or provisions go on board of us, and we expect an open breach every day. As Bunce received no answer, he turned short round on his companion, and perceiving his attention otherwise engaged, exclaimed, What the devil is the matter with you, or what can you see in all that trumpery small craft, which is only loaded with stockfish and ling and smoked geese and tubs of butter, that is worse than tallow? Cargoes of the whole lumped together would not be worth the flash of a pistol. No, give me such a chase as we might see from the masthead off the island of Trinidado, your Don rolling as deep in the water as a grampus deep-loaden with rum, sugar, and bales of tobacco, and all the rest ingots, moidores, and gold dust. Then set all sail clear, the deck stand to quarters up with the Jolly Roger 30 PG 165. We near her, we make her out to be well manned and armed. 20 guns on her lower deck, said Cleveland. 40 if you will, retorted Bunce, and we have but 10 mounted. Never mind, the Don blazes away, never mind. Yet my brave lads run her alongside, and on board with you to work with your grenados, your cutlasses, poleaxes, and pistols the Don cries misericordia, and we share the cargo without co-licensio sania. By my faith, said Cleveland, thou takest so kindly to the trade that all the world may see that no honest man was spoiled when you were made a pirate, but you shall not prevail on me to go farther in the devil's road with you, for you know yourself that what is got over his back is spent. You wot how in a week or a month at most the rum and the sugar are out, the bales of tobacco have become smoke, the moidores ingots and gold dust have got out of our hands into those of the quiet, honest, conscientious folks who dwell at Port Royal and elsewhere wink hard on our trade. As long as we have money but not a jot beyond, then we have cold looks, and it may be a hint is given to the judge-marshal, for when our pockets are worth nothing our honest friends rather than want will make money upon our heads, then comes a high gallows and a short halter, and so dies the gentleman rover. I tell thee I will leave this trade, and when I turn my glass from one of these barks and boats to another, there is not the worst of them, which I would not row for life rather than continue to be what I have been. These poor men make the sea a means of honest livelihood, and friendly PG 166 communication between shore and shore for the mutual benefit of the inhabitants, but we have made it a road to the ruin of others, and to our own destruction here, and in eternity I am determined to turn honest man, and use this life no longer. And where will your honesty take up its abode if it please you, said Bunce? You have broken the laws of every nation, and the hand of the law will detect and crush you, wherever you may take refuge. Cleveland, I speak to you more seriously than I am wont to do. I have had my reflections too, and they have been bad enough though they lasted but a few minutes to spoil me weeks of joviality. But here is the matter, what can we do but go on as we have done, unless we have a direct purpose of adorning the yardarm? We may claim the benefit of the proclamation to those of our sort who come in and surrender, said Cleveland. Answered his companion dryly, the date of that day of grace has been for some time over, and they may take the penalty or grant the pardon at their pleasure. Were I you, I would not put my neck in such a venture. Why, others have been admitted but lately to favour, and why should not I, said Cleveland. I, replied his associate Harry Glaspie, and some others have been spared, but Glaspie did what was called good service in betraying his comrades, and retaking the jolly fortune, and that I think you would scorn even to be revenged of the brute Goff yonder. I would die 1,000 times sooner, said Cleveland. I will be sworn for it, said Bunce, and PG 167, the others were forecastle fellows, petty larceny rogues, scarce worth the hemp it would have cost to hang them, but your name has stood too high amongst the gentlemen of fortune for you to get off so easily. You are the prime buck of the herd, and will be marked accordingly. And why so, I pray you, said Cleveland? You know well enough my aim, Jack. Frederick, if you please, said Bunce. The devil take your folly, prithee keep thy wit, and let us be grave for a moment. For a moment, but so, said Bunce, but I feel the spirit of Altamont coming fast upon me. I have been a grave man for 10 minutes already. Be so then for a little longer, said Cleveland. I know, Jack, that you really love me, and since we have come thus far in this talk, I will trust you entirely. Now tell me, why should I be refused the benefit of this gracious proclamation? I have borne a rough outside, as thou knowest, but in time of need I can show the numbers of lives, which I have been the means of saving, the property which I have restored to those who owned it, when without my intercession it would have been wantonly destroyed. In short, Bunce, I can show that you were as gentle a thief as Robin Hood himself, said Bunce, and for that reason I, Fletcher, and the better sort among us love you, as one who saves the character of us gentlemen rovers from utter reprobation. Well, suppose your pardon made out, what are you to do next? What class in society will receive you with? Whom will you associate? Old Drake in Queen Bess time could plunder Peru and Mexico without a line of commission to show for it, and blessed be her PG 168 memory, he was knighted for it on his return. And there was Hal Morgan, the Welshman nearer our time, in the days of merry King Charles, brought all his gettings home, had his estate and his country house, and who but he? But that is all ended, no once a pirate, and an outcast for ever. The poor devil may go and live shunned and despised by every one in some obscure seaport, with such part of his guilty earnings as courtiers and clerks leave him for pardons do not pass the seals for nothing. And when he takes his walk along the pier, if a stranger asks who is the down-looking, swarthy, melancholy man for whom all make way as if he brought the plague in his person, the answer shall be, that is such a one, the pardoned pirate. No honest man will speak to him, no woman of repute will give him her hand. Your picture is too highly coloured, Jack, said Cleveland, suddenly interrupting his friend. There are women, there is one at least that would be true to her lover, even if he were what you have described. Bunce was silent for a space, and looked fixedly at his friend. By my soul, he said at length, I begin to think myself a conjurer unlikely. As it all was, I could not help suspecting from the beginning that there was a girl in the case. Why, this is worse than Prince Valsius, in love, ha ha. Laugh as you will, said Cleveland, it is true there is a maiden who is contented to love me pirate as I am, and I will fairly own to you, Jack, that though I have often at times detested our roving life and myself for following it, yet I doubt if I could have found resolution to make the break which I have now resolved on, but for her sake. PG 169. Why then, Gardamercy, replied Bunce, there is no speaking sense to a madman, and love in one of our trade, captain, is little better than lunacy. The girl must be a rare creature for a wise man to risk hanging for her, but Harkai, may she not be a little touched as well as Yorselfand? Is it not sympathy that has done it? She cannot be one of our ordinary cockatrices, but a girl of conduct and character. Both are as undoubted as that she is the most beautiful and bewitching creature whom the eye ever opened upon, answered Cleveland. And she loves thee, knowing the most noble captain to be a commander among those gentlemen of fortune, whom the vulgar call pirates. Even so I am assured of it, said Cleveland. Why then, answered Bunce, she is either mad in good earnest, as I said before, or she does not know what a pirate is. You are right in the last point, replied Cleveland. She has been bred in such remote simplicity, and utter ignorance of what is evil, that she compares our occupation with that of the old Norsemen who swept sea and haven with their victorious galleys, established colonies, conquered countries, and took the name of sea kings. And a better one it is than that of pirate, and comes much to the same purpose, I dare say, said Bunce. But this must be a mettled wench. Did you not bring her aboard? Methinks it was pity to balk her fancy. And do you think, said Cleveland, that I could so utterly play the part of a fallen spirit as to avail myself of her enthusiastic error, and bring an angel of beauty and innocence, acquainted with PG 170, such a hell as exists on board of yonder infernal ship of ours? I tell you, my friend, that were all my former sins doubled in weight, and in die such a villainy would have outglared and outweighed them all. Why then, Captain Cleveland, said his confidant, methinks it was but a fool's part to come hither at all. The news must one day have gone abroad that the celebrated pirate Captain Cleveland, with his good sloop, the Revenge, had been lost on the mainland of Zetland, and all hands perished, so you would have remained hid both from friend and enemy, and might have married your pretty Zetlander, and converted your sash and scarf into fishing nets and your cutlass into a harpoon, and swept the seas for fish instead of florins. And so I had determined, said the captain, but a jagger, as they call them here, like a meddling peddling thief, as he has brought down intelligence to Zetland of your lying here. And I was fain to set off to see if you were the consort of whom I had told them long before I thought of leaving the roving trade. I, said Bunce, and so far you judged well, for as you had heard of our being at Kirkwall, so we should have soon learned that you were at Zetland, and some of us for friendship, some for hatred, and some for fear of your playing Harry Glaspie upon us, would have come down for the purpose of getting you into our company again. I suspected as much, said the captain, and therefore was fain to decline the courteous offer of a friend, who proposed to bring me here about this time. Besides, Jack, I recollected that, as you say, my pardon will not pass the seals. Without money, PG 171, my own was waxing low. No wonder, thou knowest, I was never a churl of it, and so you came for your share of the cobs, replied his friend. It was wisely done, and we shared honourably. So far Goff has acted up to articles, it must be allowed, but keep your purpose of leaving him close in your breast, for I dread his playing you some dog's trick or other, for he certainly thought himself sure of your share, and will hardly forgive your coming alive to disappoint him. I fear him not, said Cleveland, and he knows that well. I would I were as well clear of the consequences of having been his comrade, as I hold myself to be of all those which may attend his ill will. Another unhappy job I may be troubled with. I hurt a young fellow, who has been my plague for some time, in an unhappy brawl that chanced the morning I left Zetland. Is he dead? asked Bunce. It is a more serious question here than it would be on the Grand Caymans or the Bahama Isles, where a brace or two of fellows may be shot in a morning, and no more heard of or asked about them, than if they were so many wood pigeons, but here it may be otherwise, so I hope you have not made your friend immortal. I hope not, said the captain, though my anger has been fatal to those who have given me less provocation. To say the truth, I was sorry for the lad notwithstanding, and especially as I was forced to leave him in mad keeping. In mad keeping, said Bunce. Why, what means that? You shall hear, replied his friend. In the first place, you are to know this young man came PG 172 suddenly on me, while I was trying to gain Minna's ear for a private interview, before I set sail, that I might explain my purpose to her now, to be broken in on by the accursed rudeness of this young fellow at such a moment. The interruption deserved death, said Bunce, by all the laws of love and honour. A truce with your ends of plays, Jack, and listen one moment. The brisk youth thought proper to retort, when I commanded him to be gone, I am not, thou knowest, very patient, and enforced my commands with a blow, which he returned as roundly we struggled, till I became desirous that we should part at any rate, which I could only effect by a stroke of my poniard, which according to old use I have, thou knowest, always about me. I had scarce done this when I repented, but there was no time to think of anything save escape and concealment, for if the house rose on me, I was lost, as the fiery old man, who is head of the family, would have done justice on me had I been his brother. I took the body hastily on my shoulders to carry it down to the seashore, with the purpose of throwing it into a riva, as they call them, or chasm of great depth, where it would have been long enough in being discovered. This done, I intended to jump into the boat which I had lying ready and set sail for Kirkwall. But as I was walking hastily towards the beach with my burden, the poor young fellow groaned, and so apprised me that the wound had not been instantly fatal. I was by this time well concealed amongst the rocks, and far from desiring to complete my crime, I laid the young man on the ground, and was doing what I could to staunch the blood when, suddenly, an old PG 173 woman stood before me. She was a person whom I had frequently seen while in Zetland, and to whom they ascribed the character of a sorceress, or, as the Negroes say, an obi woman. She demanded the wounded man of me, and I was too much pressed for time to hesitate in complying with her request. More she was about to say to me when we heard the voice of a silly old man belonging to the family singing at some distance. She then pressed her finger on her lip, as a sign of secrecy, whistled very low, and a shapeless deformed brute of a dwarf coming to her assistance, they carried the wounded man into one of the caverns with which the place abounds, and I got to my boat, and to see with all expedition if that old hag be, as they say, connected with the king of the air. She favoured me that morning with a turn of her calling, for not even the West Indian tornadoes, which we have weathered together, made a wilder racket than the squall that drove me so far out of our course that, without a pocket compass which I chanced to have about me, I should never have recovered the fair isle for which we run, and where I found a brig which brought me to this place. But whether the old woman meant me weal or woe here, we came at length in safety from the sea, and here I remain in doubts and difficulties of more kinds than one. Oh, the devil take the Sumberkhead, said Bunce, or whatever they call the rock that you knocked our clever little Revenge against. Do not say I knocked her on the rock, said Cleveland. Have I not told you 50 times, if the cowards had not taken to their boat, though I showed them the danger, and told them they would all be swamped, which happened the instant they PG 174 cast off the painter, she would have been afloat at this moment had they stood by me, and the ship, their lives would have been saved. Had I gone with them, mine would have been lost. Who can say which is for the best? Well, replied his friend, I know your case now, and can the better help and advise. I will be true to you, Clement, as the blade to the hilt, but I cannot think that you should leave us, as the old Scottish song says, wheeze my heart, that we should sunder. But come, you will aboard with us today at any rate. I have no other place of refuge, said Cleveland with a sigh. He then once more ran his eyes over the bay, directing his spyglass upon several of the vessels, which traversed its surface in hopes doubtless of discerning the vessel of Magnus Troil, and then followed his companion down the hill in silence. PG 175. Chapter 12. I strive like to the vessel in the tideway, which lacking favouring breeze hath not the power to stem the powerful current. Even so, resolving daily to forsake my vices, habit strong, circumstance renewed temptation, sweep me to sea again, O heavenly breath. Fill thou my sails and aid the feeble vessel, which ne'er can reach the blessed port without thee. 'Tis odds when evens meet. Cleveland with his friend Bunce descended the hill for a time in silence, until at length the latter renewed their conversation. You have taken this fellow's wound more on your conscience than you need, Captain. I have known you do more and think less on't. Not on such slight provocation, Jack, replied Cleveland. Besides, the lad saved my life, and say that I requited him the favour, still we should not have met on such evil terms. But I trust that he may receive aid from that woman, who has certainly strange skill in simples. And over simpletons, Captain, said his friend, in which class I must e'en put you down, if you think more on this subject, that you should be made a fool of by a young woman, Why, it is many an honest man's case, but to puzzle your pate about the mummeries of an old one is far too great a folly to indulge a friend in talk to me of your PG 176 Minna, since you so call her as much as you will, but you have no title to trouble your faithful Squire Rearant with your old mumping magician. And now, here we are once more amongst the booths and tents which these good folk are pitching. Let us look, and see whether we may not find some fun and frolic amongst them. In merry England now, you would have seen on such an occasion 2 or 3 bands of strollers, as many fiery-ators and conjurers, as many shows of wild beasts. But amongst these grave folk, there is nothing but what savours of business, and of commoditino, not so much as a single squall from my merry gossip Punch and his rib Joe. As Bunce thus spoke, Cleveland cast his eyes on some very gay clothes, which with other articles hung out upon one of the booths that had a good deal more of ornament and exterior decoration than the rest. There was in front a small sign of canvas, painted, announcing the variety of goods which the owner of the booth, Bryce Snailsfoot, had on sale, and the reasonable prices at which he proposed to offer them to the public for the further gratification of the spectator. The sign bore on the opposite side an emblematic device, resembling our first parents in their vegetable garments, with this legend: "Poor sinners whom the snake deceives are fain to cover them with leaves. Zetland hath no leaves, 'tis true, because that trees are none or few, but we have flax and tates of wool, for linen cloth and wadmal blue, and we have many of foreign knacks, PG 177, of finer waft than wool or flax. Ye gallanty lambmas lads 31, and bring your lambmas sisters here. Bryce Snailsfoot spares not cost or care to pleasure every gentle pair." While Cleveland was perusing these goodly rhymes, which brought to his mind Claude Halcrow, to whom, as the poet laureate of the island, ready with his talent, alike in the service of the great and small, they probably owed their origin, the worthy proprietor of the booth, having cast his eye upon him, began with hasty and trembling hand to remove some of the garments which, as the sale did not commence till the ensuing day, he had exposed either for the purpose of airing them, or to excite the admiration of the spectators. "By my word, Captain," whispered Bunce to Cleveland, "you must have had that fellow under your clutches one day, and he remembers one gripe of your talons, and fears another. See how fast he is packing his wares out of sight so soon as he set eyes on you." "His wares," said Cleveland, on looking more attentively at his proceedings. "By heaven, they are my clothes, which I left in a chest at Jarlshaw, when the Revenge was lost there. Why, Bryce Snailsfoot, thou thief, dog, and villain, what means this? Have you not made enough of us by cheap buying and dear selling, that you have seized on my trunk, and wearing apparel PG 178? Bryce Snailsfoot, who probably would otherwise not have been willing to see his friend, the captain, was now, by the vivacity of his attack, obliged to pay attention to him. He first whispered to his little foot-page, by whom, as we have already noticed, he was usually attended, "Run to the town council house, Jarto, and tell the provost and bailies they maun send some of their officers speedily, for here is like to be wild walk in the fair." So having said, and having seconded his commands by a push on the shoulder of his messenger, which sent him spinning out of the shop as fast as heels could carry him, Bryce Snailsfoot turned to his old acquaintance, and with that amplification of words and exaggeration of manner which in Scotland is called making a phrase, he ejaculated, "The Lord be good to us, the worthy Captain Cleveland, that we were all sae grieved about, returned to relieve our hearts again. What have my cheeks been for you here?" Bryce wiped his eyes, "and blithe am I now to see you restored to your sorrowing friends." "My sorrowing friends, you rascal," said Cleveland, "I will give you better cause for sorrow than ever you had on my account, if you do not tell me instantly where you stole all my clothes." "Stole!" ejaculated Bryce, casting up his eyes. "Now the powers be good to us, the poor gentleman has lost his reason in that weary gale of wind." "Why, you insolent rascal," said Cleveland, grasping the cane which he carried, "do you think to bamboozle me with your impudence, as you would have a whole head on your shoulders, and your bones in a whole skin 1 minute longer? Tell me where the devil you stole my wearing apparel PG 179. Bryce Snailsfoot ejaculated once more a repetition of the word stole, now heaven be good to us, but at the same time conscious that the captain was likely to be sudden in execution, cast an anxious look to the town to see the loitering aid of the civil power advance to his rescue. "I insist on an instant answer," said the captain with upraised weapon, "or else I will beat you to a mummy, and throw out all your frippery upon the common." Meanwhile Master John Bunce, who considered the whole affair as an excellent good jest, and not the worse one that it made Cleveland very angry, seized hold of the captain's arm, and without any idea of ultimately preventing him from executing his threats, interfered just so much as was necessary to protract a discussion so amusing. "Nay, let the honest man speak," he said, "messmate, he has as fine a cozening face as ever stood on a knavish pair of shoulders, and his are the true flourishes of eloquence, in the course of which men snip the cloth an inch too short. Now, I wish you to consider that you are both of a trade measures bales by the yard, and you by the sword end, so I will not have him chopped up till he has had a fair chase." "You are a fool," said Cleveland, endeavouring to shake his friend off. "Let me go, for by heaven I will be foul of him." "Hold him fast," said the pedlar. "Good dear merry gentleman, hold him fast." "Then say something for yourself," said Bunce. "Use your gobbox, man, patter away, or by my soul I will let him loose on you." "He says I stole these goods," said Bryce, who PG 180 now saw himself run so close that pleading to the charge became inevitable now. "How could I steal them when they are mine by fair and lawful purchase?" "Purchase, you beggarly vagrant," said Cleveland. "From whom did you dare to buy my clothes, or who had the impudence to sell them?" "Just that worthy Professor Mrs. Swerther, the housekeeper at Jarlshof, who acted as your executor," said the pedlar, "and a grieved heart she had." "And so she was resolved to make a heavy pocket of it, I suppose," said the captain. "But how did she dare to sell the things left in her charge?" "Why, she acted all for the best, good woman," said the pedlar, anxious to protract the discussion until the arrival of succours. "And if you will but hear reason, I am ready to account with you for the chest, and all that it holds." "Speak out then, and let us have none of thy damnable evasions," said Captain Cleveland. "If you show ever so little purpose of being somewhat honest for once in thy life, I will not beat thee." "Why, you see, noble captain," said the pedlar, and then muttered to himself, "Plague on Pate Patterson's cripple knee, they will be waiting for him, hurpling useless body." Then resumed aloud, "The country, you see, is in great perplexity, indeed much perplexity. Truly, there was your honour missing, that was loved by great and smallcly, and missing no her, to be heard o for lost manum quahalded defunct." "You shall find me alive to your cost, you scoundrel," said the irritated captain. "We'll but take patience, I will not hear a PG 181 body speak," said the jagger. "Then there was the lad Mordaunt Merton." "Ha," said the captain, "what of him?" "Cannot be heard of," said the pedlar, "clean and clear tinta gone youthfallen. It is thought from the craig into the sea, was I venturous. I have had dealings with him for furs and feathers whilk, he swapped against powder and shot, and the like, and now he has worn out from among uscly and retiredly vanished like the last puff of an old wife's tobacco pipe." "But what is all this to the captain's clothes, my dear friend?" said Bunce. "I must presently beat you myself, unless you come to the point." We'll, patience," said Bryce, waving his hand. "You will get all time enough. There are two folks gain, as I said, for by the distress at Berg Westra, about Mistress Minna's sad ailment." "Bring not her into your buffoonery, sirrah," said Cleveland in a tone of anger, not so loud but far deeper, and more concentrated than he had hitherto used. "For if you name her with less than reverence, I will crop the ears out of your head, and make you swallow them on the spot." He faintly laughed the jagger. "That were a pleasant jest. You are pleased to be witty, but to say nothing of Berg Westra, there is the carl at Jarlshof, he that was the old Merton Mordaunt's father, whom men thought as fast bound to the place he dwelt in, as the Sumberghead itsel, nothing maun serve him. But he is lost as weel as the lave about whom I have spoken, and there's Magnus Troil, why favour be he named taking horse, and there is pleasant Maester Claude Halcrow, PG 182 taking boat whilk, he steers worst of any man in Zetland, his head running on rambling rhymes, and the factor body is on the Stirth Scots factor him, that is I speaking of dykes and delving, and such unprofitable walk, which has nothing of merchandise in it, and he is on the lang trot too, so that ye might say upon a manner the half of the mainland of Zetland is lost, and the other is running to and fro seeking it a few times." Captain Cleveland had subdued his passion, and listened to this tirade of the worthy man of merchandise with impatience, indeed, yet not without the hope of hearing something that might concern him. But his companion was now become impatient in his turn. "The clothes," he exclaimed, "the clothes, the clothes, the clothes," accompanying each repetition of the words with a flourish of his cane, the dexterity of which consisted in coming mighty near the jagger's ears, without actually touching them. The jagger, shrinking from each of these demonstrations, continued to exclaim, "Nay, sir, good sirworthy surfer, the clothes I found the worthy dame in great distress on account of her old maester, and on account of her young maester, and on account of worthy Captain Cleveland, and because of the distress of the worthy Faude's family and the trouble of the great Faude himself, and because of the factor, and in respect of Claude Halcrow, and on other accounts and respects, also we mingled our sorrows and our tears with a bottle, as the holy text hath it, and called in the Ranzelman to our council, a worthy man Neil Ronaldson, by name, who hath a good reputation. Here another flourish of the cane came so very near that it partly touched his ear. The Jagger PG 183 started back, and the truth, or that which he desired should be considered as such, bolted from him, without more circumlocution, as a cork, after much unnecessary buzzing, and fizzing springs forth from a bottle of spruce beer. In brief, what the deal mare would you have of it? The woman sold me, the kist of clothes thee are mine by purchase, and that is what I will live and die upon. In other words, said Cleveland, this greedy old hag had the impudence to sell what was none of hers, and you honest Bryce Snailsfoot had the assurance to be the purchaser. Oh dear captain, said the conscientious pedlar, what wad ye hae had twa poor folk to do? There was yoursel gain, that ought the things, and Maister Mordaunt was gain, that had them in keeping, and the things were but damply put up where they were rotting with moth and mould, and so this old thief sold them, and you bought them, I suppose, just to keep them from spoiling, said Cleveland. Weel then, said the merchant, I am thinking, noble captain, that wad be just the gate of it. Well then, hark ye, you impudent scoundrel, said the captain, I do not wish to dirty my fingers with you, or to make any disturbance in this place. Good reason for that, Captain Aha, said the Jagger slyly. I will break your bones if you speak another word, replied Cleveland. Take notice, I offer you fair terms. Give me back the black leathern pocket-book with the lock upon it, and the purse with the doubloons, with some few of the clothes I want, and keep the rest in the devil's name. PG 184. Doubloons, exclaimed the Jagger with an exaltation of voice, intended to indicate the utmost extremity of surprise. What do I ken of doubloons? My dealing was for doublets, and not for doubloons. If there were doubloons in the kist, doubtless Swertha will have them in safe keeping for your honour. The damp wouldna harm the gold ye ken. Give me back my pocket-book and my goods, you rascally thief, said Cleveland, or without a word more I will beat your brains out. The wily Jagger, casting eye around him, saw that succour was near in the shape of a party of officers, 6 in number, for several rencounters with the crew of the pirate had taught the magistrates of Kirkwall to strengthen their police parties when these strangers were in question. Ye had better keep the thief to suit yoursel, honoured captain, said the Jagger, emboldened by the approach of the civil power, for wha kens how these fine goods and barnadies were come by. This was uttered with such provoking slyness of look and tone that Cleveland made no further delay, but seizing upon the Jagger by the collar, dragged him over his temporary counter, which was with all the goods displayed thereon overset in the scuffle, and holding him with one hand, inflicted on him with the other a severe beating with his cane. All this was done so suddenly, and with such energy, that Bryce Snailsfoot, though rather a stout man, was totally surprised by the vivacity of the attack, and made scarce any other effort at extricating himself than by roaring for assistance like a bull-calf. The loitering aid having at length, PG 185, come up, the officers made an effort to seize on Cleveland, and by their united exertions succeeded in compelling him to quit hold of the pedlar, in order to defend himself from their assault. This he did with infinite strength, resolution, and dexterity, being at the same time well seconded by his friend Jack Bunce, who had seen with glee the drubbing sustained by the pedlar, and now combated tightly to save his companion from the consequences. But as there had been for some time a growing feud between the townspeople and the crew of the Rover, the former, provoked by the insolent deportment of the seamen, had resolved to stand by each other, and to aid the civil power upon such occasions of riot as should occur in future, and so many assistants came up to the rescue of the constables that Cleveland, after fighting most manfully, was at length brought to the ground, and made prisoner. His more fortunate companion had escaped by speed of foot, as soon as he saw that the day must needs be determined against them. The proud heart of Cleveland, which even in its perversion had in its feelings something of original nobleness, was like to burst when he felt himself borne down in this unworthy brawl, dragged into the town as a prisoner, and hurried through the streets towards the council house, where the magistrates of the burgh were then seated in council. The probability of imprisonment, with all its consequences, rushed also upon his mind, and he cursed 100 times the folly which had not rather submitted to the pedlar's knavery than involved him in so perilous an embarrassment. But just as they approached the door of the council house, which is situated in the middle of PG 186, the little town, the face of matters was suddenly changed by a new and unexpected incident. Bunce, who had designed by his precipitate retreat to serve as well his friend as himself, had hied him to the haven where the boat of the rover was then lying, and called the coxswain and boat's crew to the assistance of Cleveland. They now appeared on the scene, fierce desperadoes, as became their calling, with features bronzed by the tropical sun under which they had pursued it. They rushed at once amongst the crowd, laying about them with their stretchers, and forcing their way up to Cleveland, speedily delivered him from the hands of the officers, who were totally unprepared to resist an attack so furious and so sudden, and carried him off in triumph towards the Quito, or three of their number facing about from time to keep back the crowd, whose efforts to recover the prisoner were the less violent that most of the seamen were armed with pistols and cutlasses, as well as with the less lethal weapons, which alone they had as yet made use of. They gained their boat in safety, and jumped into it, carrying along with them Cleveland, to whom circumstances seemed to offer no other refuge, and pushed off for their vessel, singing in chorus to their oars an old ditty, of which the natives of Quibbles could only hear the first stanza. Robin Rovers said to his crew, "Up with the black flag, down with the blue, fire on the maintop, fire on the boat, fire on the gun deck, fire down below." PG 187. The wild chorus of their voices was heard long after the words ceased to be intelligible, and thus was the pirate Cleveland again thrown almost involuntarily amongst those desperate associates from whom he had so often resolved to detach himself. PG 188. Chapter Roman 13. Parental love, my friend, has power o'er wisdom, and is the charm which, like the falconer's lure, can bring from heaven the highest soaring spirits. So when famed Prosper doffed his magic robe, it was Miranda plucked it from his shoulders. Old play. Our wandering narrative must now return to Mordaunt Mertown. We left him in the perilous condition of one who has received a severe wound, and we now find him in the condition of a convalescent, pale indeed, and feeble from the loss of much blood, and the effects of a fever which had followed the injury, but so far fortunate that the weapon, having glanced on the ribs, had only occasioned a great effusion of blood, without touching any vital part, and was now well nigh healed. So efficacious were the vulnerary plants and salves with which it had been treated by the sage Norna of Fitful Head. The matron and her patient now sat together in a dwelling in a remote island. He had been transported during his illness, and ere he had perfect consciousness, first to her singular habitation near Fitful Head, and thence to her present abode by one of the fishing boats on the station of Berg Westra, for such was the command possessed by Norna over the superstitious character of her countrymen that she never failed to find faithful agents, PG 189, to execute her commands, whatever these happened to be. And as her orders were generally given under injunctions of the strictest secrecy, men reciprocally wondered at occurrences which had in fact been produced by their own agency and that of their neighbours, and in which, had they communicated freely with each other, no shadow of the marvellous would have remained. Mordaunt was now seated by the fire in an apartment, indifferently well furnished, having a book in his hand, which he looked upon from time to time, with signs of ennui and impatience, feelings which at length so far overcame him that, flinging the volume on the table, he fixed his eyes on the fire, and assumed the attitude of one who is engaged in unpleasant meditation. Norna, who sat opposite to him, and appeared busy in the composition of some drug or unguent, anxiously left her seat, and approaching Mordaunt felt his pulse, making at the same time the most affectionate enquiries whether he felt any sudden pain, and where it was seated. The manner in which Mordaunt replied to these earnest enquiries, although worded so as to express gratitude for her kindness, while he disclaimed any feeling of indisposition, did not seem to give satisfaction to the Pythoness. "Ungrateful boy," she said, "for whom I have done so much, you whom I have rescued by my power and skill from the very gates of death, ere you already so weary of me that you cannot refrain from showing how desirous you are to spend at a distance from me the very first intelligent days of the life which I have restored you. You do me injustice, my kind preserver." PG 190 plied Mordaunt, "I am not tired of your society, but I have duties which recall me to ordinary life." "Duties," repeated Norna, "and what duties can or ought to interfere with the gratitude which you owe to me? Duties your thoughts are on the use of your gun, or on clambering among the rocks, in quest of seafowl. For these exercises your strength doth not yet fit you, and yet these are the duties to which you are so anxious to return." Not so, my good and kind mistress, said Mordaunt, to name one duty out of many which makes me seek to leave you now, that my strength permits, let me mention that of a son to his father. To your father, said Norna with a laugh that had something in it almost frantic. Oh, you know not how we can in these islands at once cancel such duties. And for your father, she added, proceeding more calmly, what has he done for you to deserve the regard and duty you speak of? Is he not the same who, as you have long since told me, left you for so many years poorly nourished among strangers without inquiring whether you were alive or dead, and only sending from time to time supplies in such fashion as men relieve the leprous wretch to whom they fling alms from a distance? And in these later years, when he had made you the companion of his misery, he has been by starts your pedagogue, by starts your tormentor, but never, Mordaunt, never your father. Something of truth there is in what you say, replied Mordaunt. My father is not fond, but he is, and has ever been effectively kind. Men have not their affections in their power, and it is a child's duty to be grateful for the benefits which he receives even when coldly bestowed. My father, pg. 191, has conferred instruction on me, and I am convinced he loves me. He is unfortunate, and even if he loved me not. And he does not love you, said Norna hastily. He never loved anything or anyone save himself. He is unfortunate, but well are his misfortunes deserved. O Mordaunt, you have one parent, only own parent, who loves you as the drops of the heart-blood. I know I have but one parent, replied Mordaunt. My mother has been long dead, but your words contradict each other. They do not, said Norna in a paroxysm of the deepest feeling. You have but one parent. Your unhappy mother is not dead. I would to God that she were, but she is not dead. Thy mother is the only parent that loves thee, and I, Mordaunt, throwing herself on his neck, am that most unhappy yet most happy mother. She closed him in a strict and convulsive embrace, and tears, the first perhaps which she had shed for many years, burst in torrents, as she sobbed on his neck, astonished at what he heard, felt, and saw, moved by the excess of her agitation, yet disposed to ascribe this burst of passion to insanity. Mordaunt vainly endeavoured to tranquilize the mind of this extraordinary person. Ungrateful boy, she said, who but a mother would have watched over thee as I have watched from the instant I saw thy father, when he little thought by whom he was observed a space. Now many years back I knew him well, and under his charge I saw you then a stripling, while nature, speaking loud in my bosom, assured me thou wert blood of my blood and bone of my bone. Think, pg. 192, how often you have wondered to see me, when least expected, in your places of pastime and resort. Think how often my eye has watched you on the giddy precipices, and muttered those charms which subdue the evil demons who show themselves to the climber on the giddiest point of his path, and force him to quit his hold. Did I not hang around thy neck in pledge of thy safety that chain of gold, which an elfin king gave to the founder of our race? Would I have given that dear gift to any but to the son of my bosom? Mordaunt, my power has done that for thee that a mere mortal mother would dread to think of. I have conjured the mermaid at midnight that thy bark might be prosperous on the Hough. I have hushed the winds and navies, have flapped their empty sails against the mast in inactivity, that you might safely indulge your sport upon the crags. Mordaunt, perceiving that she was growing yet wilder in her talk, endeavoured to frame an answer which should be at once indulgent, soothing, and calculated to allay the rising warmth of her imagination. Dear Norna, he said, I have indeed many reasons to call you mother, who have bestowed so many benefits upon me, and from me you shall ever receive the affection and duty of a child. But the chain you mentioned, it has vanished from my neck. I have not seen it since the ruffian stabbed me. Alas, and can you think of it at this moment, said Norna in a sorrowful accent, but be it sown. No, it was I took it from thy neck, and tied it around the neck of her who is dearest to you, in token that the union betwixt you, which pg. 193 has been the only earthly wish which I have had the power to form, shall even yet be accomplished, although hell should open to forbid the banns. Alas, said Mordaunt, with a sigh, you remember not the difference betwixt our situation. Our father is wealthy, and of ancient birth. Not more wealthy than will be the heir of Norna of fitful head, answered the Pythoness, not of better or more ancient blood than that which flows in thy veins, derived from thy mother, the descendant of the same jarls and sea-kings, from whom Magnus boasts his origin. Or dost thou think, like the pedant and fanatic strangers who have come amongst us, that thy blood is dishonoured, because my union with thy father did not receive the sanction of a priest? Know that we were wedded after the ancient manner of the Norseer hands, were clasped within the circle of Odin 32, with such deep vows of eternal fidelity, as even the laws of these usurping Scots would have sanctioned as equivalent to a blessing before the altar to the offspring of such a union. Magnus has not to object. It was weak, it was criminal on my part, but it conveyed no infamy to the birth of my son. The composed and collected manner in which Norna argued these points began to impose upon Mordaunt an incipient belief in the truth of what she said, and indeed she added so many circumstances satisfactorily and rationally connected with each other as seemed to confute the notion that her story was altogether the delusion of that insanity which sometimes showed itself in her speech and pg 194 actions. 1,000 confused ideas rushed upon him when he supposed it possible that the unhappy person before him might actually have a right to claim from him the respect and affection due to a parent from a son. He could only surmount them by turning his mind to a different and scarce less interesting topic, resolving within himself to take time for farther enquiry and mature consideration ere he either rejected or admitted the claim which Norna preferred upon his affection and duty. His benefactress at least she undoubtedly was, and he could not err in paying her as such the respect and attention due from a son to a mother, and so far therefore he might gratify Norna without otherwise standing committed. And do you then really think, my mother, since so you bid me term you, said Mordaunt, that the proud Magnus Troil may by any inducement be prevailed upon to relinquish the angry feelings which he has of late adopted towards me, and to permit my addresses to his daughter Brenda? Brenda, repeated Norna. Who talks of Brendate was of Minna that I spoke to you. But it was of Brenda that I thought, replied Mordaunt. Of her that I now think, and of her alone that I will ever think. Impossible, my son, replied Norna. You cannot be so dull of heart, so poor of spirit, as to prefer the idle mirth and housewife simplicity of the younger sister to the deep feeling and high mind of the noble-spirited Minna, who would stoop to gather the lowly violet that might have the rose for stretching out his hand. Some think the lowliest flowers are the sweet pg 195 est, replied Mordaunt, and in that faith will I live and die. You dare not tell me so, answered Norna fiercely, then instantly changing her tone, and taking his hand in the most affectionate manner, she proceeded, you must not, you will not tell me so, my dear son, you will not break a mother's heart in the very first hour in which she has embraced her child. Nay, do not answer, but hear me, you must wed Minna. I have bound around her neck a fatal amulet, on which the happiness of both depends. The labours of my life have for years had this direction. Thus it must be, and not otherwise. Minna must be the bride of my son. But is not Brenda equally near, equally dear to you, replied Mordaunt. As near in blood, said Norna, but not so dear, no, not half so dear in affection. Minna's mild, yet high, and contemplative spirit renders her a companion meet for one whose ways, like mine, are beyond the ordinary paths of this world. Brenda is a thing of common and ordinary life, an idle laugher and scoffer who would level art with ignorance, and reduce power to weakness by disbelieving and turning into ridicule whatever is beyond the grasp of her own shallow intellect. She is indeed, answered Mordaunt, neither superstitious nor enthusiastic, and I love her the better for it. Remember also, my mother, that she returns my affection, and that Minna, if she loves anyone, loves the stranger Cleveland. She does not, dares not, answered Norna, nor dares he pursue her farther. I told him, when first he came to Burg Westra, that I destined her for you, pg 196. And to that rash annunciation, said Mordaunt, I owe this man's persevering enmity me wound, and well nigh the loss of my life. See, my mother, to what point your intrigues have already conducted us, and in heaven's name prosecute them no farther. It seemed as if this reproach struck Norna with the force at once and vivacity of lightning, for she struck her forehead with her hand, and seemed about to drop from her seat. Mordaunt, greatly shocked, hastened to catch her in his arms, and though scarce knowing what to say attempted to utter some incoherent expressions. Spare me, heavens, spare me, were the first words which she muttered. Do not let my crime be avenged by his means. Yes, young man, she said, after a pause, you have dared to tell what I dared not tell myself. You have pressed that upon me which, if it be truth, I cannot believe, and yet continue to live. Mordaunt in vain endeavoured to interrupt her with protestations of his ignorance how he had offended or grieved her, and of his extreme regret that he had unintentionally done either. She proceeded, while her voice trembled wildly with vehemence. Yes, you have touched on that dark suspicion, which poisons the consciousness of my power, the sole boon, which was given me in exchange for innocence, and for peace of mind your voice joins, that of the demon which even while the elements confess me their mistress whispers to me. Norna, this is but delusion. Your power rests but in the idle belief of the ignorant, supported by 1,000 petty artifices of your own. This is what Brenda pg 197 says, is what you would say, and false, scandalously false as it is there, are rebellious thoughts in this wild brain of mine, touching her forehead with her finger as she spoke, that like an insurrection in an invaded country, arise to take part against their distressed sovereign. Spare me, my son, she continued in a voice of supplication, spare me. Sovereignty, of which your words would deprive me, is no enviable exaltation. Few would covet to rule over gibbering ghosts and howling winds and raging currents. My throne is a cloud, my scepter, a meteor. My realm is only peopled with fantasies. But I must either cease to be or continue to be the mightiest as well as the most miserable of beings. 33. Do not speak thus mournfully, my dear and unhappy benefactress, said Mordaunt, much affected. I will think of your power, whatever you would have me believe. But for your own sake view the matter otherwise. Turn your thoughts from such agitating and mystical studies, from such wild subjects of contemplation, into another, and a better channel. Life will again have charms, and religion will have comforts for you. She listened to him with some composure, as if she weighed his counsel, and desired to be guided by it, but as he ended she shook her head and exclaimed, It cannot be. I must remain the dreaded mystical Riem Kennarth, controller of the elements, or I must be no more. I have no alternative, no middle station. My post must be high on yon lofty headland, where never stood human foot save miner. I must sleep at the bottom of PG 198, the unfathomable ocean, its white billows booming over my senseless corpse. The parricide shall never also be denounced as the impostor. The parricide, echoed Mordaunt, stepping back in horror. Yes, my son, answered Norna with a stern composure, even more frightful than her former impetuosity. Within these fatal walls, my father met his death by my means. In yonder chamber was he found a livid and lifeless corpse. Beware of filial disobedience, for such are its fruits. So saying, she arose and left the apartment, where Mordaunt remained alone to meditate at leisure upon the extraordinary communication which he had received. He himself had been taught by his father a disbelief in the ordinary superstitions of Zetland, and he now saw that Norna, however ingenious in duping others, could not altogether impose on herself. This was a strong circumstance in favour of her sanity of intellect, but on the other hand her imputing to herself the guilt of parricide seemed so wild and improbable as in Mordaunt's opinion to throw much doubt upon her other assertions. He had leisure enough to make up his mind on these particulars, for no one approached the solitary dwelling, of which Norna, her dwarf, and he himself were the sole inhabitants. The Hoy island in which it stood is rude, bold, and lofty, consisting entirely of 3 hilser, rather one huge mountain divided into 3 summits, chasms, rents, and valleys which descend from its summit to the sea, while its crest, rising to great height and shivered into rocks, which seem almost inaccessible, intercepts the mists as they drive from the PG 199 Atlantic, and often obscured from the human eye forms the dark and unmolested retreat of hawks, eagles, and other birds of prey. 34. The soil of the island is wet, mossy, cold, and unproductive, presenting a sterile and desolate appearance, excepting where the sides of small rivulets or mountain ravines are fringed with dwarf bushes of birch, hazel, and wild currant, some of them so tall as to be denominated trees in that bleak and bare country. But the view of the sea beach, which was Mordaunt's favourite walk when his convalescent state began to permit him to take exercise, had charms which compensated the wild appearance of the interior. A broad and beautiful sound, or strait, divides this lonely and mountainous island from Pomona, and in the centre of that sound lies, like a tablet composed of emerald, the beautiful and verdant little island of Grmc. On the distant mainland is seen the town or village of Stromness, the excellence of whose haven is generally evinced by a considerable number of shipping in the roadstead, and from the bay growing narrower and lessening as it recedes runs inland into Pomona, where its tide fills the fine sheet of water called the Loch of Stennies. On this beach Mordaunt was wont to wander for hours, with an eye not insensible to the beauties of the view, though his thoughts were agitated with the most embarrassing meditations on his own situation. He was resolved to leave the island as soon as the establishment of his health should permit him to travel, yet gratitude to Norna, of whom he was at least the adopted, if not the real son, would not PG 200 allow him to depart without her permission, even if he could obtain means of conveyance of which he saw little possibility. It was only by importunity that he extorted from his hostess a promise that if he would consent to regulate his motions according to her directions, she would herself convey him to the capital of the Orkney Islands when the approaching fair of St. Alla should take place there. PG 201. Chapter Roman 14. Hark to the insult, loud the bitter sneer, the fierce threat answering to the brutal jeer. Oaths fly like pistol shots and vengeful words. clash with each other like conflicting swords. The robbers quarrel by such sounds is shown, and true men have some chance to gain their own. Captivity a poem. When Cleveland, borne off in triumph from his assailants in Kirkwall, found himself once more on board the pirate vessel, his arrival was hailed with hearty cheers by a considerable part of the crew, who rushed to shake hands with him and offer their congratulations on his return, for the situation of a buccaneer captain raised him very little above the level of the lowest of his crew, who in all social intercourse claimed the privilege of being his equal. When his faction, for so these clamorous friends might be termed, had expressed their own greetings, they hurried Cleveland forward to the stern, where Goff, their present commander, was seated on a gun listening, in a sullen and discontented mood, to the shout which announced Cleveland's welcome. He was a man betwixt 40 and 50, rather under the middle size, but so very strongly made that his crew used to compare him to a 6'4" cut-down black-haired bull-necked, and beetle-browed. His clumsy strength and ferocious countenance contrasted strongly with the manly PG 202 figure and open countenance of Cleveland, in which even the practice of his atrocious profession had not been able to eradicate a natural grace of motion and generosity of expression. The two piratical captains looked upon each other for some time in silence, while the partisans of each gathered around him. The elder part of the crew were the principal adherents of Goff, while the young fellows, among whom Jack Bunce was a principal leader and agitator, were in general attached to Cleveland. At length Goff broke silence. "You are welcome aboard, Captain Cleveland Smash, my taffrail. I suppose you think yourself Commodore yet, but that was over by G when you lost your ship, and BDD. And here once for all we may take notice that it was the gracious custom of this commander to mix his words and oaths in nearly equal proportions, which he was wont to call shotting his discourse. As we delight not, however, in the discharge of such artillery, we shall only indicate by a space like this the places in which these expletives occurred, and thus, if the reader will pardon a very poor pun, we will reduce Captain Goff's volley of sharp shot into an explosion of blank cartridges to his insinuations that he was come on board to assume the chief command. Cleveland replied that he neither desired nor would accept any such promotion, but would only ask Captain Goff for a cast of the boat to put him ashore in one of the other islands, as he had no wish either to command Goff or to remain in a vessel under his orders. "And why not under my orders, brother?" demanded Goff very austerely. "Are you too good a man with your cheese PG 203 toaster, and your jib there, to serve under my orders and be DD to you, where there are so many gentlemen that are elder and better seamen than yourself?" "I wonder which of these capital seamen," it was said Cleveland coolly, "that laid the ship under the fire of yon 6-gun battery, that could blow her out of the water if they had a mind before you could either cut or slip elder and better sailors, then I may like to serve under such a lubber. But I beg to be excused for my own share, Captain. That's all I have got to tell you." "By G, I think you are both mad," said Hawkins. "The boatswain a meeting with sword and pistol may be devilish good fun in its way when no better is to be had, but who the devil that had common sense amongst a set of gentlemen in our condition would fall a-quarrelling with each other to let these duck-winged web-footed islanders have a chance of knocking us all upon the head?" "Well said, old Hawkins," observed Derrick the quartermaster, who was an officer of very considerable importance among these rovers. "I say, if the two captains won't agree to live together quietly, and club both heart and head to defend the vessel, why DN me depose them both, say I, and choose another in their stead." "Meaning yourself, I suppose, Master Quartermaster," said Jack Bunce. "But that cock won't fight. He that is to command gentlemen should be a gentleman himself, I think, and I give my vote for Captain Cleveland as spirited and as gentlemanlike a man as ever daft the world aside and bid it pass." "What you call yourself a gentleman, I wore PG 204 rant," retorted Derrick. "Why, your eyes a tailor would make a better out of the worst suit of rags in your strolling wardrobe. It is a shame for men of spirit to have such a jackadandy scarecrow on board." Jack Bunce was so incensed at these base comparisons that without more ado he laid his hand on his sword. The carpenter, however, and boatswain interfered, the former brandishing his broad axe and swearing he would put the skull of the first who should strike a blow past clouting, and the latter reminding them that by their articles all quarrelling, striking, or more especially fighting on board was strictly prohibited, and that if any gentleman had a quarrel to settle, they were to go ashore and decide it with cutlass and pistol in presence of two of their messmates. "I have no quarrel with anyone," said Goff sullenly. "Captain Cleveland has wandered about among the islands here amusing himself, and we have wasted our time and property in waiting for him, when we might have been adding $20,000 or $30,000 to the stock purse. However, if it pleases the rest of the gentlemen adventurers, why I shall not grumble about it. I propose, said the boatswain, that there should be a general council called in the great cabin, according to our articles, that we may consider what course we are to hold in this matter. A general assent followed the boatswain's proposal, for every one found his own account in these general councils, in which each of the rovers had a free vote. By far the greater part of the crew only valued this franchise, as it allowed them upon such PG 205 solemn occasions an unlimited quantity of liquor or right, which they failed not to exercise to the uttermost by way of aiding their deliberations. But a few amongst the adventurers, who united some degree of judgment with the daring and profligate character of their profession, were wont at such periods to limit themselves within the bounds of comparative sobriety, and by these, under the apparent form of a vote of the General Council, all things of moment relating to the voyage and undertakings of the pirates were in fact determined. The rest of the crew, when they recovered from their intoxication, were easily persuaded that the resolution adopted had been the legitimate effort of the combined wisdom of the whole Senate. Upon the present occasion, the debauch had proceeded until the greater part of the crew were as usual displaying inebriation, in all its most brutal and disgraceful shape, swearing empty and unmeaning oaths, venting the most horrid imprecations in the mere gaiety of their heart-singing songs, the ribaldry of which was only equalled by their profaneness. And from the middle of this earthly hell the two captains, together with one or two of their principal adherents, as also the carpenter and boatswain, who always took a lead on such occasions, had drawn together into a pandemonium or privy council of their own, to consider what was to be done, for, as the boatswain metaphorically observed, they were in a narrow channel, and behoved to keep sounding the tideway. When they began their consultations, the friends of Gough remarked to their great displeasure that he had not observed the wholesome rule to which we have just alluded, but that in endeavouring to PG 206 drown his mortification at the sudden appearance of Cleveland, and the reception he met with from the crew, the elder captain had not been able to do so without overflowing his reason at the same time. His natural sullen taciturnity had prevented this from being observed until the council began its deliberations, when it proved impossible to hide it. The first person who spoke was Cleveland, who said that so far from wishing the command of the vessel, he desired no favour at anyone's hand, except to land him upon some island or home at a distance from Kirkwall, and leave him to shift for himself. The boatswain remonstrated strongly against this resolution. The lads, he said, all knew Cleveland, and could trust his seamanship as well as his courage. Besides, he never let the grog get quite uppermost, and was always in proper trim either to sail the ship, or to fight the ship, whereby she was never without someone to keep her course when he was on board. And, as for the noble Captain Gough, continued the mediator, he is as stout a heart as ever broke biscuit, and that I will uphold him. But then when he has his grog aboard, I speak to his face, is so funny with his cranks and his jests that there is no living with him. You all remember how nigh he had run the ship on that cursed horse of Carpenture, as they call it, just by way of frolic. And then you know how he fired off his pistol under the table when we were at the great council, and shot Jack Jenkins in the knee, and cost the poor devil his leg with his pleasantry 35 PG 207. Jack Jenkins was not a chip the worse, said the carpenter. I took the leg off with my saw as well as any loblalib in the land, could have doneheated my broad axe, and seared the stumpay by, and made a juralig that he shambles about with as well as ever he did, for Jack could never cut a feather 36. You are a clever fellow, carpenter, replied the boatswain, a clever fellow, but I had rather you tried your saw and red-hot axe upon the ship's neetimbers, than on mine sink me. But that here is not the case. The question is, if we shall part with Captain Cleveland here, who is a man of thought and action, whereby it is my belief it would be heaving the pilot overboard when the gale is blowing on a lee shore. And I must say it is not the part of a true heart to leave his mates who have been here waiting for him till they have missed stays. Our water is well nigh out, and we have junketed till provisions are low with us. We cannot sail without provisions. We cannot get provisions without the good will of the Kirkwall folks. If we remain here longer, the Halcyon frigate will be down upon us. Was seen off Peterhead 2 days since. We shall hang up at the yardarm to be sundried. Now Captain Cleveland will get us out of the hobble if any can. He can play the gentleman with these Kirkwall folks, and knows how to deal with them on fair terms, and foul too, if there be occasion for it. PG 208. And so you would turn honest Captain Gough agrazing, would ye, said an old weather-beaten pirate, who had but one eye, what though he has his humours, and made my eye douse the glim in his fancies and frolics. He is as honest a man as ever walked a quarterdeck for all that, and d-n me, but I stand by him so long as t'other lantern is lit. Why you would not hear me out, said Hawkins. A man might as well talk to so many nedgers. I tell you I propose that Cleveland shall only be captain from 1 post meridim to 5, a Roman 1000, during which time Gough is always drunk. The captain of whom he last spoke gave sufficient proof of the truth of his words by uttering an inarticulate growl, and attempting to present a pistol at the mediator Hawkins. Why look ye now, said Derrick, there is all the sense he has to get drunk on council day, like one of these poor silly fellows. I said Bunce drunk, as Davies so in the face of the field, the fray and the senate. But nevertheless, continued Derrick, it will never do to have 2 captains in the same day. I think week about might suit betterand. Let Cleveland take the first turn. There are as good here as any of them, said Hawkins howsomedever. I object nothing to Captain Cleveland, and I think he may help us into deep water as well as another. I exclaimed Bunce, and a better figure, he will make at bringing these Kirkwallers to order than his sober predecessor, so Captain Cleveland, for ever. Stop, gentlemen, said Cleveland, who had hith PG 209, erdo been silent. I hope you will not choose me captain without my own consent. I by the blue vault of heaven, will be, said Bunce, if it be pro bono publico. But hear me at least, said Cleveland, I do consent to take command of the vessel since you wish it, and because I see you will ill get out of the scrape without me. Why then I say Cleveland for ever again, shouted Bunce. Be quiet prithee, dear Buncey, honest Altamont, said Cleveland. I undertake the business on this condition, that, when I have got the ship cleared for her voyage with provisions, and so forth, you will be content to restore Captain Gough to the command, as I said before, and put me ashore somewhere to shift for myself. You will then be sure it is impossible I can betray you, since I will remain with you to the last moment. Aye, and after the last moment too, by the blue vault, or I mistake the matter, muttered Bunce to himself. The matter was now put to the vote, and so confident were the crew in Cleveland's superior address and management that the temporary deposition of Gough found little resistance even among his own partisans, who reasonably enough observed he might at least have kept sober to look after his own business e'en. Let him put it to rights again himself next morning if he will. But when the next morning came, the drunken part of the crew being informed of the issue of the deliberations of the council, to which they were virtually held to have assented, showed such a superior sense of Cleveland's merits, that Gough sulky, and PG 210 malecontent, as he was judged, it wisest for the present to suppress his feelings of resentment, until a safer opportunity for suffering them to explode, and to submit to the degradation, which so frequently took place among a piratical crew. Cleveland, on his part, resolved to take upon him with spirit, and without loss of time, the task of extricating his ship's company from their perilous situation. For this purpose, he ordered the boat with the purpose of going ashore in person, carrying with him 12 of the stoutest and best men of the crew, all very handsomely appointed for the success of their nefarious profession, had enabled the pirates to assume nearly as gay dresses as their officers, and above all each man being sufficiently armed with cutlass and pistols, and several having poleaxes and poniards. Cleveland himself was gallantly attired in a blue coat lined with crimson silk, and laced with gold, very richly crimson damask waistcoat, and breeches, a velvet cap, richly embroidered with a white feather, white silk stockings, and red-heeled shoes, which were the extremity of finery among the gallants of the day. He had a gold chain, several times folded round his neck, which sustained a whistle of the same metal, the ensign of his authority. Above all, he wore a decoration peculiar to those daring depredators who, besides 1 or perhaps 2 brace of pistols at their belt, had usually 2 additional brace of the finest mounting and workmanship, suspended over their shoulders, in a sort of sling or scarf of crimson ribbon. The hilt and mounting of the captain's sword corresponded in value to the rest of his appointments, and his natural good mien was so well adapted to the whole equipment, that when PG 211 he appeared on deck, he was received with a general shout by the crew, who, as in other popular societies, judged a great deal by the eye. Cleveland took with him in the boat amongst others his predecessor in office, Gough, who was also very richly dressed, but who, not having the advantage of such an exterior as Cleveland's, looked like a boorish clown in the dress of a courtier, or rather like a vulgar-faced footpad, decked in the spoils of someone whom he has murdered, and whose claim to the property of his garments is rendered doubtful in the eyes of all who look upon him by the mixture of awkwardness, remorse, cruelty, and insolence which clouds his countenance. Cleveland probably chose to take Gough ashore with him to prevent his having any opportunity during his absence to debauch the crew from their allegiance in this guise, they left the ship, and singing to their oars, while the water foamed higher at the chorus, soon reached the quay of Kirkwall. The command of the vessel was in the meantime entrusted to Bunce, upon whose allegiance Cleveland knew that he might perfectly depend, and in a private conversation with him of some length, he gave him directions how to act in such emergencies as might occur. These arrangements being made, and Bunce having been repeatedly charged to stand upon his guard alike against the adherents of Gough, and any attempt from the shore, the boat put off as she approached the harbour. Cleveland displayed a white flag, and could observe that their appearance seemed to occasion a good deal of bustle and alarm. People were seen running to and fro, and some of them appeared to be getting under arms. The battery was manned PG 212 hastily, and the English colours displayed. These were alarming symptoms, the rather that Cleveland knew that though there were no artillerymen in Kirkwall, yet there were many sailors perfectly competent to the management of great guns, and willing enough to undertake such service in case of need. Noting these hostile preparations with a heedful eye, but suffering nothing like doubt or anxiety to appear on his countenance, Cleveland ran the boat right for the quay, on which several people armed with muskets, rifles, and fowling pieces, and others with half-pikes and whaling knives, were now assembled as if to oppose his landing. Apparently, however, they had not positively determined what measures they were to pursue, for when the boat reached the quay, those immediately opposite bore back and suffered Cleveland and his party to leap ashore without hindrance. They immediately drew up on the quay, except two who, as their captain had commanded, remained in the boat, which they put off to a little distance, a manoeuvre which, while it placed the boat, the only one belonging to the sloop, out of danger of being seized, indicated a sort of careless confidence in Cleveland and his party which was calculated to intimidate their opponents. The Kirkwallers, however, showed the old northern blood, put a manly face upon the matter, and stood upon the quay with their arms shouldered directly opposite to the rovers, and blocking up against them the street which leads to the town. Cleveland was the first who spoke as the parties stood thus looking upon each other. "How is this, gentlemen burghers?" he said. "Are you Orkney folks turned Highlandmen, that you are all under PG 213 arms so early this morning? Or have you manned the quay to give me the honour of a salute upon taking the command of my ship?" The burghers looked on each other, and one of them replied to Cleveland, "We do not know who you are." It was that other man, pointing to Gough, who used to come ashore as captain. "That other gentleman is my mate, and commands in my absence," said Cleveland. "But what is that to the purpose? I wish to speak with your Lord Mayor, or whatever you call him." "The provost is sitting in council with the magistrates," answered the spokesman. "So much the better," replied Cleveland. "Where do their worships meet?" "In the council house," answered the other. "Then make way for us, gentlemen, if you please, for my people and I are going there." There was a whisper among the townspeople, but several were unresolved upon engaging in a desperate, and perhaps an unnecessary conflict with desperate men, and the more determined citizens formed the hasty reflection that the strangers might be more easily mastered in the house, or perhaps in the narrow streets which they had to traverse, than when they stood drawn up and prepared for battle upon the quay. They suffered them therefore to proceed unmolested, and Cleveland, moving very slowly, keeping his people close together, suffering no one to press upon the flanks of his little detachment, and making 4 men who constituted his rearguard turn round and face to the rear from time to time, rendered it by his caution a very dangerous task to make any attempt upon them. PG 214. In this manner they ascended the narrow street, and reached the council house where the magistrates were actually sitting, as the citizen had informed Cleveland. Here the inhabitants began to press forward with the purpose of mingling with the pirates, and availing themselves of the crowd in the narrow entrance to secure as many as they could without allowing them room for the free use of their weapons. But this also had Cleveland foreseen, and ere entering the council room, he caused the entrance to be cleared, and secured, commanding 4 of his men to face down the street, and as many to confront the crowd who were thrusting each other from above. The burghers, recalled back from the ferocious, swarthy, and sunburnt countenances, as well as the levelled arms of these desperadoes, and Cleveland, with the rest of his party, entered the council room where the magistrates were sitting in council with very little attendance. These gentlemen were thus separated effectually from the citizens who looked to them for orders, and were perhaps more completely at the mercy of Cleveland than he, with his little handful of men, could be said to be at that of the multitude by whom they were surrounded. The magistrates seemed sensible of their danger, for they looked upon each other in some confusion when Cleveland thus addressed them. Good morrow, gentlemen, I hope there is no unkindness betwixt us. I am come to talk with you about getting supplies for my ship yonder in the roadstead. We cannot sail without them. Your ship, sir, said the provost, who was a man of sense and spirithou. Do we know that you are her captain? PG 215. Look at me, said Cleveland, and you will, I think, scarce ask the question again. The magistrate looked at Kim, and accordingly did not think proper to pursue that part of the enquiry, but proceeded to say, and if you are her captain, whence comes she? And where is she bound? For you look too much like a man-of-war's man to be master of a trader, and we know that you do not belong to the British Navy. There are more men-of-war on the sea than sail under the British flag, replied Cleveland, but say that I were commander of a free trader here willing to exchange tobacco, brandy, gin, and such like for cured fish and hides, why I do not think I deserve so very bad usage from the merchants of Kirkwall as to deny me provisions for my money. Look you, captain, said the town clerk, it is not that we are so very straight-laced, neither, for when gentlemen of your cloth come this way, it is as weel as I told the provost just to do as the collier did, when he met the deviland, that is to have neathing to say to them, if they have neathing to say to yous, and there is the gentleman pointing to Goff that was captain before you and may be captain after you. The cuckold speaks truth in that, muttered Goff, knows well how handsomely we entertained him, till he and his men took upon them to run through the town like Helicat devil's eye. See, one of them, that was the very fellow that stopped my servant wench on the street, as she carried the lantern home before me, and insulted her before my face. If it please your noble mayorship's honour and glory, said Derrick, the fellow at whom the town clerk pointed, it was not I that brought to PG 216, the bit of a tender that carried the lantern in the pulpit, was quite a different sort of a person. Who was it then, sir, said the provost. Why, please your majesty's worship, said Derrick, making several sea bows, and describing as nearly as he could the exterior of the worthy magistrate himself. He was an elderly gentleman, Dutch-built, round in the stern, with a white wig and a red nosefree like your majesty. I think, then turning to a comrade, he added, Jack, don't you think the fellow that wanted to kiss the pretty girl with the lantern t'other night was very like his worship? By G. Tom Derrick, answered the party appealed to, I believe it is the very man. This is insolence which we can make you repent of, gentlemen, said the magistrate, justly irritated at their effrontery. You have behaved in this town as if you were in an Indian village at Madagascar. You yourself, captain, if captain you be, were at the head of another riot no longer since than yesterday. We will give you no provisions till we know better whom we are supplying, and do not think to bully us when I shake this handkerchief out at the window, which is at my elbow. Your ship goes to the bottom, remember, she lies under the guns of our battery. And how many of these guns are honeycombed, Mr. Mayor, said Cleveland. He put the question by chance, but instantly perceived from a sort of confusion which the provost in vain endeavoured to hide that the artillery of Kirkwall was not in the best order. Come, come, Mr. Mayor, he said, bullying will go down with us as little as with you. Your guns yonder will do more harm to the PG 217 poor old sailors who are to work them than to our sloop. And if we bring a broadside to bear on the town, why, your wives' crockery will be in some danger. And then to talk to us of seamen being a little frolicsome ashore, why, when are they otherwise? You have the Greenland whalers playing the devil among you every now and then, and the very Dutchmen cut capers in the streets of Kirkwall like porpoises before a gale of wind. I am told you are a man of sense, and I am sure you and I could settle this matter in the course of a 5 minutes' palaver. Well, sir, said the provost, I will hear what you have to say if you will walk this way. Cleveland accordingly followed him into a small interior apartment, and when they addressed the provost, thus, I will lay aside my pistols, sir, if you are afraid of them. DN your pistols, answered the provost, I have served the king, and fear the smell of powder as little as you do. So much the better, said Cleveland, for you will hear me the more coolly now, sir. Let us be what perhaps you suspect us, or let us be anything else. What in the name of heaven can you get by keeping us here, but blows and bloodshed, for which, believe me, we are much better provided than you can pretend to be. The point is a plain one. You are desirous to be rid of us, we are desirous to be gone. Let us have the means of departure, and we leave you instantly. Look ye, captain, said the provost, I thirst for no man's blood. You are a pretty fellow, as there were many among the buccaneers in my time, but there is no harm in wishing you a better trade. PG 218, you should have the stores, and welcome for your money, so you would make these seas clear of you. But then here lies the rub. The Halcyon frigate is expected here in these parts immediately. When she hears of you, she will be at you, for there is nothing the white lapel loves better than a rover. You are seldom without a cargo of dollars. Well, he comes down, gets you under his stern. blows us into the air, if you please, said Cleveland. Nay, that must be as you please, Captain, said the provost. But then what is to come of the good town of Kirkwall that has been packing and peeling with the king's enemies? The burg will be laid under a round fine, and it may be that the provost may not come off so easily. Well then, said Cleveland, I see where your pinch lies now. Suppose that I run round this island of yours, and get into the roadstead at Stromness. We could get what we want put on board there without Kirkwall or the provost seeming to have any hand in it, or if it should be ever questioned, your want of force, and our superior strength will make a sufficient apology. That may be, said the provost, but if I suffer you to leave your present station and go elsewhere, I must have some security that you will not do harm to the country. And we, said Cleveland, must have some security on our side that you will not detain us by dribbling out our time. Till the Halcyon is on the coast now, I am myself perfectly willing to continue on shore as a hostage on the one side, provided you will give me your word not to betray me, and send some magistrate or person of consequence, PG 219, aboard the sloop, where his safety will be a guarantee for mine. The provost shook his head, and intimated it would be difficult to find a person willing to place himself as hostage in such a perilous condition, but said he would propose the arrangement to such of the council as were fit to be trusted with a matter of such weight. PG 220. Chapter Roman 15. I left my poor plough to go ploughing the deep. Dibden. When the provost and Cleveland had returned into the public council room, the former retired a second time with such of his brethren as he thought proper to advise with, and while they were engaged in discussing Cleveland's proposal, refreshments were offered to him and his party. These the captain permitted his people to partake of, but with the greatest precaution against surprisal, one party relieving the guard, whilst the others were at their food. He himself in the meanwhile walked up and down the apartment, and conversed upon indifferent subjects with those present like a person quite at his ease. Amongst these individuals, he saw somewhat to his surprise Triptolemus Yellowly, who chancing to be at Kirkwall had been summoned by the magistrates as representative, in a certain degree, of the Lord Chamberlain, to attend council on this occasion. Cleveland immediately renewed the acquaintance which he had formed with the agriculturist at Berg Westra, and asked him his present business in Orkney. Just to look after some of my little plans, Captain Cleveland. I am weary of fighting with wild PG 221 beasts at Ephesus yonder, and I just came o'er to see how my orchard was thriving. Wilk, I had planted 4 or 5 miles from Kirkwall, it may be a year bygone, and how the bees were thriving, whereof I had imported 9 skeps for the improvement of the country, and for the turning of the heather bloom into wax and honey. And they thrive, I hope, said Cleveland, who, however little interested in the matter, sustained the conversation as if to break the chilly and embarrassed silence which hung upon the company assembled. Thrive, replied Triptolemus, they thrive like everything else in this country, and that is the backward way. Want of care, I suppose, said Cleveland. The contrary, sir, quite and clean the contrary, replied the factor. They died of o'er muckle care, like Lucky Christie's chickens. I asked to see the skeps, and cunning and joyful did the fallow look, who was to have taken care of them had there been ony body in charge, but mysel, he said ye might have seen the skeps, or whatever you ca' them, but there wad hae been as mony solanges as fleas in them if it hadna been for my 4 quarters, for I watched them so closely that I saw them a-creeping out at the little holes one sunny morning, and if I had not stopped the leak on the instant, with a bit clay the deal a bee or flea, or whatever they are would have been left in the skeps, as ye ca' them. In a word, sir, he had clagged up the hives, as if the pure things had had the pestilence, and my bees were as dead as if they had been smeekadand. So ends my hope generandi gloria mellis, as Virgilius hath it. PG 222. There is an end of your mead, then, replied Cleveland, but what is your chance of cider? How does the orchard thrive? O Captain, this same Solomon of the Orcadian Ophiri, am sure no man need to send thither to fetch either talents of gold or talents of sensi. Say this wise man had watered the young apple trees in his great tenderness with hot water, and they are perished root and branch. But what avails grieving? And I wish you would tell me instead what is all the din that these good folks are making about pirates, and what for all these ill-looking men that are armed like so many Highlandmen assembled in the judgment chamber. For I am just come from the other side of the island, and I have heard nothing distinct about it, and now I look at you yoursel, Captain, I think you have mair of these foolish pistolets about you than should suffice an honest man in quiet times. And so I think too, said the Pacific Triton old Hodgen, who had been an unwilling follower of the daring Montrose. If you had been in the glen of Edarachilles, when we were sae sair worried by Sir John Worry. You have forgot the whole matter, neighbour Hodgen, said the factor. Sir John Urry was on your side, and was teen with Montrose. By the same token, he lost his head. Did he said the Triton? I believe you may be right, for he changed sides mair than ains, and wha kens whilk he died, for but always he was there, and so was I. A fight there was, and I never wished to see another. The entrance of the provost here interrupted their desultory conversation. We have deter PG 223 mind. He said, Captain, that your ship shall go round to Stromness or Scalpaflow, to take in stores in order that there may be no more quarrels between the fair folks and your seamen. And as you wish to stay on shore to see the fair, we intend to send a respectable gentleman on board your vessel, to pilot her round the mainland, as the navigation is but ticklish. Spoken like a quiet and sensible magistrate, Mr. Mayor, said Cleveland, and no otherwise than as I expected. And what gentleman is to honour our quarterdeck during my absence? We have fixed that too, Captain Cleveland, said the provost. You may be sure we were each more desirous than another to go upon so pleasant a voyage, and in such good company. But being fair time, most of us have some affairs in hand. I myself, in respect of my office, cannot be well spared. The eldest Bailey's wife is Lingin, the treasurer, does not agree with the Seatwo Baileys have the gout. The other two are absent from town, and the other 15 members of council are all engaged on particular business. All that I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, said Cleveland, raising his voice, is that I expect a moment's patience, if you please, Captain, said the provost, interrupting him, so that we have come to the resolution that our worthy Mr. Triptolmus Yellowly, who is factor to the Lord Chamberlain of these islands, shall, in respect of his official situation, be preferred to the honour and pleasure of accompanying you. Me, said the astonished Triptolmus, what the devil should I do going on your voyage? Me business is on dry land. PG 224. The gentlemen want a pilot, said the provost, whispering to him, and there is no evading to give them one. Do they want to go bump on shore? Then, said the factor, how the devil should I pilot them, that never touched rudder in my life? Hush, hush, silence, said the provost. If the people of this town heard ye say such a word, your utility and respect and rank, and everything else is clean gone. No man is anything with us island folks, unless he can hand reef and steer. Besides, it is but a mere form, and we will send old Pate Sinclair to help you. You will have nothing to do, but to eat, drink, and be merry all day. Eat and drink, said the factor, not able to comprehend exactly why this piece of duty was pressed upon him so hastily, and yet not very capable of resisting or extricating himself from the toils of the more knowing provost. Eat and drink, that is all very well, but to speak truth, the sea does not agree with me any more than with the treasurer, and I have always a better appetite for eating and drinking ashore. Hush, hush, hush again, said the provost in an undertone of earnest expostulation. Would you actually ruin your character out and out, a factor of the High Chamberlain of the Isles of Orkney and Zetland, and not like the sea? You might as well say you are a Highlander, and do not like whiskey. You must settle it somehow, gentlemen, said Captain Cleveland. It is time we were under way. Mr. Triptolmus Yellowly, are we to be honoured with your company? PG 225. I am sure, Captain Cleveland, stammered the factor, I would have no objection to go anywhere with you only. He has no objection, said the provost, catching at the first limb of the sentence, without awaiting the conclusion. He has no objection, cried the treasurer. He has no objection, sung out the whole 4 Baileys together, and the 15 councillors, all catching up the same phrase of assent, repeated it in chorus with the additions, Off good man, public spirit, honourable gentlemanberg, eternally obliged, where will you find such a worthy factor, and so forth. Astonished and confused at the praises with which he was overwhelmed on all sides, and in no shape understanding the nature of the transaction that was going forward, the astounded and overwhelmed agriculturist became incapable of resisting the part of the quaquall courteous thus insidiously forced upon him, and was delivered up by Captain Cleveland to his party, with the strictest injunctions to treat him with honour and attention. Goff and his companions began now to lead him off amid the applauses of the whole meeting, after the manner in which the victim of ancient days was garlanded and greeted by shouts when consigned to the priests for the purpose of being led to the altar, and knocked on the head a sacrifice for the commonweal. It was while they thus conducted, and in a manner forced him out of the council chamber, that poor Triptolmus, much alarmed at finding that Cleveland, in whom he had some confidence, was to remain behind the party, tried, when just going out at the door, the effect of one remonstrating bellow, nay PG 226, but Provost Captain Bailey's treasurer councillors, if Captain Cleveland does not go aboard to protect me, it is nay bargain, and go I will not unless I am trailed with cart ropes. His protest was however drowned in the unanimous chorus of the magistrates and councillors, returning him thanks for his public spirit, wishing him a good voyage and praying to heaven for his happy and speedy return, stunned and overwhelmed, and thinking, if he had any distinct thoughts at all, that remonstrance was vain, where friends and strangers seemed alike determined to carry the point against him. Triptolemus, without farther resistance, suffered himself to be conducted into the street where the pirates' boats crew, assembling around him, began to move slowly towards the quay, many of the townsfolk following out of curiosity, but without any attempt at interference or annoyance, for the pacific compromise, which the dexterity of the first magistrate had achieved, was unanimously approved of, as a much better settlement of the disputes betwixt them and the strangers than might have been attained by the dubious issue of an appeal to arms. Meanwhile, as they went slowly along, Triptolemus had time to study the appearance, countenance, and dress of those into whose hands he had been thus delivered, and began to imagine that he read in their looks not only the general expression of a desperate character, but some sinister intentions directed particularly towards himself. He was alarmed by the truculent looks of Goff, in particular, who, holding his arm with a gripe which resembled in delicacy of touch the compression of a smith's vice, cast on him from the outer corner of pg 227, his eye oblique glances like those which the eagle throws upon the prey which she has clutched, ere yet she proceeds, as it is technically called, to plume it. At length Yellowly's fears got so far the better of his prudence that he fairly asked his terrible conductor, in a sort of crying whisper, "Are you going to murder me, Captain, in the face of the laws baith of God and man?" "Hold your peace, if you are wise," said Goff, who had his own reasons for desiring to increase the panic of his captive. "We have not murdered a man these 3 months, and why should you put us in mind of it?" "You are but joking, I hope, good worthy Captain," replied Triptolemus. "This is worse than witches, dwarfs, dirking of whales, and cowping of cobbles, put all toge thirthis, is an away-ganging crop. With a vengeance, what good, in heaven's name, would murdering me do to you?" "We might have some pleasure in it at least," said Goff. "Look these fellows in the face, and see if you see one among them that would not rather kill a man than let it alone. But we will speak more of that when you have first had a taste of the bilbo sunless. Indeed, you come down with a handsome round handful of chilly boards, 37 for your ransom." "As I shall live by bread, Captain," answered the factor, "that misbegotten dwarf has carried off the whole hornful of silver." "A cat and 9 tails will make you find it again," said Goff, gruffly. "Flogging and pickling is an excellent receipt to bring a man's wealth into his mind. Twisting a bowstring round his skull till pg 228, the eyes start a little, is a very good remembrancer too." "Captain," replied Yellowly stoutly, "I have no monosyldom can improve us have we turned pasture to tillage, and barley into aits, and heather into greensward, and the poor Yaffa, as the benighted creatures here call their peat bogs, into batel grassland. But we seldom make anything of it that comes back to our ain pouch. The carles and the cartavers make it all, and the carles and the cartavers eat it all, and the deal clink down with it." "Well, well," said Goff, "if you be really a poor fellow, as you pretend, ill stand your friend." Then, inclining his head so as to reach the ear of the factor, who stood on tiptoe with anxiety, he said, "If you love your life, do not enter the boat with us." "But how am I to get away from you, while you hold me so fast by the arm that I could not get off if the whole year's crop of Scotland depended on it?" "Hark ye, you gudgeon," said Goff, "just when you come to the water's edge, and when the fellows are jumping in and taking their oars, slew yourself round suddenly to the larboard eye, will let go your arm and then cut and run for your life." Triptolemus did as he was desired. Goff's willing hand relaxed the grasp, as he had promised. The agriculturist trundled off like a football that has just received a strong impulse from the foot of one of the players, and with celerity which surprised himself as well as all beholders, fled through the town of Kirkwall. Nay, such was the impetus of his retreat, that as if the grasp of the pirate was pg 229 still open to pounce upon him, he never stopped till he had traversed the whole town and attained the open country on the other side. They who had seen him that day, his hat and wig lost in the sudden effort he had made to bolt forward, his cravat awry, and his waistcoat unbuttoned, and who had an opportunity of comparing his round spherical form and short legs with the portentous speed at which he scoured through the street, might well say that if fury ministers arms, fear confers wings. His very mode of running seemed to be that peculiar to his fleecy care, for like a ram in the midst of his race, he ever and anon encouraged himself by a great bouncing attempt at a leap, though there were no obstacles in his way. There was no pursuit after the agriculturist, and though a musket or two were presented for the purpose of sending a leaden messenger after him, yet Goff, turning peacemaker for once in his life, so exaggerated the dangers that would attend a breach of the truce with the people of Kirkwall that he prevailed upon the boat's crew to forbear any active hostilities, and to pull off for their vessel with all dispatch. The burghers, who regarded the escape of Triptolemus as a triumph on their side, gave the boat 3 cheers by way of an insulting farewell, while the magistrates, on the other hand, entertained great anxiety respecting the probable consequences of this breach of articles between them and the pirates, and could they have seized upon the fugitive very privately instead of complimenting him with a civic feast in honour of the agility which he displayed, it is likely they might have delivered the runaway hostage once more into the PG 230 hands of his foemen. But it was impossible to set their face publicly to such an act of violence, and therefore they contented themselves with closely watching Cleveland, whom they determined to make responsible for any aggression which might be attempted by the pirates. Cleveland, on his part, easily conjectured that the motive which Goff had for suffering the hostage to escape was to leave him answerable for all consequences, and relying more on the attachment and intelligence of his friend and adherent Frederick Altamont alias Jack Bunce, than on anything else, expected the result with considerable anxiety, since the magistrates, though they continued to treat him with civility, plainly intimated they would regulate his treatment by the behaviour of the crew, though he no longer commanded them. It was not, however, without some reason that he reckoned on the devoted fidelity of Bunce, for no sooner did that trusty adherent receive from Goff and the boat's crew the news of the escape of Triptolemus than he immediately concluded it had been favoured by the late captain, in order that Cleveland, being either put to death or consigned to hopeless imprisonment, Goff might be called upon to resume the command of the vessel. But the drunken old boatswain shall miss his mark, said Bunce to his confederate Fletcher, or else I am contented to quit the name of Altamont and be called Jack Bunce or Jack Dunce, if you like it better, to the end of the chapter. Availing himself accordingly of a sort of nautical eloquence, which his enemies termed slackjaw, Bunce set before the crew in a most animated manner the disgrace which they all sustained by their PG 231 captain remaining, as he was pleased to term it in the bilboes, without any hostage to answer for his safety, and succeeded so far that, besides exciting a good deal of discontent against Goff, he brought the crew to the resolution of seizing the first vessel of a tolerable appearance, and declaring that the ship, crew, and cargo should be dealt with according to the usage which Cleveland should receive on shore. It was judged at the same time proper to try the faith of the Orcadians by removing from the roadstead of Kirkwall and going round to that of Stromness, where, according to the treaty betwixt Provost Torf and Captain Cleveland, they were to victual their sloop. They resolved in the meantime to entrust the command of the vessel to a council, consisting of Goff the boatswain and Bunce himself, until Cleveland should be in a situation to resume his command. These resolutions having been proposed and acceded to, they weighed anchor, and got their sloop under sail without experiencing any opposition or annoyance from the battery, which relieved them of one important apprehension incidental to their situation. PG 232. Chapter Roman 16. Clap on more sail, pursue up with your fights. Give Firesh is my prize, or ocean whelmed them. Shakespeare. A very handsome brig, which with several other vessels was the property of Magnus Troil, the great Zetland Eudola had received on board that magnate himself, his 2 lovely daughters, and the facetious Claude Halcrow, who for friendship's sake chiefly, and the love of beauty proper to his poetical calling, attended them on their journey from Zetland to the capital of Orkney, to which Norna had referred them as the place where her mystical oracles should at length receive a satisfactory explanation. They passed at a distance the tremendous cliffs of the lonely spot of earth called the Fair Isle, which at an equal distance from either archipelago lies in the sea which divides Orkney from Zetland, and at length, after some baffling winds, made the start of Sander off the headland. So named, they became involved in a strong current well known by those who frequent these seas as the Roost of the Start, which carried them considerably out of their course, and joined to an adverse wind forced them to keep on the east side of the island of Stranza, and finally compelled them to lie by for the night in Papa Sound, since the navigation in dark or thick weather amongst so many low islands is neither pleasant nor safe. PG 233. On the ensuing morning they resumed their voyage under more favourable auspices, and coasting along the island of Stranza, whose flat, verdant, and comparatively fertile shores formed a strong contrast to the dun hills and dark cliffs of their own islands, they doubled the cape called the Lambhead, and stood away for Kirkwall. They had scarce opened the beautiful bay betwixt Pomona and Shappenshire, and the sisters were admiring the massive church of St. Magnus, as it was first seen to rise from amongst the inferior buildings of Kirkwall, when the eyes of Magnus and of Claude Halcrow were attracted by an object which they thought more interesting. This was an armed sloop with her sails set, which had just left the anchorage in the bay, and was running before the wind, by which the brig of the Udollar was beating in. A tight thing that by my ancestors' bones, said the old Udollar, but I cannot make out of what country, as she shows no colours Spanish built, I should think her. Aye, said Claude Halcrow, she has all the look of it. She runs before the wind, that we must battle with, which is the wanted way of the world, as glorious John says. With roomy deck and guns of mighty strength, whose low-laid mouths each mounting billow laves, deep in her draught and warlike in her lengths, she seems a sea-wasp flying on the waves. Brenda could not help telling Halcrow, when he had spouted this stanza with great enthusiasm, that though the description was more like a first PG 234 rate than a sloop, yet the simile of the sea-wasp served, but indifferently for either. A sea-wasp, said Magnus, looking with some surprise as the sloop, shifting her course, suddenly bore down on them. Egad, I wish she may not show us presently that she has a sting. What the Udollar said in jest was fulfilled in earnest, for without hoisting colours or hailing, 2 shots were discharged from the sloop, one of which ran dipping and dancing upon the water just ahead of the Zetlander's bows, while the other went through his mainsail. Magnus caught up a speaking trumpet and hailed the sloop to demand what she was, and what was the meaning of this unprovoked aggression. He was only answered by the stern command, down topsails instantly, and lay your mainsail to the mast. You shall see who we are presently. There were no means within the reach of possibility by which obedience could be evaded, or it would instantly have been enforced by a broadside, and with much fear on the part of the sisters and Claude Halcrow, mixed with anger and astonishment on that of the Udollar, the brig Lato, to await the commands of the captors. The sloop immediately lowered a boat with 6 armed hands commanded by Jack Bunce, which rowed directly for their prize. As they approached her, Claude Halcrow whispered to the Udollar, if what we hear of buccaneers be true, these men with their silk scarfs and vests have the very cut of them. My daughters, muttered Magnus to himself with such an agony as only a father could feel. Go down below, and hide yourselves, girls, while IPC 235. He threw down his speaking trumpet and seized on a handspike, while his daughters, more afraid of the consequences of his fiery temper to himself than of anything else, hung round him, and begged him to make no resistance. Claude Halcrow united his entreaties, adding it were best pacify the fellows with fair words. They might, he said, be Dunkirkers, or insolent man-of-war's men on a frolic. No, answered Magnus, it is the sloop which the Jagger told us of, but I will take your advice. I will have patience for these girls' sakes yet. He had no time to conclude the sentence, for Bunce jumped on board with his party, and drawing his cutlass, struck it upon the companion ladder, and declared the ship was theirs. By what warrant or authority do you stop us on the high seas? Said Magnus. Here are 6 of warrants, said Bunce, showing the pistols which were hung round him, according to a parade fashion already mentioned. Choose which you like, old gentleman, and you shall have the perusal of it presently. That is to say, you intend to rob us, said Magnus, so be it. We have no means to help. Itonly be civil to the women, and take what you please from the vessel. There is not much, but I will and can make it worth more if you use us well. Civil to the women, said Fletcher, who had also come on board with the gangwan. Were we else than civil to them? Aye, and kind to boot. Look here, Jack Bunce, you hat a trim-going little thing. Here is by G, she shall make a cruise with us, come of old squaritos what will. He seized upon the terrified Brenda with one PG 236 hand, and insolently pulled back with the other the hood of the mantle, in which she had muffled herself. Help, father, help, Minna, exclaimed the affrighted girl, unconscious, at the moment that they were unable to render her assistance. Magnus again uplifted the handspike, but Bunce stopped his hand. Avast, father, he said, or you will make a bad voyage of it presently, and you, Fletcher, let go the girl. And D.N. me, why should I let her go? Said Fletcher. Because I command you, Dick, said the other, and because ill make it a quarrel else. And now let me know, beauties, is there one of you bears that queer heathen name of Minna, for which I have a certain sort of regard? Gallant sir, said Halcrow unquestionably, it is because you have some poetry in your heart. I have had enough of it in my mouth in my time, answered Bunce, but that day is by. Old gentleman, however, I shall soon find out which of these girls is Minna. Throw back your mufflings from your faces, and don't be afraid, my Lindamiras, no one here shall meddle with you to do you wrong. On my soul, 2 pretty wenches, I wish I were at sea in an eggshell, and a rock under my lebo, if I would wish a better leaguer lass than the worst of them. Hark you, my girls, which of you would like to swing in a rover's hammock? You should have gold for the gathering. The terrified maidens clung close together, and grew pale at the bold and familiar language of the desperate libertine. Nay, don't be frightened, said he. No one PG 237 shall serve under the noble Altamont, but by her own free choice. There is no pressing amongst gentlemen of fortune, and do not look so shy upon me neither, as if I spoke of what you never thought of before. One of you at least has heard of Captain Cleveland, the rover. Brenda grew still paler, but the blood mounted at once in Minna's cheeks on hearing the name of her lover, thus unexpectedly introduced, for the scene was in itself so confounding that the idea of the vessel's being the consort of which Cleveland had spoken at Berg Westra had occurred to no one save the Udollar. I see how it is, said Bunce with a familiar nod, and I will hold my course accordingly. You need not be afraid of any injury, father, he added, addressing Magnus familiarly, and though I have made many a pretty girl pay tribute in my time, yet yours shall go ashore without either wrong or ransom. If you will assure me of that, said Magnus, you are as welcome to the brig and cargo as ever I made man welcome to a can of punch. And it is no bad thing, that same can of punch, said Bunce, if we had any one here that could mix it well. I will do it, said Claude Halcrow, with any man that ever squeezed lemon. Eric Scambester, the punchmaker of Berg Westra, being alone excepted. And you are within a grapnel's length of him too, said the Udollar. Go down below, my girls, he added, and send up the rare old man, and the punchbowl. The punchbowl, said Fletcher, I say the PG 238 bucket. DN me talk of bowls in the cabin of a poultry merchantman, but not to gentle minstrelous rovers, I would say, correcting himself, as he observed that Bunce looked sour at the mistake. And I say these two pretty girls shall stay on deck, and fill my can, said Bunce. I deserve some attendance at least for all my generosity. And they shall fill mine too, said Fletcher. They shall fill it to the brim, and I will have a kiss for every drop they spillbrule me if I want. Why then I tell you shan't, said Bunce, for ill be DD if anyone shall kiss Minna, but one, and that's neither you nor I, and her other little bit of a consort, shall scape for company. There are plenty of willing wenches in Orkney, and so now I think on it, these girls shall go down below and bolt themselves into the cabin, and we shall have the punch up here on deck al fresco, as the old gentleman proposes. Why, Jack, I wish you knew your own mind, said Fletcher. I have been your messmate these 2 years, and I love you, and yet flay me like a wild bullock, if you have not as many humours as a monkey. And what shall we have to make a little fun of, since you have sent the girls down below? Why, we will have Master Punchmaker here, answered Bunce, to give us toasts, and sing us songs, and in the meantime you there stand by sheets and tacks, and get her under way, and you steersman, as you would keep your brains in your skull, keep her under the stern of the sloop. If you attempt to play us any trick, I will scuttle your sconce as if it were an old calabash. PG 239. The vessel was accordingly got under way, and moved slowly on in the wake of the sloop, which, as had been previously agreed upon, held her course not to return to the Bay of Kirkwall, but for an excellent roadstead called Inganus Bay, formed by a promontory which extends to the eastward 2 or 3 miles from the Orcadian metropolis, and where the vessels might conveniently lie at anchor, while the rovers maintained any communication with the magistrates which the new state of things seemed to require. Meantime Claude Halcrow had exerted his utmost talents in compounding a bucketful of punch for the use of the pirates, which they drank out of large cans, the ordinary seamen, as well as Bunce and Fletcher, who acted as officers, dipping them into the bucket with very little ceremony as they came, and went upon their duty. Magnus, who was particularly apprehensive that liquor might awaken the brutal passions of these desperadoes, was yet so much astonished at the quantities which he saw them drink, without producing any visible effect upon their reason, that he could not help expressing his surprise to Bunce himself, who, wild as he was yet, appeared by far the most civil and conversable of his party, and whom he was perhaps desirous to conciliate by a compliment of which all boon topers know the value. Bones of St. Magnus, said the Udollar, I used to think I took off my can like a gentleman, but to see your men swallow captain, one would think their stomachs were as bottomless as the hole of Layfell in Fula, which I have sounded myself with a line of 100 fathoms. By my soul, the bicker of St. Magnus were but a sip to them. PG 240. In our way of life, sir, answered Bunce, there is no stint till duty calls or the puncheon is drunk out. By my word, sir, said Claude Halcrow, I believe there is not one of your people but could drink out the mickle bicker of Scarpa, which was always offered to the Bishop of Orkney, brimful of the best bummock that ever was brewed. 38. If drinking could make them bishops, said Bunce, I should have a reverend crew of them, but as they have no other clerical qualities about them, I do not propose that they shall get drunk today, so we will cut our drink with a song. And ill sing it by said or swore Dick Fletcher, and instantly struck up the old ditty. It was a ship, and a ship of fame, launched off the Starks bound for the main, with 150 brisk young men, all picked and chosen every one. I would sooner be keelhauled than hear that song over again, said Bunce, and confound your lantern jaws, you can squeeze nothing else out of them. By said Fletcher, I will sing my song whether you like it or no, and again he sung with the doleful tone of a northeaster, whistling through sheet and shrouds. Captain Glenn was our captain's name, a very gallant and brisk young man, as bold a sailor as e'er went to sea, and we were bound for High Barbary. I tell you again, said Bunce, we will have none of your screech-hole music here, and ill be PG 241 DD, if you shall sit here, and make that infernal noise. Why then ill tell you what, said Fletcher, getting up, ill sing when I walk about, and I hope there is no harm in that, Jack Bunce, and so getting up from his seat, he began to walk up and down the sloop, croaking out his long and disastrous ballad. You see how I manage them, said Bunce with a smile of self-applausilo that fellow 2 strides on his own way, and you make a mutineer of him for life, but I tie him strict up, and he follows me as kindly as a fowler's spaniel, after he has got a good beating in. Now your toast, and your song, sir, addressing Halcrow, or rather your song without your toast, I have got a toast for myself here, is success to all roving blades and confusion to all honest men. I should be sorry to drink that toast if I could help it, said Magnus Troil. What you reckon yourself, one of the honest folks, I warrant, said Bunce, tell me your trade, and ill tell you what I think of it. As for the punch-maker here, I knew him at first glance to be a tailor, who has therefore no more pretensions to be honest than he has not to be mangy, but you are some High Dutch skipper, I warrant me, that tramples on the cross when he is in Japan, and denies his religion for a day's gain. No, replied the Udollar, I am a gentleman of Zetland. Oh, what, retorted the satirical Mr. Bunce, you are come from the happy climate, where gin is a groat a bottle, and where there is daylight for ever. At your service, Captain, said the Udollar, sup PG 242, pressing with much pain some disposition to resent these jests on his country, although under every risk, and at all disadvantage. At my service, said Bunce, I, if there was a rope stretched from the wreck to the beach, you would be at my service, to cut the hawser, make flotsam and jetsam of ship and cargo. And well, if you did not give me a rap on the head with the back of the cutty-aches, and you call yourself honest, but never mind her goes the aforesaid toast, and do you sing me a song, Mr. Fashioner, and look it be as good as your punch. Halcrow, internally praying for the powers of a new Timotheus to turn his strain, and check his auditor's pride as glorious John, had it began a heart-soothing ditty with the following lines. Maidens fresh as fairest rose, listen to this lay of mine. I will hear nothing of maidens or roses, said Bunce, it puts me in mind what sort of a cargo we have got on board, and by I will be true to my messmate, and my captain, as long as I can, and now, I think Aunt Ill have no more punch either. That last cup made innovation, and I am not to play Cassio tonitand, if I drink not nobody else shall. So saying, he manfully kicked over the bucket, which, notwithstanding the repeated applications made to it, was still half full, got up from his seat, shook himself a little to rights, as he expressed it, cocked his hat, and walking the quarterdeck with an air of dignity, gave by word and signal the orders for bringing the ships to anchor, which were PG 243 readily obeyed, by both, Goff being then in all probability past any rational state of interference. The Udollar in the meantime condoled with Halcrow on their situation. It is bad enough, said the tough old Norseman, for these are rank roguesand, yet, were it not for the girls, I should not fear them. That young vapouring fellow who seems to command is not such a born devil as he might have been. He has queer humours though, said Halcrow, and I wish we were loose from him to kick down a bucket half full of the best punch ever was made. And to cut me short in the sweetest song I ever wrote, I promise you, I do not know what he may do next. It is next door to madness. Meanwhile, the ships being brought to anchor, the valiant Lieutenant Bunce called upon Fletcher, and resuming his seat by his unwilling passengers, he told them they should see what message he was about to send to the Whittles of Kirkwall, as they were something concerned in it. It shall run in Dick's name, he said, as well as in mine. I love to give the poor young fellow a little countenance now. And thendont I Dick, you DD stupid ass. Why yes, Jack Bunce, said Dick, I can't say, but as you doonly you are always bullocking one about something or other too, but howsomedever die see. Enough said, belay your jaw, Dick, said Bunce, and proceeded to write his epistle, which being read aloud, proved to be of the following tenor. For the mayor and aldermen of Kirkwall, gentlemen, as contrary to your good faith, given you have not sent us on board a hostage for the safety of our PG 244 captain, remaining on shore at your request, these come to tell you we are not thus to be trifled with. We have already in our possession a brig with a family of distinction, its owners and passengers, and as you deal with our captain, so will we deal with them in every respect. And as this is the first, so assure yourselves, it shall not be the last damage which we will do to your town and trade if you do not send on board our captain, and supply us with stores according to treaty. Given on board the brig Mergus of Bergwestra, lying in Ingarnus Bay, witness our hands commanders of the fortunes, favourite and gentlemen adventurers. He then subscribed himself Frederick Altamont, and handed the letter to Fletcher, who read the said subscription with much difficulty, and admiring the sound of it very much swore he would have a new name himself, and the rather that Fletcher was the most crabbed word to spell and constir he believed in the whole dictionary, he subscribed himself accordingly Timothy Tugman. Will you not add a few lines to the coxcombs, said Bunce, addressing Magnus. Not I, returned the Udollar, stubborn in his ideas of right and wrong even in so formidable an emergency. The magistrates of Kirkwall know their duty, and were I, they but hear the recollection that his daughters were at the mercy of these ruffians, blanked the bold visage of Magnus Troyle, and checked the defiance which was just about to issue from his lips. D.N. me, said Bunce, who easily conjectured what was passing in the mind of his prisoner. That pause would have told well on the stage. 8 PG 245 would have brought down pit box and gallery, egad, as Bayes has it. I will hear nothing of Bayes, said Claude Halcrow himself, a little elevated. It is an impudent satire on Glorious John, but he tickled Buckingham off for it. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various. Hold your peace, said Bunce, drowning the voice of the admirer of Dryden in louder and more vehement asseveration. The rehearsal is the best farce ever was written, and ill make him kiss the gunner's daughter that denies it. D.N. me, I was the best Prince Prettyman ever walked the boards. Sometimes a fisher's son, sometimes a prince. But let us to business. Hark ye, old gentleman, to Magnus, you have a sort of sulkiness about you, for which some of my profession would cut your ears out of your head, and broil them for your dinner with red pepper. I have known Goff do so to a poor devil, for looking sour and dangerous when he saw his sloop go to Davy Jonas Locker with his only son on board. But I'm a spirit of another sort, and if you or the ladies are ill used, it shall be the Kirkwall people's fault, and not mine, and that's fair, and so you had better let them know your condition and your circumstances, and so forthand, that's fair too. Magnus, thus exhorted, took up the pen, and attempted to write, but his high spirit so struggled with his paternal anxiety, that his hand refused its office. I cannot help it, he said, after 1 or 2 PG 246 illegible attempts to write. I cannot form a letter if all our lives depended upon it. And he could not with his utmost efforts so suppress the convulsive emotions which he experienced, but that they agitated his whole frame. The willow, which bends to the tempest, often escapes better than the oak which resists it, and so in great calamities, it sometimes happens that light and frivolous spirits recover their elasticity and presence of mind sooner than those of a loftier character. In the present case, Claude Halcrow was fortunately able to perform the task which the deeper feelings of his friend and patron refused. He took the pen, and in as few words as possible explained the situation in which they were placed, and the cruel risks to which they were exposed, insinuating at the same time as delicately as he could express it, that to the magistrates of the country, the life and honour of its citizens should be a dearer object than even the apprehension or punishment of the guilty, taking care, however, to qualify the last expression as much as possible, for fear of giving umbrage to the pirates. Bunce read over the letter, which fortunately met his approbation, and on seeing the name of Claude Halcrow at the bottom, he exclaimed in great surprise, and with more energetic expressions of asseveration than we choose to record, why, you are the little fellow that played the fiddle to old manager Gadabout's company at Hoggs Norton. The first season I came out there, I thought I knew your catchword of Glorious John. At another time, this recognition might not have been very grateful to Halcrow's minstrel pride, but as matters stood with him, the discovery of a golden mine could not have made him more happy. He PG 247 instantly remembered the very hopeful young performer who came out in Don Sebastian, and judiciously added that the muse of Glorious John had never received such excellent support. During the time that he was first, he might have added an only violin to Mr. Gadabout's company. Why, yes, said Bunce, I believe you are right. I think I might have shaken the scene as well as Booth or Betterton either, but I was destined to figure on other boards striking his foot upon the deck, and I believe I must stick by them till I find no board at all to support me. But now, old acquaintance, I will do something for yousler yourself this way. A bit I would have you solus. They leaned over the taffrail, while Bunce whispered, with more seriousness than he usually showed, I am sorry for this honest old heart of Norway pine blight me, if I am no turned for the daughters too. Besides, I have my own reasons for befriending one of them. I can be a wild fellow with a willing lass of the game, but to such decent and innocent creature Resden, me I am Scipio at Numantia, and Alexander in the tent of Darius. You remember how I touch off Alexander here, he started into heroics. Thus from the grave I rise to save my love. All draw your swords, with wings of lightning move. When I rush on shore none will dare to stay. T's beauty calls and glory shows the way. Claude Halcrow failed not to bestow the necessary commendations on his declamation, declaring that in his opinion as an honest man, he had always thought Mr. Altamont's giving that speech far superior in tone and energy to Betterton pg 248. Bunce or Altamont wrung his hand tenderly. Ah, you flatter me, my dear friend, he said. Yet why had not the public some of your judgment? I should not then have been at this pass. Heaven knows, my dear Mr. Halcrow, heaven knows with what pleasure I could keep you on board with me, just that I might have one friend who loves as much to hear as I do to recite the choicest pieces of our finest dramatic authors. The most of us are beasts, and for the Quaquall hostage yonder, he uses me egad as I use Fletcher, I think, and huffs me the more I do for him. But how delightful it would be in a tropic night, when the ship was hanging on the breeze with a broad and steady sail for me, to rehearse Alexander with you for my pit box and gallery, nay, for you, or a follower of the Muses as I remember, who knows, but you and I might be the means of inspiring, like Orpheus and Eurydice, a pure taste into our companions, and softening their manners, while we excited their better feelings. This was spoken with so much unction that Claude Halcrow began to be afraid. He had both made the actual punch over potent, and mixed too many bewitching ingredients in the cup of flattery which he had administered, and that under the influence of both potions, the sentimental pirate might detain him by force. Merely to realize the scenes which his imagination presented, the conjuncture was however too delicate to admit of any active effort on Halcrow's part to redeem his blunder, and therefore he only returned the tender pressure of his friend's hand, and uttered the interjection, alas, in as pathetic a tone as he could. Bunce immediately resumed, You are right, my pg 249 friend, these are but vain visions of felicity, and it remains but for the unhappy Altamont to serve the friend to whom he is now to bid farewell. I have determined to put you and the two girls ashore with Fletcher for your protection, and so call up the young women, and let them begone before the devil get aboard of me, or of someone else. You will carry my letter to the magistrates, and second it with your own eloquence, and assure them that if they hurt but one hair of Cleveland's head, there will be the devil to pay and no pitch heart. Relieved at heart by this unexpected termination of Bunce's harangue, Halcrow descended the companion ladder 2 steps at a time, and knocking at the cabin door could scarce find intelligible language enough to say his errand. The sisters, hearing, with unexpected joy, that they were to be set ashore, muffled themselves in their cloaks, and when they learned that the boat was hoisted out, came hastily on deck, where they were apprised for the first time, to their great horror, that their father was still to remain on board of the pirate. We will remain with him at every risk, said Minon, may be of some assistance to him were it, but for an instant we will live and die with him. We shall aid him more surely, said Brenda, who comprehended the nature of their situation better than Minna, by interesting the people of Quaquall to grant these gentlemen's demands. Spoken like an angel of sense and beauty, said Bunce, and now away with you for D.N. me, if this is not like having a lighted linstock in the powder room. If you speak another word, more pg 250, confound me if I know how I shall bring myself to part with you. Go in God's name, my daughters, said Magnus, I am in God's hand, and when you are gone, I shall care little for myself, and I shall think, and say as long as I live, that this good gentleman deserves a better trade. Gargaway with Eupha, they yet lingered in reluctance to leave him. Stay not to kiss, said Bunce, for fear I be tempted to ask my share into the boat with Yowitt. Stop. An instant he drew the 3 captives apart. Fletcher said, he will answer for the rest of the fellows, and will see you safe off the sea beach. But how to answer for Fletcher I know not, except by trusting Mr. Halcrow with this little guarantee. He offered the minstrel a small double-barreled pistol, which he said was loaded with a brace of balls. Minna observed Halcrow's hand tremble as he stretched it out to take the weapon. Give it to me, sir, she said, taking it from the outlaw, and trust to me for defending my sister and myself. Bravo, bravo, shouted Bunce, there spoke a wench worthy of Cleveland, the king of rovers. Cleveland, repeated Minna, do you then know that Cleveland whom you have twice named? Know him, is there a man alive, said Bunce, that knows better than I do the best and stoutest fellow, ever stepped betwixt stem and stern. When he is out of the bilboes, as please heaven, he shall soon be, I reckon, to see you come on board of us, and reign the queen of every sea we sail over. You have got the little guardian. I suppose you know how to use it. If Fletcher behaves ill to you, you need only draw up this piece of iron, with your PG 251 thumb sewn. If he persists, it is but crooking your pretty forefinger thus, and I shall lose the most dutiful messmate that ever man had, though DN the dog he will deserve his death, if he disobeys my orders. And now into the boat, but stay one kiss for Cleveland's sake. Brenda in deadly terror endured his courtesy, but Minna, stepping back with disdain, offered her hand. Bunce laughed, but kissed with a theatrical air the fair hand which she extended as a ransom for her lips, and at length the sisters and Halcrow were placed in the boat, which rowed off under Fletcher's command. Bunce stood on the quarterdeck soliloquizing after the manner of his original profession, were this told at Port Royal now, or at the Isle of Providence, or in the Petties Guaves. I wonder what they would say of me. Why, that I was a good-natured milksoper, Jacklinton Aswell. Let them, I have done enough of bad to think about it. It is worth while doing one good action if it were but for the rarity of the thing, and to put one in good humour with oneself. Then turning to Magnus Troyle he proceeded by, these are Bonarobas, these daughters of yours, the eldest would make her fortune on the London boards. What a dashing attitude the wench had with her, as she seized the pistol and me, that touch would have brought the house down. What a Roxalana the jade would have made for in his oratory. Bunce, like Sancho's gossip, Thomas Cecil, was apt to use the most energetic word which came to hand without accurately considering its propriety. I would give my share of the next prize, but to hear her spout PG 252. Away, begone, and give a whirlwind room, or I will blow you up like dust avant. Madness but meanly represents my rage. And then again, that little soft, shy, tearful trembler for Statira, to hear her recite. He speaks the kindest words and looks such things, vows with such passion, swears with so much grace, that 'tis a kind of heaven to be deluded by him. What a play we might have run up! I was a beast not to think of it before I sent them off. I to be Alexander Claude Halcrow Lysimachustes, old gentleman, might have made a Clitus for a pinch. I was an idiot not to think of it. There was much in this effusion which might have displeased the Eudola, but to speak truth, he paid no attention to it. His eye, and finally his spyglass, were employed in watching the return of his daughters to the shore. He saw them land on the beach, and accompanied by Halcrow and another man, Fletcher doubtless. He saw them ascend the acclivity and proceed upon the road to Kirkwall, and he could even distinguish that Minna, as if considering herself as the guardian of the party, walked a little aloof from the rest, on the watch as it seemed against surprise, and ready to act as occasion should require. At length, as the Eudola was just about to lose sight of them, he had the exquisite satisfaction to see the party halt, and the pirate leave them after a space, just long enough for civil farewell, and proceed slowly back on his return to the beach, blessing the great being who had thus relieved him from the most agonizing fears, which a father can feel. The worthy Eudola from that instant stood, resigned to his own fate, whatever that might be. PG 253. Chapter Romans 17. Over the mountains and under the waves, over the fountains and under the graves, over floods that are deepest, which Neptune obey, over rocks that are steepest, love will find out the way. Old song. The parting of Fletcher from Claude Halcrow and the sisters of Berg Westra on the spot where it took place was partly occasioned by a small party of armed men being seen at a distance in the act of advancing from Kirkwall, an apparition hidden from the Eudola's spyglass by the swell of the ground, but quite visible to the pirate, whom it determined to consult his own safety by a speedy return to his boat. He was just turning away when Minna occasioned the short delay which her father had observed. Stop, she said, I command you tell your leader from me that whatever the answer may be from Kirkwall, he shall carry his vessel nevertheless round to Stromness, and being anchored there let him send a boat ashore for Captain Cleveland when he shall see a smoke on the bridge of Broisker. Fletcher had thought like his messmate Bunce of asking a kiss at least for the trouble of escorting these beautiful young women, and perhaps PG 254, neither the terror of the approaching Kirkwall men nor of Minna's weapon might have prevented his being insolent, but the name of his captain, and still more the unappalled, dignified and commanding manner of Minna Troyle overawed him, he made a sea-boat promise to keep a sharp lookout, and returning to his boat, went on board with his message. As Halcrow and the sisters advanced towards the party whom they saw on the Kirkwall road, and who on their part had halted as if to observe them, Brenda, relieved from the fears of Fletcher's presence, which had hitherto kept her silent, exclaimed, "Merciful heaven, Minna, in what hands have we left our dear father?" "In the hands of brave men," said Minna steadily. "I fear not for him." "As brave as you please," said Claude Halcrow, "but very dangerous rogues for all that I know. That fellow Altamont, as he calls himself, though that is not his right name, neither as debauched a dog, as ever made a barn ring with blood and blank verse. He began with Barnwell, and everybody thought he would end with the gallows, like the last scene in Venice, preserved." "It matters not," said Minna, "the wilder the waves, the more powerful is the voice that rules them. The name alone of Cleveland ruled the mood of the fiercest amongst them." "I am sorry for Cleveland," said Brenda, "if such are his companions, but I care little for him, in comparison to my father." "Reserve your compassion for those who need it," said Minna, "and fear nothing, for our father, God knows, every silver hair on his head is to PG 255, me worth the treasure of an unsummed mine, but I know that he is safe while in yonder vessel, and I know that he will be soon safe on shore." "I would I could see it," said Claude Halcrow, "but I fear the Kirkwall people, supposing Cleveland to be such as I dread, will not dare to exchange him against the U-dollar. The Scots have very severe laws against theft-boot, as they call it." "But who are those on the road before us?" said Brenda, "and why do they halt there so jealously?" "They are a patrol of the militia," answered Halcrow. "Glorious John touches them off a little sharply, but then John was a Jacobite. Mouths without hands, maintained at vast expense. In peace a charge, in war a weak defence. Stout once amonth they march, a blustering band, and ever but in time of need at hand. I fancy they halted just now, taking us as they saw us on the brow of the hill for a party of the sloop's men, and now they can distinguish that you wear petticoats. They are moving on again." They came on accordingly, and proved to be, as Claude Halcrow had suggested, a patrol sent out to watch the motions of the pirates, and to prevent their attempting descents to damage the country. They heartily congratulated Claude Halcrow, who was well known to more than one of them, upon his escape from captivity, and the commander of the party, while offering every assistance to the ladies, could not help condoling with them on the circumstances in which their father stood, hinting, though in a delicate and doubtful manner, the difficulties which might be in the way of his liberation. PG 256. When they arrived at Kirkwall and obtained an audience of the provost and one or two of the magistrates, these difficulties were more plainly insisted upon. "The Halcyon frigate is upon the coast," said the provost. "She was seen off Duncan's Bay Head, and though I have the deepest respect for Mr. Troyle of Berg-Westra, yet I shall be answerable to law if I release from prison the captain of this suspicious vessel, on account of the safety of any individual who may be unhappily endangered by his detention. This man is now known to be the heart and soul of these buccaneers, and am I at liberty to send him aboard, that he may plunder the country, or perhaps go fight the king's ship, for he has impudence enough for anything." "Courage enough for anything, you mean, Mr. Provost," said Minna, unable to restrain her displeasure. "Why, you may call it as you please, Miss Troyle," said the worthy magistrate, "but in my opinion that sort of courage which proposes to fight singly against two is little better than a kind of practical impudence." "But our father," said Brenda, in a tone of the most earnest entreaty, "our father, the friend, I may say the father of his contrito, whom so many look for kindness, and so many for actual support, whose loss would be the extinction of a beacon in a storm. Will you indeed weigh the risk which he runs against such a trifling thing as letting an unfortunate man from prison to seek his unhappy fate elsewhere?" "Miss Brenda is right," said Claude Halcrow. "I am for letabe, as the boys say, and PG 257, never fash about a warrant of liberation, Provost, but just take a fool's counsel, and let the goodman of the jail forget to draw his bolt on the wicket, or leave a chink of a window open, or the like, and we shall be rid of the rover, and have the one best honest fellow in Orkney or Zetland on the lee side of a bowl of punch with us in 5 hours. The provost replied in nearly the same terms as before, that he had the highest respect for Mr. Magnus Troyle of Berg-Westra, but that he could not suffer his consideration for any individual, however respectable, to interfere with the discharge of his duty. Minna then addressed her sister in a tone of calm and sarcastic displeasure. "You forget," she said, "Brenda, that you are talking of the safety of a poor insignificant U-dollar of Zetland. To no less a person than the chief magistrate of the metropolis of Orkneyton, you expect so great a person to condescend to such a trifling subject of consideration. It will be time enough for the provost to think of complying with the terms sent to him, for comply with them at length he both must and will when the church of St. Magnus is beat down about his ears. You may be angry with me, my pretty young lady, said the good-humoured Provost Torf, but I cannot be offended with you. The church of St. Magnus has stood many a day, and I think will outlive both you and me much more yonder pack of unhanged dogs, and besides that your father is half an Orkneyman, and has both estate and friends among us, I give you my word, do as much for a Zetlander in distress as I would for anyone, excepting one of our own native Kirkwallers, who PG 258 are doubtless to be preferred. And if you will take up your lodgings here with my wife and myself, we will endeavour to show you, continued he, that you are as welcome in Kirkwall as ever you could be in Lerwick or Scalloway. Minna deigned no reply to this good-humoured invitation, but Brenda declined it in civil terms, pleading the necessity of taking up their abode with a wealthy widow of Kirkwall, a relation who already expected them. Halcrow made another attempt to move the provost, but found him inexorable. The collector of the customs had already threatened, he said, to inform against him for entering into treaty, or as he called it, packing and peeling with those strangers, even when it seemed the only means of preventing a bloody affray in the town. And should he now forego the advantage afforded by the imprisonment of Cleveland, and the escape of the factor, he might incur something worse than censure. The burden of the whole was that he was sorry for the U-dollar, he was sorry even for the lad Cleveland, who had some sparks of honour about him, but his duty was imperious, and must be obeyed. The provost then precluded farther argument by observing that another affair from Zetland called for his immediate attention. A gentleman named Murtown, residing at Jarlshof, had made complaint against Snailsfoot, the jagger, for having assisted a domestic of his in embezzling some valuable articles which had been deposited in his custody, and he was about to take examinations on the subject, and cause them to be restored to Mr. Murtown, who was accountable for them to the right owner. In all this information there was nothing which PG 259 seemed interesting to the sisters, excepting the word Murtown, which went like a dagger to the heart of Minna, when she recollected the circumstances under which Mordaunt Murtown had disappeared, and which, with an emotion less painful though still of a melancholy nature, called a faint blush into Brenda's cheek, and a slight degree of moisture into her eye. But it was soon evident that the magistrate spoke not of Mordaunt, but of his father, and the daughters of Magnus, little interested in his detail, took leave of the provost to go to their own lodgings. When they arrived at their relations, Minna made it her business to learn by such enquiries as she could make without exciting suspicion what was the situation of the unfortunate Cleveland, which she soon discovered to be exceedingly precarious. The provost had not indeed committed him to close custody as Claude Halcrow had anticipated, recollecting perhaps the favourable circumstances under which he had surrendered himself and loath, till the moment of the last necessity, altogether to break faith with him. But although left apparently at large, he was strictly watched by persons well armed, and appointed for the purpose, who had directions to detain him by force if he attempted to pass certain narrow precincts which were allotted to him. He was quartered in a strong room within what is called the King's Castle, and at night his chamber door was locked on the outside, and a sufficient guard mounted to prevent his escape. He therefore enjoyed only the degree of liberty which the cat in her cruel sport is sometimes pleased to permit to the mouse which she has clutched, and yet such was the terror of the PG 260 resources, the courage and ferocity of the pirate captain, that the provost was blamed by the collector, and many other sage citizens of Kirkwall, for permitting him to be at large upon any conditions. It may be well believed that under such circumstances Cleveland had no desire to seek any place of public resort, conscious that he was the object of a mixed feeling of curiosity and terror. His favourite place of exercise, therefore, was the external aisles of the Cathedral of St. Magnus, of which the eastern end alone is fitted up for public worship. This solemn old edifice, having escaped the ravage which attended the first convulsions of the Reformation, still retains some appearance of episcopal dignity. This place of worship is separated by a screen from the nave and western limb of the cross, and the whole is preserved in a state of cleanliness and decency which might be well proposed as an example to the proud piles of Westminster and St. Paul's. It was in this exterior part of the cathedral that Cleveland was permitted to walk, the rather that his guards, by watching the single open entrance, had the means, with very little inconvenience to themselves, of preventing any possible attempt at escape. The place itself was well suited to his melancholy, circumstances, the lofty and vaulted roof rises upon ranges of Saxon pillars of massive size, 4 of which still larger than the rest once supported the lofty spire which, long since destroyed by accident, has been rebuilt upon a disproportioned and truncated plan. The light is admitted at the eastern end, through a lofty, well-proportioned and richly ornamented Gothic window, and the pavement is covered with inscriptions in different languages, distinguishing the graves of noble Orcadians, pg 261, who have at different times been deposited within the sacred precincts. Here walked Cleveland, musing over the events of a misspent life, which it seemed probable might be brought to a violent and shameful close. While he was yet in the prime of youth with these dead, he said, looking on the pavement, shall I soon be numbered, but no holy man will speak a blessing, no friendly hand register an inscription, no proud descendant sculpture armorial bearings, over the grave of the pirate Cleveland, my whitening bones will swing in the gibbet irons on some wild beach or lonely cape that will be esteemed fatal, and accursed for my sake the old mariner, as he passes the sound, will shake his head, and tell of my name and actions, as a warning to his younger comrades. But Minahat, will be thy thoughts when the news reaches thee? Would to God the tidings were drowned in the deepest whirlpool betwixt Kirkwall and Berg Westra ere they came to her ear, and, oh, would to heaven that we had never met, since we never can meet again. He lifted up his eyes as he spoke, and Minna Troyle stood before him. Her face was pale, and her hair dishevelled, but her look was composed and firm with its usual expression of high-minded melancholy. She was still shrouded in the large mantle, which she had assumed on leaving the vessel. Cleveland's first emotion was astonishment, his next was joy not unmixed with awe. He would have exclaimed, would have thrown himself at her feet, but she imposed at once silence and composure on him, by raising her finger and saying in a low, but commanding accent, be cautious, we, pg 262, are observed, there are men without thee, let me enter with difficulty, I dare not remain long, thee would think thee might believe, O Cleveland, I have hazarded everything to save you. To save me, alas, poor Minna, answered Cleveland, to save me is impossible enough, that I have seen you once more were it, but to say for ever farewell. We must indeed say farewell, said Minna, for fate and your guilt have divided us for ever. Cleveland, I have seen your associates, need I tell you more, need I say that I know now what a pirate is? You have been in the ruffian's power, said Cleveland, with a start of agony. Did they presume? Cleveland, replied Minna, they presumed nothing, your name was a spell over them, by the power of that spell over these ferocious banditti, and by that alone I was reminded of the qualities I once thought my Cleveland's. Yes, said Cleveland proudly, my name has, and shall have power over them when they are at the wildest, and had they harmed you by one rude word, they should have found yet, what do I rave about, I am a prisoner. You shall be so no longer, said Minna, your Sapphire, safety of my dear father-roll, demand your instant freedom. I have formed a scheme for your liberty, which boldly executed cannot fail. The light is fading without, muffle yourself in my cloak, and you will easily pass the guards. I have given them the means of carousing, and they are deeply engaged. Haste to the lock of Stennies and hide yourself, till day dawns, then make a smoke. pg 263, on the point where the land, stretching into the lake on each side, divides it nearly in two at the bridge of Broisker. Your vessel, which lies not far distant, will send a boat ashore. Do not hesitate an instant. But you, Minna, should this wild scheme succeed, said Cleveland, what is to become of you? For my share in your escape, answered the maiden, the honesty of my own intention will vindicate me in the sight of heaven, and the safety of my father, whose fate depends on yours, will be my excuse to man. In a few words she gave him the history of their capture, and its consequences. Cleveland cast up his eyes, and raised his hands to heaven in thankfulness for the escape of the sisters from his evil companions, and then hastily added, but you are right, Minna, I must fly at all rates for your father's sake. I must fly here, then we party it not, I trust, for ever. For ever, answered a voice that sounded as from a sepulchral vault. They started, looked around them, and then gazed on each other. It seemed as if the echoes of the building had returned Cleveland's last words, but the pronunciation was too emphatically accented. Yes, for ever, said Norna of the fitful head, stepping forward from behind one of the massive Saxon pillars, which support the roof of the cathedral. Here meet the crimson foot, and the crimson hand, well for both that the wound is healed, whence that crimson was derived, well for both, but best for him who shed it here, then you meet and meet for the last time. Not so, said Cleveland, as if about to take pg 264 Minna's hand, to separate me from Minna, while I have life must be the work of herself alone. Away, said Norna, stepping betwixt them, away, with such idle folly nourish no vain dreams of future meetings. You part here, And you part for ever the hawk pairs not with the dove gilt matches, not with innocence Minna Troyle, you look for the last time on this bold and criminal man Cleveland, you behold Minna for the last time. And dream you, said Cleveland indignantly, that your mummery imposes on me, and that I am among the fools who see more than trick in your pretended art. Forbear, Cleveland, forbear, said Minna, her hereditary awe of Norna, augmented by the circumstance of her sudden appearance, O forbearsh is powerfulsh, is but too powerful, and do you, O Norna, remember my father's safety, is linked with Cleveland's. And it is well for Cleveland that I do remember it, replied the Pythoness, and that for the sake of one I am here to aid both you with your childish purpose of passing one of his bulk and stature under the disguise of a few paltry folds of wadmalwat, would your device have procured him, but instant restraint with bolt and shackle I will save him. I will place him in security on board his bark, but let him renounce these shores for ever and carry elsewhere the terrors of his sable flag, and his yet blacker name, for if the sun rises twice, and finds him still at anchor, his blood be on his own head. I look to each other look, the last look that I permit to frail affection, and say, if ye can say it, farewell for ever. PG 265. Obey her, stammered Minna, remonstrate not, but obey her. Cleveland, grasping her hand, and kissing it ardently, said, but so low that she only could hear it, farewell, Minna, but not for ever. And now, maiden, begone, said Norna, and leave the rest to the Riem Kennar. One word more, said Minna, and I obey you, tell me, but if I have caught aright, your meaning is mordaunt merton safe and recovered. Recovered and safe, said Norna, else woe to the hand that shed his blood. Minna slowly sought the door of the cathedral, and turned back from time to time to look at the shadowy form of Norna and the stately and military figure of Cleveland, as they stood together in the deepening gloom of the ancient cathedral. When she looked back a second time, they were in motion, and Cleveland followed the matron as with a slow and solemn step she glided towards one of the side aisles. When Minna looked back a third time, their figures were no longer visible. She collected herself, and walked on to the eastern door by which she had entered, and listened for an instant to the guard who talked together on the outside. The Zetland girl stays a long time with this pirate fellow, said one. I wish they have not more to speak about than the ransom of her father. I truly, answered another, the wenches will have more sympathy with a handsome young pirate than an old bedridden burgher. Their discourse was here interrupted by her of whom they were speaking, and as if taken in the manner, they pulled off their hats, made their PG 266 awkward obeisances, and looked not a little embarrassed and confused. Minna returned to the house, where she lodged, much affected, yet on the whole pleased with the result of her expedition, which seemed to put her father out of danger, and assured her at once of the escape of Cleveland, and of the safety of young Mordaunt. She hastened to communicate both pieces of intelligence to Brenda, who joined her in thankfulness to heaven, and was herself well-nigh persuaded to believe in Norna's supernatural pretensions, so much was she pleased with the manner in which they had been employed. Some time was spent in exchanging their mutual congratulations and mingling tears of hope, mixed with apprehension, when at a late hour in the evening they were interrupted by Claude Halcrow, who, full of a fidgeting sort of importance not unmingled with fear, came to acquaint them that the prisoner Cleveland had disappeared from the cathedral, in which he had been permitted to walk, and that the provost, having been informed that Minna was accessory to his flight, was coming in a mighty quandary to make enquiry into the circumstances. When the worthy magistrate arrived, Minna did not conceal from him her own wish that Cleveland should make his escape, as the only means which she saw of redeeming her father from imminent danger, but that she had any actual accession to his flight she positively denied, and stated that she had parted from Cleveland in the cathedral more than 2 hours since, and then left him in company with a third person whose name she did not conceive herself obliged to communicate. It is not needful, Miss Minna Troyle, answered PG 267, Provost Torf, for although no person, but this Captain Cleveland and yourself, was seen to enter the Kirk of St. Magnus this day, we know well enough that your cousin old Ulla Troyle, whom you Zetlanders call Norna a fitful head, has been cruising up and down upon sea and land and air, for what I know, in boats, and on ponies, and, it may be, on broomsticks, and here has been her dumb drow too, coming and going, and playing the spy on every one, and a good spy he is, for he can hear everything, and tells nothing again unless to his mistress. And we know besides that she can enter the kirk when all the doors are fast, and has been seen there more than once. God save us from the evil one, and so without farther questions asked I conclude it was old Norna whom you left in the kirk with this slashing blade, and, if so they may catch them again, that cannot, but say, however, pretty Mistress Minna, that you Zetland folks seem to forget both law and gospel, when you use the help of witchcraft to fetch delinquents out of a legal prison, and the least that you or your cousin or your father can do is to use influence with this wild fellow to go away as soon as possible without hurting the town or trade, and then there will be little harm in what has chanced, for heaven knows, I did not seek the poor lad's life, so I could get my hands free of him without blame, and far less did I wish that through his imprisonment any harm should come to worthy Magnus Troil of Berg Westra. I see where the shoe pinches you, Mr. Provost, said Claude Halcrow, and I am sure I can answer for my friend Mr. Troil, as well as for myself, that we will say, and do all in our power with this man, PG 268 Captain Cleveland, to make him leave the coast directly. And I said, Minna, am so convinced that what you recommend is best for all parties that my sister and I will set off early tomorrow morning to the house of Stennies, if Mr. Halcrow will give us his escort to receive my father when he comes ashore, that we may acquaint him with your wish, and to use every influence to induce this unhappy man to leave the country. Provost Torf looked upon her with some surprise. It is not every young woman, he said, would wish to move 8 miles nearer to a band of pirates. We run no risk, said Claude Halcrow, interfering. The house of Stennies is strong, and my cousin whom it belongs to has men and arms within it. The young ladies are as safe there as in Kirkwall, and much good may arise from an early communication between Magnus Troil and his daughters. And happy am I to see that in your case, my good old friend, as Glorious John says. After much debate, the man prevails above the magistrate. The provost smiled, nodded his head, and indicated, as far as he thought he could do so with decency, how happy he should be if the Fortune's favourite and her disorderly crew would leave Orkney without further interference or violence on either side. He could not authorize their being supplied from the shore, he said, but either for fear or favour they were certain to get provisions at Stromness. This pacific magistrate then took PG 269 leave of Halcrow and the 2 ladies, who proposed the next morning to transfer their residence to the house of Stennies, situated upon the banks of the saltwater lake of the same name, and about 4 miles by water from the road of Stromness, where the rover's vessel was lying. PG 270. Chapter Roman 18. Fly fleence, fly, thou mayst escape. Macbeth. It was one branch of the various arts by which Norna endeavoured to maintain her pretensions to supernatural powers, that she made herself familiarly and practically acquainted with all the secret passes and recesses, whether natural or artificial, which she could hear of whether by tradition or otherwise, and was by such knowledge often enabled to perform feats which were otherwise unaccountable. Thus, when she escaped from the tabernacle at Berg Westra, it was by a sliding board which covered a secret passage in the wall known to none but herself, and Magnus, who she was well assured would not betray her, the profusion also with which she lavished a considerable income otherwise of no use to her, enabled her to procure the earliest intelligence respecting whatever she desired to know, and at the same time to secure all other assistance necessary to carry her plans into effect. Cleveland, upon the present occasion, had reason to admire both her sagacity and her resources. Upon her applying a little forcible pressure, a door which was concealed under some rich wooden sculpture in the screen which divides the eastern aisle from the rest of the cathedral opened, and PG 271 disclosed a dark, narrow, winding passage, into which she entered, telling Cleveland in a whisper to follow, and be sure he shut the door behind him. He obeyed, and followed. Darkness and silence, sometimes descending steps of the number of which she always apprised him, sometimes ascending, and often turning at short angles. The air was more free than he could have expected, the passage being ventilated at different parts by unseen and ingeniously contrived spiracles, which communicated with the open air. At length, their long course ended by Norna drawing aside a sliding panel which, opening behind a wooden or barkspt, as it is called in Scotland, admitted them into an ancient but very mean apartment having a latticed window and a groined roof. The furniture was much dilapidated, and its only ornaments were on the one side of the wall a garland of faded ribbons, such as are used to decorate whale vessels, and on the other an escutcheon bearing an earl's arms and coronet, surrounded with the usual emblems of mortality, the mattock and spade, which lay in one corner, together with the appearance of an old man, who in a rusty black coat and slouched hat sat reading by a table, announced that they were in the habitation of the churchbeadle or sexton, and in the presence of that respectable functionary. When his attention was attracted by the noise of the sliding panel, he arose and, testifying much respect, but no surprise, took his shadowy hat from his thin grey locks, and stood uncovered in the presence of Norna, with an air of profound humility. "Be faithful," said Norna to the old man, and beware you show not any living mortal the secret path to the sanctuary. PG 272. The old man bowed in token of obedience, and of thanks, for she put money in his hand as she spoke with a faltering voice. He expressed his hope that she would remember his son who was on the Greenland voyage, that he might return fortunate and safe as he had done last year, when he brought back the garland, pointing to that upon the wall. My cauldron shall boil, and my rhyme shall be said in his behalf, answered Norna waits Pacolet without with the horses. The old sexton assented, and the Pythoness, commanding Cleveland to follow her, went through a back door of the apartment into a small garden, corresponding in its desolate appearance to the habitation. They had just quitted the low and broken wall, easily permitted them to pass into another, and larger garden, though not much better kept, and a gate which was upon the latch let them into a long and winding lane, through which Norna, having whispered to her companion that it was the only dangerous place on their road, they walked with a hasty pace. It was now nearly dark, and the inhabitants of the poor dwellings on either hand had betaken themselves to their houses. They saw only one woman who was looking from her door, but blessed herself, and retired into her house with precipitation, when she saw the tall figure of Norna stalk past her with long strides. The lane conducted them into the country, where the dumb dwarf waited with 3 horses, ensconced behind the wall of a deserted shed. On one of these Norna instantly seated herself. Cleveland mounted another, and followed by Pacolet on the third, they moved sharply on through the darkness, the active and spirited PG 273 animals on which they rode being of a breed rather taller than those reared in Zetland. After more than an hour's smart riding, in which Norna acted as guide, they stopped before a hovel so utterly desolate in appearance that it resembled rather a cattle-shed than a cottage. Here you must remain till dawn, when your signal can be seen from your vessel, said Norna, consigning the horses to the care of Pacolet, and leading the way into the wretched hovel, which she presently illuminated by lighting the small iron lamp which she usually carried along with her. It is a poor, she said, but a safe place of refuge, for were we pursued hither, the earth would yawn and admit us into its recesses, ere you were taken. For know that this ground is sacred to the gods of old Valhalla. And now say, man of mischief and of blood, are you friend or foe to Norna, the sole priestess of these disowned deities? How is it possible for me to be your enemy? Said Cleveland. Common gratitude. Common gratitude, said Norna, interrupting him, is a common word, and words are the common pay which fools accept at the hands of knaves, but Norna must be requited by actions, be sacrifices. Well, mother, name your request. That you never seek to see Mina Troil again, and that you leave this coast in 24 hours, answered Norna. It is impossible, said the outlaw. I cannot be soon enough found in the sea stores which the sloop must have. You can, I will take care you are fully supplied, and Caithness, and the Hebrides are not far distant. You can depart, if you will. PG 274. And why should I, said Cleveland, if I will not? Because your stay endangers others, said Norna, and will prove your own destruction. Hear me with attention from the first moment. I saw you lying senseless on the sand beneath the cliffs of Sumburg. I read that in your countenance, which linked you with me and those who were dear to me. But whether for good or evil was hidden from mine eyes. I aided in saving your life, in preserving your property. I aided in doing so the very youth whom you have crossed in his dearest affections, crossed by tale-bearing and slander. I slander Merton, exclaimed Cleveland. By heaven, I scarce mentioned his name at Berg Westra. If it is that which you mean, the peddling fellow Bryce meaning, I believe to be my friend, because he found something could be made by me. Did I have since heard carry tattle or truth, I know not which, to the old man, which was confirmed by the report of the whole island. But for me, I scarce thought of him as a rival, else I had taken a more honourable way to rid myself of him. Was the point of your double-edged knife directed to the bosom of an unarmed man, intended to carve out that more honourable way? Said Norna sternly. Cleveland was conscience-struck, and remained silent for an instant ere he replied, there indeed I was wrong, but he is, I thank heaven, recovered, and welcome to an honourable satisfaction. Cleveland, said the Pythoness, know the fiend who employs you as his implement is powerful, but with me he shall not strive. You are of that temperament which the dark influences desire, as PG 275, the tools of their agency, bold, haughty, and undaunted, unrestrained by principle, and having only in its room a wild sense of indomitable pride, which such men call honour. Such you are, and as such your course through life has been onward, and unrestrained, bloody, and tempestuous. By me, however, it shall be controlled, she concluded, stretching out her staff, as if in the attitude of determined authority, even although the demon who presides over it should now arise in his terrors. Cleveland laughed scornfully. Good mother, he said, reserve such language for the rude sailor that implores you to bestow him fair wind, or the poor fisherman that asks success to his nets and lines. I have been long inaccessible both to fear and to superstition. Call forth your demon if you command one, and place him before me. The man that has spent years in company with incarnate devils can scarce dread the presence of a disembodied fiend. This was said with a careless and desperate bitterness of spirit, which proved too powerfully energetic even for the delusions of Norna's insanity. And it was with a hollow and tremulous voice that she asked Cleveland for, "What then do you hold me if you deny the power I have bought so dearly?" "You have wisdom, mother," said Cleveland, "at least you have art, and art is power. I hold you for one who knows how to steer upon the current of events. But I deny your power to change its course. Do not therefore waste words in quoting terrors, for which I have no feeling, but tell me at once, wherefore you would have me depart." "Because I will have you see Minna no more," answered Norna. "Because Minna is the destined PG 276 bride of him, whom men call Mordaunt Mertoun. Because if you depart not within 24 hours, utter destruction awaits you." In these plain words, there is no metaphysical delusion. "Answer me as plainly." "In as plain words then," answered Cleveland. "I will not leave these islands, not at least till I have seen Minna Troyle, and never shall your Mordaunt possess her while I live." "Hear him," said Norna. "Here, a mortal man spurn at the means of prolonging his life here, a sinfula, most sinful being, refused the time which fate yet affords for repentance, and for the salvation of an immortal soul. Behold him, how he stands erect, bold, and confident in his youthful strength, and courage. My eyes unused to tear, 7 my eyes, which have so little cause to weep for him, are blinded with sorrow to think what so fair a form will be ere the second sunset." "Mother," said Cleveland firmly, yet with some touch of sorrow in his voice, "I in part understand your threats. You know more than we do of the course of the Halcyon, perhaps have the means, for I acknowledge you have shown wonderful skill of combination in such affairs of directing her crews our way. Be it so, I will not depart from my purpose for that risk. If the frigate comes hither, we have still our shoal water to trust to, and I think they will scarce cut us out with boats, as if we were a Spanish xebec. I am therefore resolved, I will hoist once more the flag under which I have cruised, avail ourselves of the 1,000 chances which have helped us in greater odds, and at the worst fight the vessel to the very last, and when mortal man can do no more, it is but snapping a PG 277 pistol in the powder room, and as we have lived so will we die." There was a dead pause as Cleveland ended, and it was broken by his resuming in a softer tone, "You have heard my answer, mother. Let us debate it no further, but part in peace. I would willingly leave you a remembrance that you may not forget a poor fellow to whom your services have been useful, and who parts with you in no unkindness, however unfriendly you are to his dearest interests. Nay, do not shun to accept such a trifle," he said, forcing upon Norna the little silver enchased box which had been once the subject of strife betwixt Mertoun and him. "It is not for the sake of the metal, which I know you value not, but simply as a memorial that you have met him of whom many a strange tale will hereafter be told in the seas which he has traversed." "I accept your gift," said Norna, "in token that if I have in aught been accessory to your fate, it was as the involuntary and grieving agent of other powers. Well, did you say, we direct not the current of the events which hurry us forward, and render our utmost efforts unavailing, even as the wells of Tuftalo 39 can wheel the stoutest vessel round, and round in despite of either sail or steerage. Packlet," she exclaimed in a louder voice. "What ho, Packlet?" A large stone which lay at the side of the wall PG 278 of the hovel fell as she spoke, and to Cleveland's surprise, if not somewhat to his fear, the misshapen form of the dwarf was seen like some overgrown reptile extricating himself out of a subterranean passage, the entrance to which the stone had covered. Norna, as if impressed by what Cleveland had said on the subject of her supernatural pretensions, was so far from endeavouring to avail herself of this opportunity to enforce them, that she hastened to explain the phenomenon he had witnessed. "Such passages," she said, "to which the entrances are carefully concealed, are frequently found in these islands, places of retreat of the ancient inhabitants, where they sought refuge from the rage of the Normans, the pirates of that day. It was that you might avail yourself of this in case of need that I brought you hither. Should you observe signs of pursuit, you may either lurk in the bowels of the earth until it has passed by, or escape, if you will, through the farther entrance near the lake by which Packlet entered. But now farewell. Think on what I have said, for as sure as you now move and breathe a living man, so surely is your doom fixed and sealed, unless within 24 hours you have doubled the Burghead." "Farewell, mother," said Cleveland, as she departed, bending a look upon him in which, as he could perceive by the lamp's sorrow, was mingled with displeasure. The interview which thus concluded left a strong effect even upon the mind of Cleveland, accustomed as he was to imminent dangers, and to hairbreadth escapes he in vain attempted to shake off the PG 279 impression left by the words of Norna, which he felt the more powerful because they were in a great measure divested of her wonted mystical tone, which he contemned 1,000 times. He regretted that he had from time to time delayed the resolution which he had long adopted to quit his dreadful and dangerous trade, and as often he firmly determined that could he but see Minitroil once more were it, but for a last farewell, he would leave the sloop as soon as his comrades were extricated from their perilous situation, endeavour to obtain the benefit of the king's pardon, and distinguish himself, if possible, in some more honourable course of warfare. This resolution, to which he again and again pledged himself, had at length a sedative effect on his mental perturbation, and wrapped in his cloak he enjoyed for a time that imperfect repose which exhausted nature demands as her tribute, even from those who are situated on the verge of the most imminent danger. But how far soever the guilty may satisfy his own mind, and stupefy the feelings of remorse by such a conditional repentance, we may well question whether it is not in the sight of heaven rather a presumptuous aggravation than an expiation of his sins. When Cleveland awoke, the grey dawn was already mingling with the twilight of an Orcadian night. He found himself on the verge of a beautiful sheet of water, which close by the place where he had rested, was nearly divided by 2 tongues of land that approach each other from the opposing sides of the lake, and are in some degree united by the bridge of Broisker, a long causeway containing openings to permit the flow and reflux of the PG 280 tide. Behind him and fronting to the bridge stood that remarkable semicircle of huge upright stones which has no rival in Britain, excepting the inimitable monument at Stonehenge. These immense blocks of stone, all of them above 12 feet, and several being even 14 or 15 feet in height, stood around the pirate in the grey light of the dawning, like the phantom forms of antediluvian giants who, shrouded in the habiliments of the dead, came to revisit by this pale light the earth which they had plagued by their oppression, and polluted by their sins, till they brought down upon it the vengeance of long-suffering heaven 40. Cleveland was less interested by this singular monument of antiquity than by the distant view of Stromness, which he could as yet scarce discover. He lost no time in striking a light by the assistance of one of his pistols, and some wet fern supplied him with fuel sufficient to make the appointed signal. It had been earnestly watched for on board the sloop, for Gough's incapacity became daily more apparent, and even his most steady adherents agreed it would be best to submit to Cleveland's command till they got back to the West Indies. Bunce, who came with the boat to bring off his favourite commander, danced, cursed, shouted, and spouted for joy when he saw him once more at freedom. They had already, he said, made some progress in victualling the sloop, and they might have made more but for that drunken old swab Gough, who minded nothing but splicing the mainbrace. The boat's crew were inspired with the same enthusiasm, and rowed so hard that although the PG 281 tide was against them, and the air or wind failed, they soon placed Cleveland once more on the quarterdeck of the vessel, which it was his misfortune to command. The first exercise of the captain's power was to make known to Magnus Troil that he was at full freedom to depart, that he was willing to make him any compensation in his power for the interruption of his voyage to Kirkwall, and that Captain Cleveland was desirous, if agreeable to Mr. Troil, to pay his respects to him on board his brig, thank him for former favours, and apologise for the circumstances attending his detention. To Bunce, who, as the most civilised of the crew, Cleveland had entrusted this message, the old plain-dealing Udollar made the following answer: "Tell your captain that I should be glad to think he had never stopped anyone upon the high sea, save such as have suffered as little as I have. Say too that if we are to continue friends, we shall be most so at a distance, for I like the sound of his cannon balls as little by sea as he would like the whistle of a bullet by land from my rifle gun. Say, in a word, that I am sorry I was mistaken in him, and that he would have done better to have reserved for the Spaniard the usage he is bestowing on his countrymen." "And so that is your message, old Snapculrick," said Bunce. "Now stap my vitals if I have not a mind to do your errand for you over the left shoulder, and teach you more respect for gentlemen of fortune. But I want, and chiefly for the sake of your 2 pretty wenches, not to mention my old friend Claude Halcrow, the very visage of whom brought back all the old days of scene-shifting, and PG 282 candle snuffing, so good morrow to you, Gaffer Sealscap, and all is said that need pass between us." No sooner did the boat put off with the pirates who left the brig, and now returned to their own vessel than Magnus, in order to avoid reposing unnecessary confidence in the honour of these gentlemen of fortune, as they called themselves, got his brig under way, and the wind coming favourably round, and increasing. As the sun rose, he crowded all sail for Scalpaflow, intending there to disembark, and go by land to Kirkwall, where he expected to meet his daughters and his friend Claude Halcrow. pg 283. Chapter Roman 19. Now Emma, now the last reflection make. What thou wouldst follow, what thou must forsake. By our illumined stars and adverse heaven, no middle object to thy choice is given. Henry and Emma. The sun was high in heaven, the boats were busily fetching off from the shore the promised supply of provisions and water, which, as many fishing skiffs were employed in the service, were got on board with unexpected speed, and stowed away by the crew of the sloop with equal dispatch. All worked with good will, for all save Cleveland himself were weary of a coast where every moment increased their danger, and where which they esteemed a worse misfortune. There was no booty to be won. Bunce and Derrick took the immediate direction of this duty, while Cleveland, walking the deck alone, and in silence, only interfered from time to time to give some order which circumstances required, and then relapsed into his own sad reflections. There are two sorts of men whom situations of guilt, terror, and commotion bring forward as prominent agents. The first are spirits so naturally moulded and fitted for deeds of horror that they stalk forth from their lurking places like actual demons to work in their native element, as the hideous apparition of the bearded man came forth pg 284 at Versailles on the memorable 5th October 1789, the delighted executioner of the victims delivered up to him by a bloodthirsty rabble. But Cleveland belonged to the second class of these unfortunate beings, who are involved in evil rather by the concurrence of external circumstances than by natural inclination, being indeed one in whom, his first engaging in this lawless mode of life, as the follower of his father, nay perhaps even his pursuing it, as his father's avenger, carried with it something of mitigation and apologion also, who often considered his guilty situation with horror, and had made repeated though ineffectual efforts to escape from it. Such thoughts of remorse were now rolling in his mind, and he may be forgiven if recollections of Minna mingled with and aided them. He looked around too on his mates, and profligate, and hardened as he knew them to be, he could not think of their paying the penalty of his obstinacy. We shall be ready to sail with the ebb tide, he said to himself. Should I endanger these men by detaining them till the hour of danger predicted by that singular woman shall arrive, her intelligence, howsoever acquired, has been always strangely accurate, and her warning was as solemn as if a mother were to apprise an erring son of his crimes and of his approaching punishment. Besides, what chance is there that I can again see Minna? She is at Kirkwall doubtless, and to hold my course thither would be to steer right upon the rocks. No, I will not endanger these poor fellows. I will sail with the ebb tide on the desolate Hebrides or on the northwest coast of Ireland. I will leave the vessel and return hither in some disguise. pg 285. Why should I return, since it will perhaps be only to see Minna, the bride of Mordaunt? Not let the vessel sail with this ebb tide without me. I will abide and take my fate. His meditations were here interrupted by Jack Bunce, who, hailing him noble captain, said they were ready to sail when he pleased. When you please, Bunce, for I shall leave the command with you and go ashore at Stromness, said Cleveland. You shall do no such matter, by heaven, answered Bunce. The command with me truly, and how the devil am I to get the crew to obey me? Why, even Dick Fletcher rides rusty on me now. And then you know well enough that without you we shall be all at each other's throats in half an hour, and if you desert us, what a rope's end does it signify whether we are destroyed by the king's cruisers or by each other? Come, noble captain, there are black-eyed girls enough in the world, but where will you find so tight a sea-boat as the little favourite here manned, as she is with a set of tearing lads, fit to disturb the peace of all the world, and rule it when 'tis wildest? You are a precious fool, Jack Bunce, said Cleveland, half angry, and in despite of himself, half diverted by the false tones and exaggerated gesture of the stage-struck pirate. It may be so, noble captain, answered Bunce, and it may be that I have my comrades in my folly here. Are you now going to play all for love, and the world well lost? And yet you cannot bear a pg 286 harmless bounce in blank verse. Well, I can talk prose for the matter, for I have news enough to tell, and strange news too, and stirring news to boot. Well, prithee deliver them, to speak thy own cant like a man of this world. The Stromness fishers will accept nothing for their provisions and trouble, said Bunceother, is a wonder for you. And for what reason, I pray, said Cleveland. it is the first time I have ever heard of cash being refused at a seaport. Truthy commonly lay the charges on as thick as if they were caulking, but here is the matter: the owner of the brig yonder, the father of your fair Emoinda, stands paymaster, by way of thanks for the civility with which we treated his daughters, and that we may not meet our due, as he calls it, on these shores. It is like the frank-hearted old Udollar, said Cleveland, but is he at Stromness? I thought he was to have crossed the island for Kirkwall. He did so purpose, said Bunce, but more folks than King Duncan changed the course of their voyage. He was no sooner ashore than he was met with by a meddling old witch of these parts, who has her finger in every man's pie, and by her counsel he changed his purpose of going to Kirkwall and lies at anchor for the present in yonder white house that you may see with your glass up the lake yonder. I am told the old woman clubbed also to pay for the sloop's stores. Why she should shell out the boards, I cannot conceive an idea, except that she is said to be a witch and may befriend us as so many devils. PG 287. But who told you all this, said Cleveland, without using his spyglass, or seeming so much interested in the news as his comrade had expected? Why, replied Bunce, I made a trip ashore this morning to the village, and had a ken with an old acquaintance who had been sent by Master Troyle to look after matters, and I fished it all out of him, and more too than I am desirous of telling you, noble captain. And who is your intelligencer, said Cleveland, has he got no name? Why, he is an old fiddling foppish acquaintance of mine, called Halcrow, if you must know, said Bunce. Halcrow, echoed Cleveland, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Claude Halcrow, he went ashore at Ingarnus with Minna, and her sister. Where are they? Why, that is just what I did not want to tell you, replied the confidant, yet hang me if I can help it, for I cannot balk a fine situation. That start had a fine effecto I, and the spyglass is turned on the house of Stennies. Now well, yonder they are, it must be confessed indifferently well guarded, to some of the old witches. People are come over from that mountain of an island hoy, as they call it, and the old gentleman has got some fellows under arms himself. But what of all that, noble captain, give you but the word, and we snap up the wenches, tonight clap them under hatchesman, the capstern, by daybreak up topsail, send sail with the morning tide. You sicken me with your villainy, said Cleveland, turning away from him. PG 288. Villainy and sicken you, said Bunce. Now pray, what have I said, but what has been done 1,000 times by gentlemen of fortune like ourselves? Mention it not again, said Cleveland, then took a turn along the deck in deep meditation, and coming back to Bunce took him by the hand, and said, Jack, I will see her once more. With all my heart, said Bunce sullenly. Once more will I see her, and it may be to abjure at her feet this cursed trade and expiate my offences. At the gallows, said Bunce, completing the sentence with, all my heart confess and be hanged, is a most reverend proverb. Nay, but dear Jack, said Cleveland. Dear Jack, answered Bunce in the same sullen tone. Dear sight you have been to dear Jack, but hold your own course. I have done with caring for you for ever. I should but sicken you with my villainous counsels. Now must I soothe this silly fellow as if he were a spoiled child, said Cleveland, speaking at Bunce, but not to him, and yet he has sense enough and bravery enough too, and one would think kindness enough to know that men don't pick their words during a gale of wind. Why, that's true, Clement, said Bunce, and there is my hand upon it, and now I think upunt you shall have your last interview, for it's out of my line to prevent a parting scene, and what signifies a tide can sail by tomorrow's ebb as well as by this. Cleveland sighed, for Norna's prediction rushed on his mind, but the opportunity of a last meeting PG 289 with Minna was too tempting to be resigned either for presentiment or prediction. I will go presently ashore to the place where they all are, said Bunce, and the payment of these stores shall serve me for a pretext, and I will carry any letters or message from you to Minna with the dexterity of a valet de chamber. But they have armed men, you may be in danger, said Cleveland. Not a whit, replied Bunce. I protected the wenches when they were in my power. I warrant their father will neither wrong me nor see me wronged. You say true, said Cleveland. It is not in his nature. I will instantly write a note to Minna, and he ran down to the cabin for that purpose, where he wasted much paper air with a trembling hand and throbbing heart. He achieved such a letter as he hoped might prevail on Minna to permit him a farewell meeting on the succeeding morning. His adherent Bunce in the meanwhile sought out Fletcher, of whose support to second any motion, whatever he accounted himself perfectly sure, and followed by this trusty satellite, he intruded himself on the awful presence of Hawkins the boatswain, and Derrick the quartermaster, who were regaling themselves with a can of rumbo after the fatiguing duty of the day. Here comes, he can tell us, said Derrick. So, Master Lieutenant, for so we must call you now. I think let us have a peep into your counsels. When will the anchor be at trip? When it pleases heaven, master quartermaster, answered Bunce, for I know no more than the sternpost. PG 290. Why DN my buttons, said Derrick, do we not weigh this tide? Or tomorrow's tide at farthest, said the boatswain. Why, what have we been slaving the whole company for to get all these stores aboard? Gentlemen, said Bunce, you are to know that Cupid has laid our captain on board, carried the vessel, and nailed down his wits under hatches. What sort of play stuff is all this, said the boatswain gruffly. If you have anything to tell us, say it in a word like a man. Howsomedever, said Fletcher, I always think Jack Bunce speaks like a man, and acts like a man too, and so dicey. Hold your peace, dear Dick, best of bullybacks, be silent, said Bunce. Gentlemen, in one word, the captain is in love. Why now only think of that, said the boatswain, not but that I have been in love as often as any man, when the ship was laid up. Well, but continued Bunce, Captain Cleveland is in love, yes, Prince Valsius is in love, and though that's the cue for laughing on the stage, it is no laughing matter here. He expects to meet the girl tomorrow for the last time, and that we all know leads to another meeting and another, and so on till the halcyon is down on us, and then we may look for more kicks than halfpence. By, said the boatswain with a sounding oath, well, have a mutiny, and not allow him to go ashore, Derrick. And the best way too, said Derrick. What do I think of it, Jack Bunce, said Fletcher, in whose ears this counsel sounded very PG 291 sagely, but who still bent a wistful look upon his companion. Why, look ye, gentlemen, said Bunce, I will mutiny none, and stap my vitals if any of you shall. Why then I won't for one, said Fletcher, but what are we to do since howsomedever? Stopper your jaw, Dick, will you, said Bunce. Now, boatswain, I am partly of your mind, that the captain must be brought to reason by a little wholesome force, but you all know he has the spirit of a lion, and will do nothing unless he is allowed to hold on his own course. Well, I'll go ashore, and make this appointment. The girl comes to the rendezvous in the morning, and the captain goes ashore. Take a boat's crew with us to row against tide and current, and we will be ready at the signal to jump ashore, and bring off the captain and the girl whether they will or no. The Petchold will not quarrel with us, since we bring off his whirligig along with him, and if he is still fractious, why we will weigh anchor without his orders, and let him come to his senses at leisure, and know his friends another time. Why, this has a face with it, Master Derrick, said Hawkins. Jack Bunce is always right, said Fletcher. Howsomedever, the captain will shoot some of us, that is certain. Hold your jaw, Dick, said Bunce. Pray, who the devil cares, do you think, whether you are shot or hanged? Why, it don't much argufy for the matter of that, replied Dick. Howsomedever. Be quiet, I tell you, said his inexorable patron, and hear me out. We will take him at unawares, PG 292, so that he shall neither have time to use cutlass nor pops, and I myself, for the dear love I bear him, will be the first to lay him on his back. There is a nice tight-going bit of a pinnace, that is a consort of this chase of the captain's. If I have an opportunity, I'll snap her up on my own account. Yes, yes, said Derrick, let you alone for keeping on the lookout for your own comforts. Faith, nay, said Bunce, I only snatch at them when they come fairly in my way, or are purchased by dint of my own wit. And none of you could have fallen on such a plan as this. We shall have the captain with us head, hand, and heart, and all besides making a scene fit to finish a comedy, so I will go ashore to make the appointment. And do you possess some of the gentlemen who are still sober and fit to be trusted with the knowledge of our intentions? Bunce with his friend Fletcher departed accordingly, and the two veteran pirates remained looking at each other in silence, until the boatswain spoke at last. Blow me, Derrick, if I like these two daffodendily young fellows, they are not the true breed. Why, they are no more like the rovers I have known than this sloop is to first-rate. Why, there was old Sharp that read prayers to his ship's company every Sunday. What would he have said to have heard it proposed to bring 2 wenches on board? And what would tough old Blackbeard have said, answered his companion, if they had expected to keep them to themselves? They deserve to be made to walk the plank for their impudence, or to be tied back to back, and set adiving, and I care not how soon. PG 293. Ay, but who is to command the ship then, said Hawkins. Why, what ails you at old Goff, answered Derrick. Why, he has sucked the monkey so long, and so often, said the boatswain, that the best of him is buffed. He is little better than an old woman when he is sober, and he is roaring mad when he is drunk. We have had enough of Goff. Why then, what do I say to yourself or to me, boatswain? Demanded the quartermaster. I am content to toss up for it. Rot it, no, answered the boatswain after a moment's consideration. If we were within reach of the trade winds, we might either of us make a shift, but it will take all Cleveland's navigation to get us there. And so I think there is nothing like Bunce's project for the present. Hark, he calls for the bow-tie must go on deck, and have her lowered for his honour dn his eyes. The boat was lowered accordingly, made its voyage up the lake with safety, and landed Bunce within a few hundred yards of the old mansion house of Stennys. Upon arriving in front of the house, he found that hasty measures had been taken to put it in a state of defence, the lower windows being barricaded with places left for use of musketry, and a ship-gun being placed, so as to command the entrance, which was besides guarded by 2 sentinels. Bunce demanded admission at the gate, which was briefly and unceremoniously refused, with an exhortation to him, at the same time, to be gone about his business before worse came of it, as he continued, however importunately, to insist on seeing someone of the family, and stated his PG 294 business to be of the most urgent nature. Claude Halcrow at length appeared, and with more peevishness than belonged to his usual manner, that admirer of glorious John, expostulated with his old acquaintance upon his pertinacious folly. You are, he said, like foolish moths, fluttering about a candle, which is sure at last to consume you. And you said Bunce are a set of stingless drones, whom we can smoke out of your defences at our pleasure, with 6 of hand grenades. Smoke a fool's head, said Halcrow. Take my advice, and mind your own matters, or there will be those upon you, will smoke you to purpose. Either begone, or tell me in 2 words, what you want, for you are like to receive no welcome here save from a blunderbuss. We are men enough of ourselves, and here is young Mordaunt Merton come from Hoy, whom your captain so nearly murdered. Tush, man, said Bunce, he did, but let out a little malapert blood. We want no such phlebotomy here, said Claude Halcrow, and besides your patient turns out to be nearer allied to us than either you or we thought of, so you may think how little welcome the captain or any of his crew are like to be here. Well, but what if I bring money for the stores sent on board? Keep it till it is asked of you, said Halcrow. There are 2 bad paymasters that pays too soon, and he that does not pay at all. Well, then let me at least give our thanks to the donor, said Bunce. Keep them too, till they are asked for, answered the poet. PG 295. So this is all the welcome I have of you for old acquaintance' sake, said Bunce. Why, what can I do for you, Master Altamont? Said Halcrow, somewhat moved. If young Mordaunt had had his own, well, he would have welcomed you with the red burgundy number 1000. For God's sake begone, else the stage direction will be enter guard and seize Altamont. I will not give you the trouble, said Bunce, but will make my exit instantly. Stay a moment, I had almost forgot that I have a slip of paper for the tallest of your girls. Their Minna is her name. It is a farewell from Captain Cleveland. You cannot refuse to give it her. Ah, poor fellow, said Halcrow, I comprehend, farewell, fair Armida. Mid pikes and mid bullets, mid tempests and fire, the danger is less than in hopeless desire. Tell me but Thissy's there poetry in it. Chokeful to the seal with song, sonnet, and elegy, answered Bunce, but let her have it cautiously and secretly. Tush, man, teach me to deliver a billet. Doubts me, who have been in the Wits' coffee house, and have seen all the toasts of the Kit Kat Club. Minna shall have it then, for old acquaintance' sake, Mr. Altamont, and for your captain's sake too, who has less of the core of devil about him than his trade requires. There can be no harm in a farewell letter. Farewell then, old boy, for ever and a day, said Bunce, and seizing the poet's hand gave it so hearty a gripe that he left him roaring, and shaking PG 296 his fist like a dog, when a hot cinder has fallen on his foot. Leaving the rover to return on board the vessel, we remain with the family of Magnus Troyle, assembled at their kinsman's mansion of Stennys, where they maintained a constant and careful watch against surprise. Mordaunt Merton had been received with much kindness by Magnus Troyle, when he came to his assistance with a small party of Norna's dependents placed by her under his command. The Udollar was easily satisfied that the reports instilled into his ears by the Jagger zealous to augment his favour towards his more profitable customer Cleveland, by diminishing that of Merton, were without foundation. They had indeed been confirmed by the good lady Glowerum and by common fame, both of whom were pleased to represent Mordaunt Merton as an arrogant pretender to the favour of the sisters of Berg Westra, who only hesitated sultan-like on whom he should bestow the handkerchief. But common fame, Magnus considered, was a common liar, and he was sometimes disposed, where scandal was concerned, to regard the good lady Glowerum as rather an uncommon specimen of the same genus. He therefore received Mordaunt once more into full favour, listened with much surprise to the claim which Norna laid to the young man's duty, and with no less interest to her intention of surrendering to him the considerable property which she had inherited from her father. Nay, it is even probable that though he gave no immediate answer to her hints concerning an union, betwixt his eldest daughter and her heir he might think such an alliance pg 297 recommended well by the young man's personal merits, as by the chance it gave of reuniting the very large estate which had been divided betwixt his own father and that of Norna. At all events, the Udollar received his young friend with much kindness, and he and the proprietor of the mansion joined in entrusting to him, as the youngest and most active of the party, the charge of commanding the night watch and relieving the sentinels around the house of Stennies. PG 298. Chapter Roman 20 of an outlaw. This is the law, that men him take and bind, without pity hanged to be, and wave with the wind. The Ballad of the Nut-Brown Maid. Mordaunt had caused the sentinels who had been on duty since midnight to be relieved ere the peep of day, and having given directions that the guard should be again changed at sunrise, he had retired to a small parlour, and placing his arms beside him was slumbering in an easy-chair, when he felt himself pulled by the watch-cloak in which he was enveloped. "Is it sunrise?" said he. Already, as starting up, he discovered the first beams lying level upon the horizon. "Mordaunt," said a voice, every note of which thrilled to his heart. He turned his eyes on the speaker, and Brenda Troyle, to his joyful astonishment, stood before him. As he was about to address her eagerly, he was checked by observing the signs of sorrow and discomposure in her pale cheeks, trembling lips and brimful eyes. "Mordaunt," she said, "you must do Minna and me a favour. You must allow us to leave the house quietly, and without alarming anyone, in order to go as far as the standing stones of Stennies, PG 290. "What freak can this be, dearest Brenda?" said Mordaunt, much amazed at the request. "Some Orcadian observance of superstition, perhaps, but the time is too dangerous, and my charge from your father too strict, that I should permit you to pass without his consent. Consider, dearest Brenda, I am a soldier on duty, and must obey orders." "Mordaunt," said Brenda, "this is no jesting matter. Minna's reason, nay, Minna's life, depends on your giving us this permission." "And for what purpose?" said Mordaunt. "Let me at least know that." "For a wild and a desperate purpose," replied Brenda. "It is that she may meet Cleveland." "Cleveland," said Mordaunt, "should the villain come ashore, he shall be welcomed with a shower of rifle balls. Let me within 100 yards of him," he added, grasping his piece, "and all the mischief he has done me shall be balanced with an ounce bullet." "His death will drive Minna frantic," said Brenda, "and him who injures Minna, Brenda, will never again look upon." "This is madness, raving madness," said Mordaunt. "Consider your honour, consider your duty." "I can consider nothing but Minna's danger," said Brenda, breaking into a flood of tears. Her former illness was nothing to the state she has been in all night. She holds in her hand his letter written in characters of fire, rather than of ink, imploring her to see him for a last farewell, as she would save a mortal body, and an immortal soul, pledging himself for her safety, and declaring no PG 300 power shall force him from the coast, till he has seen her. "You must let us pass." "It is impossible," replied Mordaunt, in great perplexity. "This ruffian has imprecations enough doubtless at his fingers, and but what better pledge has he to offer? I cannot permit Minna to go." "I suppose," said Brenda somewhat reproachfully, while she dried her tears, yet still continued sobbing, "that there is something in what Norna spoke of betwixt Minna and you, and that you are too jealous of this poor wretch to allow him even to speak with her an instant before his departure." "You are unjust," said Mordaunt, hurt, and yet somewhat flattered by her suspicions. "You are as unjust as you are imprudent. You know you cannot. But know that Minna is chiefly dear to me, as your sister. Tell me, Brendan, tell me truly, if I aid you in this folly, have you no suspicion of the pirate's faith?" "No, none," said Brenda. "If I had any, do you think I would urge you thus? He is wild and unhappy, but I think we may in this trust him." "Is the appointed place the standing stones, and the time daybreak again?" demanded Mordaunt. "It is, and the time is come," said Brenda. "For heaven's sake, let us depart." "I will myself," said Mordaunt, "relieve the sentinel at the front door for a few minutes, and suffer you to pass. You will not protract this interview so full of danger." "We will not," said Brenda, "and you on your part will not avail yourself of this unhappy man's venturing hither to harm, or to seize him." PG 301. "Rely on my honour," said Mordaunt, "he shall have no harm unless he offers any." "Then I go to call my sister," said Brenda, and quickly left the apartment. Mordaunt considered the matter for an instant, and then going to the sentinel at the front door, he desired him to run instantly to the main guard, and order the whole to turn out with their armstow. See the order obeyed, and to return when they were in readiness. Meantime he himself, he said, would remain upon the post. During the interval of the sentinel's absence, the front door was slowly opened, and Minna and Brenda appeared muffled in their mantles. The former leaned on her sister, and kept her face bent on the ground, as one who felt ashamed of the step she was about to take. Brenda also passed her lover in silence, but threw back upon him a look of gratitude and affection, which doubled if possible his anxiety for their safety. The sisters in the meanwhile passed out of sight of the house when Minna, whose step till that time had been faint and feeble, began to erect her person, and to walk with a pace so firm and so swift that Brenda, who had some difficulty to keep up with her, could not forbear remonstrating on the imprudence of hurrying her spirits, and exhausting her force by such unnecessary haste. "Fear not, my dearest sister," said Minna, "the spirit which I now feel will, and must sustain me through the dreadful interview. I could not but move with a drooping head and dejected pace, while I was in view of one who must necessarily deem me deserving of his pity or his scorn. But you know, my dearest Brenda, and Mordaunt shall also know, pg 302, that the love I bore to that unhappy man was as pure as the rays of that sun that is now reflected on the waves, and I dare attest that glorious sun and yonder blue heaven to bear me witness that, but to urge him to change his unhappy course of life, I had not for all the temptations this round world holds ever consented to see him more." As she spoke thus in a tone which afforded much confidence to Brenda, the sisters attained the summit of a rising ground, whence they commanded a full view of the Orcadian Stonehenge, consisting of a huge circle and semicircle of the standing stones, as they are called, which already glimmered a greyish-white in the rising sun, and projected far to the westward their long gigantic shadows. At another time, the scene would have operated powerfully on the imaginative mind of Minna, and interested the curiosity, at least of her less sensitive sister, but at this moment neither was at leisure to receive the impressions which this stupendous monument of antiquity is so well calculated to impress on the feelings of those who behold it. For they saw in the lower lake, beneath what is termed the Bridge of Broisker, a boat well manned and armed, which had disembarked one of its crew, who advanced alone, and wrapped in a naval cloak towards that monumental circle which they themselves were about to reach from another quarter. "They are many and they are armed," said the startled Brenda in a whisper to her sister. "It is for precaution's sake," answered Minna, "which alas their condition renders but too necessary fear, no treachery from him that, at least, is not his vice." As she spoke, or shortly afterwards, she attained pg 303, the centre of the circle, on which in the midst of the tall erect pillars of rude stone that are raised around lies one flat and prostrate, supported by short stone pillars, of which some relics are still visible, that had once served perhaps the purpose of an altar. "Here," she said, "in heathen times, if we may believe legends which have cost me but too dear, our ancestors offered sacrifices to heathen deities, and here will I from my soul renounce, abjure, and offer up to a better and a more merciful God than was known to them the vain ideas with which my youthful imagination has been seduced." She stood by the prostrate table of stone, and saw Cleveland advance towards her with a timid pace and a downcast look, as different from his usual character, and bearing as Minna's high air and lofty demeanour and calm contemplative posture were distant from those of the lovelorn and broken-hearted maiden whose weight had almost borne down the support of her sister, as she left the house of Stennies, if the belief of those is true who assign these singular monuments exclusively to the Druids. Minna might have seemed the Haxa or high priestess of the order from whom some champion of the tribe expected inauguration, or, if we hold the circles of Gothic and Scandinavian origin, she might have seemed a descended vision of Freya, the spouse of the thundering deity, before whom some bold sea king or champion, bent with an awe which no mere mortal terror could have inflicted upon him. Brenda, overwhelmed with inexpressible fear and doubt, remained a pace or two behind, anxiously observing the motions of Cleveland, and attending to nothing around save to him, and to her sister. pg 304. Cleveland approached within 2 yards of Minna, and bent his head to the ground. There was a dead pause, until Minna said in a firm but melancholy tone, "Unhappy man, why didst thou seek this aggravation of our woe? Depart in peace, and may heaven direct thee to a better course than that which thy life has yet held." "Heaven will not aid me," said Cleveland, "excepting by your voice. I came hither rude and wild, scarce knowing that my trade, my desperate trade, was more criminal in the sight of man, or of heaven, than that of those privateers, whom your law acknowledges I was bred in it. And but for the wishes you have encouraged me to form, I should have perhaps died in it, desperate and impenitent. Oh, do not throw me from you, let me do something to redeem what I have done amiss, and do not leave your own work half-finished." "Cleveland," said Minna, "I will not reproach you with abusing my inexperience, or with availing yourself of those delusions which the credulity of early youth had flung around me. and which led me to confound your fatal course of life with the deeds of our ancient heroes. Alas, when I saw your followers, that illusion was no more, but I do not upbraid you with its having existed. Go, Cleveland, detach yourself from those miserable wretches with whom you are associated, and believe me, that if heaven yet grants you the means of distinguishing your name by one good or glorious action, there are eyes left in those lonely islands that will weep as much for joy as thee must now do for sorrow. And is this all, said Cleveland, and may I not hope that if I extricate myself from my present associates, if I can gain my pardon by being pg 305 as bold in the right as I have been too often in the wrong, causafe, after a term, I care not how long, but still a term, which may have an end, I can boast of having redeemed my fame. May I not hope that Minna may forgive what my God and my country shall have pardoned? Never, Cleveland, never, said Minna with the utmost firmness on this spot. We part, and part for ever, and part without longer indulgence. Think of me as of one dead if you continue as you now are, but if, which may heaven grant, you change your fatal course, think of me then as one whose morning and evening prayers will be for your happiness, though she has lost her own. Farewell, Cleveland. He kneeled, overpowered by his own bitter feelings, to take the hand which she held out to him, and in that instant, his confidant Bunce, starting from behind one of the large upright pillars, his eyes, wet with tears, exclaimed, Never saw such a parting scene on any stage, but ill be d if you make your exit as you expect. And so saying, ere Cleveland could employ either remonstrance or resistance, and indeed before he could get upon his feet, he easily secured him by pulling him down on his back, so that 2 or 3 of the boat's crew seized him by the arms and legs, and began to hurry him towards the lake. Minna and Brenda shrieked, and attempted to fly, but Derek snatched up the former with as much ease as a falcon pounces on a pigeon, while Bunce, with an oath or two which were intended to be of a consolatory nature, seized on Brenda, and the whole party, with 2 or 3 of the other pirates, who pg 306, stealing from the waterside, had accompanied them on the ambuscade, began hastily to run towards the boat, which was left in charge of 2 of their number. Their course, however, was unexpectedly interrupted, and their criminal purpose entirely frustrated. When Mordaunt Merton had turned out his guard in arms, it was with the natural purpose of watching over the safety of the 2 sisters. They had accordingly closely observed the motions of the pirates, and when they saw so many of them leave the boat and steal towards the place of rendezvous assigned to Cleveland, they naturally suspected treachery, and by cover of an old hollow way or trench, which perhaps had anciently been connected with the monumental circle, they had thrown themselves unperceived between the pirates and their boat. At the cries of the sisters, they started up and placed themselves in the way of the ruffians, presenting their pieces, which notwithstanding they dared not fire for fear of hurting the young ladies secured, as they were in the rude grasp of the marauders. Mordaunt, however, advanced with the speed of a wild deer on Bunce, who, loath to quit his prey yet unable to defend himself, otherwise turned to this side, and, that alternately exposing Brenda to the blows which Mordaunt offered at him, this defence, however, proved in vain against a youth, possessed of the lightest foot and most active hand ever known in Zetland, and after a feint or two, Mordaunt brought the pirate to the ground with a stroke from the butt of the carabine, which he dared not use otherwise. At the same time, firearms were discharged on either side by those who were liable to no such cause of forbear. pg 307 ants, and the pirates who had hold of Cleveland dropped him naturally enough to provide for their own defence or retreat, but they only added to the numbers of their enemies, for Cleveland, perceiving Minna in the arms of Derek, snatched her from the ruffian with one hand, and with the other shot him dead on the spot. 2 or 3 more of the pirates fell, or were taken. The rest fled to their boat, pushed off, then turned their broadside to the shore, and fired repeatedly on the Orcadian party, which they returned with little injury on either side. Meanwhile, Mordaunt, having first seen that the sisters were at liberty, and in full flight towards the house, advanced on Cleveland, with his cutlass drawn. The pirate presented a pistol, and calling out at the same time, Mordaunt, I never missed my aim, he fired into the air and threw it into the lake, then drew his cutlass, brandished it round his head, and flung that also as far as his arm could send it in the same direction. Yet such was the universal belief of his personal strength and resources that Mordaunt still used precaution, as advancing on Cleveland, he asked if he surrendered. I surrender to no man, said the pirate captain, but you may see I have thrown away my weapons. He was immediately seized by some of the Orcadians, without his offering any resistance, but the instant interference of Mordaunt prevented his being roughly treated or bound, The victors conducted him to a well-secured upper apartment in the house of Stennies and placed a sentinel at the door. Bunce and Fletcher, both of whom had been stretched on the field during the skirmish, were lodged in the same chamber, and 2 prisoners, PG 308, who appeared of lower rank, were confined in a vault belonging to the mansion. Without pretending to describe the joy of Magnus Troil, who when awakened by the noise and firing found his daughters safe, and his enemy a prisoner, we shall only say, it was so great that he forgot for the time at least to enquire what circumstances were those which had placed them in danger, that he hugged Mordaunt to his breast 1,000 times as their preserver, and swore as often by the bones of his sainted namesake, that if he had 1,000 daughters, so tight a lad, and so true a friend should have the choice of them, let Lady Glowworm say what she would. A very different scene was passing in the prison chamber of the unfortunate Cleveland, and his associates. The captain sat by the window, his eyes bent on the prospect of the sea which it presented, and was seemingly so intent on it as to be insensible of the presence of the others. Jack Bunce stood meditating some ends of verse in order to make his advances towards a reconciliation with Cleveland, for he began to be sensible from the consequences that the part he had played towards his captain, however well intended, was neither lucky in its issue nor likely to be well taken. His admirer and adherent Fletcher lay half asleep, as it seemed, on a trucklebed in the room, without the least attempt to interfere in the conversation which ensued. "Nay, but speak to me, Clement," said the penitent lieutenant, "if it be but to swear at me for my stupidity." "What, not an oath? Nay, then the world goes hard. If Clifford cannot spare his friends an oath." PG 309. "I prithee peace and be gone," said Cleveland. "I have one bosom friend left yet, and you will make me bestow its contents on you or on myself." "I have it," said Bunce, "I have it," and on he went in the vein of Jaffier. "Then by the hell I merit ill not leave thee, till to thyself at least thou'rt reconciled. However thy resentment deal with me." "I pray you once more to be silent," said Cleveland. "Is it not enough that you have undone me with your treachery, but you must stun me with your silly buffoonery? I would not have believed you would have lifted a finger against me, Jack, of any man or devil in yonder unhappy ship." "Why," exclaimed Bunce, "I lift a finger against yond, if I did it was in pure love, and to make you the happiest fellow that ever trode a deck with your mistress beside you, and 50 fine fellows at your command here. Is Dick Fletcher can bear witness, I did all for the best if he would but speak instead of lolloping there like a Dutch dogger, laid up to be careened. Get up, Dick, and speak for me, won't you?" "Why, yes, Jack Bunce," answered Fletcher, raising himself with difficulty and speaking feebly, "I will if I can, and I always knew you spoke and did for the best, but howsomedever I see, it has turned out for the worst for me this time, for I am bleeding to death, I think." "You cannot be such an ass," said Jack Bunce, springing to his assistance, as did Cleveland, but human aid came too late. He sunk back on the bed, and turning on his face expired without a groan. PG 310. "I always thought him a d.d. fool," said Bunce, as he wiped a tear from his eye, "but never such a consummate idiot as to hop the perch so sillily. I have lost the best follower," and he again wiped his eye. Cleveland looked on the dead body, the rugged features of which had remained unaltered by the death-pang. "A bulldog," he said, "of the true British breed, and with a better counsellor would have been a better man." "You may say that of some other folks too, Captain, if you are minded to do them justice," said Bunce. "I may indeed, and especially of yourself," said Cleveland in reply. "Why then say, Jack, I forgive you," said Bunce. "It's but a short word, and soon spoken." "I forgive you from all my soul, Jack," said Cleveland, who had resumed his situation at the window, "and the rather that your folly is of little consequence. Morning is come that must bring ruin on us all." "What, you are thinking of the old woman's prophecy you spoke of," said Bunce. "It will soon be accomplished," answered Cleveland. "Come hither. What do you take yon large square-rigged vessel, for that you see doubling the headland on the east and opening the bay of Stromness?" "Why, I can't make her well out," said Bunce, "but yonder is old Goff takes her for a West Indiaman loaded with rum and sugar, I suppose, for me, if he does not slip cable and stand out to her, instead of running into the shoalwater, which PG 311 was his only safety," said Cleveland. "The fool, the dotard, the drivelling drunken idiot, will get his flip hot enough for yon is the halcyancy she hoists her colours and fires a broadside, and there will soon be an end of the Fortune's favourite. I only hope they will fight her to the last plank. The boatswain used to be staunch enough, and so is Goff, though an incarnate demon now. She shoots away with all the sail she can spread, and that shows some sense. Up goes the Jolly Hodge, the old black flag, with the death's head and hourglass, and that shows some spunk, added his comrade. The hourglass is turned for us, Jack, for this bouter sand is running fast fire away, yet my roving lads the deep sea or the blue sky, rather than a rope and a yardarm. There was a moment of anxious and dead silence, the sloop though hard pressed maintaining still a running fight, and the frigate continuing in full chase, but scarce returning a shot. At length the vessels neared each other so as to show that the man-of-war intended to board the sloop, instead of sinking her probably, to secure the plunder which might be in the pirate vessel. "Now Gafeno, boatswain," exclaimed Cleveland in an ecstasy of impatience, and as if they could have heard his commands, "stand by sheets, and tax-rake her with a broadside when you are under her bows, then about ship, and go off on the other tack like a wild goose. The sails shiver, helms alley ardipsy, sink the lubbers the misstays, and the frigate runs them aboard." Accordingly the various manoeuvres of the chase PG 312 had brought them so near that Cleveland with his spyglass could see the man-of-warsmen boarding by the yards and bowsprit in irresistible numbers, their naked cutlasses flashing in the sun, when at that critical moment both ships were enveloped in a cloud of thick black smoke, which suddenly arose on board the captured pirate. "Exeunt omnes," said Bunce with clasped hands. "There went the Fortune's favourite ship," and crew, said Cleveland at the same instant. But the smoke immediately clearing away showed that the damage had only been partial, and that from want of a sufficient quantity of powder, the pirates had failed in their desperate attempt to blow up their vessel with the Halcyon. Shortly after the action was over, Captain Weatherport of the Halcyon sent an officer and a party of marines to the house of Stennies to demand from the little garrison the pirate seamen who were their prisoners, and in particular Cleveland and Bunce, who acted as captain and lieutenant of the gang. This was a demand which was not to be resisted, though Magnus Troil could have wished sincerely that the roof under which he lived had been allowed as an asylum at least to Cleveland. But the officer's orders were peremptory, and he added it was Captain Weatherport's intention to land the other prisoners, and send the whole with a sufficient escort across the island to Kirkwall in order to undergo an examination there before the civil authorities, previous to their being sent off to London for trial at the High Court of Admiralty. Magnus could therefore only intercede for good usage to Cleveland, and that he might not be stripped or plundered, which the officer, struck by his good mien, and PG 313, compassionating his situation, readily promised the honest $1 would have said something in the way of comfort to Cleveland himself, but he could not find words to express it, and only shook his head. "Old friend," said Cleveland, "you may have much to complain of, yet you pity, instead of exulting over me for the sake of you and yours. I will never harm human being more. Take this from me, last hope." But my last temptation also drew from his bosom a pocket pistol, and gave it to Magnus Troil. "Remember me, to but not it, every one forget me. I am your prisoner, sir," said he to the officer. "And I also," said poor Bunce, and putting on a theatrical countenance, he ranted with no very perceptible faltering in his tone, the words of Peer. "Captain, you should be a gentleman of honour. Keep off the rabble that I may have room to entertain my fate and die with decency." PG 314. Chapter Roman 21. Joy, joy in London now. Southey. The news of the capture of the rover reached Kirkwall about an hour before noon, and filled all men with wonder, and with joy. Little business was that day done at the fair, whilst people of all ages and occupations streamed from the place to see the prisoners as they were marched towards Kirkwall, and to triumph in the different appearance which they now bore from that which they had formerly exhibited when ranting, swaggering, and bullying in the streets of that town. The bayonets of the marines were soon seen to glisten in the sun, and then came on the melancholy troop of captives, handcuffed 2 and 2 together. Their finery had been partly torn from them by their captors, partly hung in rags about them. Many were wounded and covered with blood, many blackened and scorched with the explosion, by which a few of the most desperate had in vain striven to blow up the vessel. Most of them seemed sullen and impenitent, some were more becomingly affected with their condition, and a few braved it out, and sung the same ribald songs to which they had made the streets of Kirkwall ring when they were in their frolics. The boatswain and Goff, coupled together, exhausted themselves in threats and imprecations, PG 315, against each other, the former charging Goff with want of seamanship, and the latter alleging that the boatswain had prevented him from firing the powder that was stowed forward, and so sending them all to the other world together. Last came Cleveland and Bunce, who were permitted to walk unshackled, the decent, melancholy yet resolved manner of the former, contrasting strongly with the stage strut and swagger which poor Jack thought it fitting to assume in order to conceal some less dignified emotions. The former was looked upon with compassion, the latter with a mixture of scorn and pity, while most of the others inspired horror and even fear by their looks and their language. There was one individual in Kirkwall who was so far from hastening to see the sight which attracted all eyes that he was not even aware of the event, which agitated the town. This was the elder Merton, whose residence Kirkwall had been for 2 or 3 days, part of which had been spent in attending to some judicial proceedings undertaken at the instance of the Procurator Fiscal against that grave Professor Bryce Nailsfoot, in consequence of an inquisition into the proceedings of this worthy trader. Cleveland's chest with his papers, and other matters therein contained, had been restored to Merton as the lawful custodier thereof until the right owner should be in a situation to establish his right to them. Merton was at first desirous to throw back upon justice the charge which she was disposed to entrust him with, but on perusing 1 or 2 of the papers, he hastily changed his mind, in broken words requested the magistrate to let the chest be sent to his lodgings, and hastening homeward bolted himself into the room to consider pg 316 and digest the singular information which chance had thus conveyed to him, and which increased in a tenfold degree his impatience for an interview with the mysterious Norna of the fitful head. It may be remembered that she had required of him, when they met in the churchyard of St. Ninian, to attend in the outer aisle of the Cathedral of St. Magnus at the hour of noon, on the 5th day of the fair of St. Alla there, to meet a person by whom the fate of Mordaunt would be explained to him. It must be herself, he said, and that I should see her at this moment is indispensable. How to find her sooner I know not, and better lose a few hours, even in this exigence, than offend her by a premature attempt to force myself on her presence. Long therefore before noon, long before the town of Kirkwall was agitated by the news of the events on the other side of the island, the elder Merton was pacing the deserted aisle of the cathedral, awaiting, with agonizing eagerness, the expected communication from Norna. The bell tolled 12 d'or Openedno. One was seen to enter the cathedral, but the last sounds had not ceased to reverberate through the vaulted roof, when gliding from one of the interior sidacles Norna stood before him. Merton, indifferent to the apparent mystery of her sudden approach, with the secret of which the reader is acquainted, went up to her at once with the earnest ejaculation, "Allah, Allah Troil, me to save our unhappy boy." "To Allah Troil," said Norna, "I answer not. I gave that name to the winds on the night that cost me a father." pg 317. "Speak not of that night of horror," said Merton. "We have need of our reason. Let us not think on recollections which may destroy it, but aid me if thou canst to save our unfortunate child." Vaughan, answered Norna, "He is already saved, long since saved. Think you a mother's handand, that of such a mother as I am, would await your crawling, tardy, ineffectual assistance? No, Vaughan, I make myself known to you, but to show my triumph over you. It is the only revenge which the powerful Norna permits herself to take for the wrongs of Allah Troil." "Have you indeed saved him from the murderous crew?" said Merton, "or Vaughan, speak and speak truth. I will believe every thingle you would require me to assent. Prove to me only he is escaped and safe." "Escaped and safe by my means," said Norna. "Safe, and in assurance of an honoured and happy alliance. Yes, great unbelieveries, wise and self-opinioned infidel. These were the works of Norna. I knew you many a year since, but never had I made myself known to you save with the triumphant consciousness of having controlled the destiny that threatened my son, all combined against him, planets which threatened drowning, combinations which menaced blood. But my skill was superior to all. I arranged, I combined, I found means, I made them. Each disaster has been averted, and what infidel on earth, or stubborn demon beyond the bounds of earth, shall hereafter deny my power?" The wild ecstasy with which she spoke so much resembled triumphant insanity that Merton and pg 318 sweared, "Were your pretensions less lofty, and your speech more plain, I should be better assured of my son's safety." "Doubt on, vain skeptic," said Norna, "and yet know that not only is our son safe, but vengeance is mine, though I sought it not. Vengeance on the powerful implement of the darker influences, by whom my schemes were so often thwarted, and even the life of my son endangered. Yes, take it as a guarantee of the truth of my speech, that Cleveland, the pirate Cleveland Devon, now enters Kirkwall as a prisoner, and will soon expiate with his life the having shed blood which is of kin to Norna's." "Who didst thou say was prisoner?" exclaimed Merton with a voice of thunder. "Who, woman, didst thou say should expiate his crimes with his life?" "Cleveland, the pirate Cleveland," answered Norna, "and by me whose counsel he scorned he has been permitted to meet his fate." "Thou most wretched of women," said Merton, speaking from between his clenched teeth thou hast slain thy son as well as thy father. My son, what mean you Mordaunt is your son, your only son, exclaimed Nornise, he not tell me quickly, is he not? Mordaunt is indeed my son, said Murtaunt, laws at least gave him to me, as such, but oh unhappy Allah, Cleveland is your son as well as mine, blood of our blood, bone of our bone, and if you have given him to death, I will end my wretched life along with him. Stay, hold, stop, Vaughan, said Norna, I am not yet overcome, approve, but to me the truth, pg 319, of what you say I would find help, if I should evoke hell, but prove your words, else believe them I cannot. Thou help, wretched overweening woman, in what have thy combinations, and thy stratagems, legerdemain of lunacythe, mere quackery of insanity, in what have these involved thee, and yet I will speak to thee as reasonable, nay, I will admit thee as powerful here, then Allah the proofs which you demand, and find a remedy if thou canst. When I fled from Orkney, he continued after a pause, it is now 25 years since I bore with me the unhappy offspring to whom you had given light. It was sent to me by one of your kinswomen with an account of your illness, which was soon followed by a generally received belief of your death. It avails not to tell in what misery I left Europe. I found refuge in Hispaniola, wherein a fair young Spaniard undertook the task of comforter. I married Hirsch, became mother of the youth called Mordaunt Murton. You married her, said Norna in a tone of deep reproach. I did, Allah, answered Murton, but you were avenged. She proved faithless, and her infidelity left me in doubts whether the child she bore had a right to call me father, but I also was avenged. You murdered her, said Norna with a dreadful shriek. I did that, said Murton without a more direct reply, which made an instant flight from Hispaniola necessary. Your son I carried with me to Tortuga, where we had a small settlement. Mordaunt Vaughan, my son by marriage, about 3 pg 320 or 4 years younger, was residing in Port Royal for the advantages of an English education. I resolved never to see him again, but I continued to support him. Our settlement was plundered by the Spaniards when Clement was but 15. Want came to aid despair, and a troubled conscience. I became a corsair and involved Clement in the same desperate trade. His skill and bravery, though then a mere boy, gained him a separate command, and after a lapse of 2 or 3 years, while we were on different cruises, my crew rose on me and left me for dead on the beach of one of the Bermudas. I recovered, however, and my first inquiries after a tedious illness were after Clement. He, I heard, had been also marooned by a rebellious crew, and put ashore on a desert islet to perish with want. I believed he had so perished. And what assures you that he did not, said Allah, or how comes this Cleveland to be identified with Vaughan? To change a name is common with such adventurers, answered Murton, and Clement had apparently found that a Vaughan had become too notorious, and this change in his case prevented me from hearing any tidings of him. It was then that remorse seized me, and that, detesting all nature, but especially the sex to which Louisa belonged, I resolved to do penance in the wild islands of Zetland for the rest of my life, to subject myself to fasts, and to the scourge was the advice of the holy Catholic priests whom I consulted, but I devised a nobler penance. I determined to bring with me the unhappy boy Mordaunt, and to keep always before me the living memorial of my misery and my guilt. I have done so, and I have thought pg 321 over both, till reason has often trembled on her throne. And now, to drive me to utter madness, my Clement, me, O my undoubted son, revives from the dead to be consigned to an infamous death by the machinations of his own mother. Away, away, said Norna, with a laugh when she had heard the story to an end. This is a legend framed by the old corsair to interest my aid in favour of a guilty comrade. How could I mistake Mordaunt for my son, their ages being so different? The dark complexion and manly stature may have done much, said Basil Murton. Strong imagination must have done the rest. But give me proofs that this Cleveland is my son, and believe me, this son shall sooner sink in the east than they shall have power to harm a hair of his head. These papers, these journals, said Murton, offering the pocketbook. I cannot read them, she said after an effort. My brain is dizzy. Clement has also tokens which you may remember, but they must have become the booty of his captors. He had a silver box with a runic inscription, with which in far other days you presented me golden chaplet. A box, said Norna, hastily. Cleveland gave me one, but a day since. I have never looked at it till now. Eagerly she pulled it out, eagerly examined the legend around the lid, and as eagerly exclaimed, they may now indeed call me Riam Kennar, for by this rhyme I know myself murderess of my son as well as of my father. The conviction of the strong delusion under pg 322, which she had laboured, was so overwhelming that she sunk down at the foot of one of the pillars. Murton shouted for help, Though in despair of receiving any, the sexton however entered, and hopeless of all assistance from Norna, the distracted father rushed out to learn, if possible, the fate of his son. PG 323. Chapter Roman 22. Go some of you cry a reprieve. Beggars opera. Captain Weatherport had before this time reached Kirkwall in person, and was received with great joy and thankfulness by the magistrates who had assembled in council for the purpose. The provost in particular expressed himself delighted with the providential arrival of the halcyon. At the very conjuncture when the pirate could not escape her, the captain looked a little surprised and said, "For that, sir, you may thank the information you yourself supplied." "That I supplied," said the provost, somewhat astonished. "Yes, sir," answered Captain Weatherport, "I understand you to be George Torf, Chief Magistrate of Kirkwall, who subscribes this letter." The astonished provost took the letter addressed to Captain Weatherport of the Halcyon, stating the arrival force Roman 100 of the pirate's vessel, but adding that they had heard of the Halcyon being on the coast, and that they were on their guard, and ready to baffle her by going among the shoals and through the islands and homes where the frigate could not easily follow, and at the worst they were desperate enough to propose running the sloop ashore and blowing her up, by which much booty and treasure would be lost to the captors. The letter, therefore, PG 324, suggested that the Halcyon should cruise betwixt Duncan's Bay Head and Cape Wrath for 2 or 3 days, to relieve the pirates of the alarm her neighbourhood occasioned, and lull them into security, the more especially, as the letter-writer knew it, to be their intention, if the frigate left the coast, to go into Stromness Bay, and there put their guns ashore for some necessary repairs, or even for careening their vessel, if they could find means. The letter concluded by assuring Captain Weatherport that if he could bring his frigate into Stromness Bay on the morning of the 24th of August, he would have a good bargain of the pirates. If sooner, he was not unlikely to miss them. "This letter is not of my writing or subscribing, Captain Weatherport," said the provost, "nor would I have ventured to advise any delay in your coming hither." The captain was surprised in his turn. "All I know is that it reached me when I was in the Bay of Thurso, and that I gave the boat's crew that brought it $5 for crossing the Pentland Frith in very rough weather. They had a dumb dwarf, as coxswain, the ugliest urchin my eyes ever opened upon. I give you much credit for the accuracy of your intelligence, Mr. Provost." "It is lucky as it is," said the provost, "yet I question whether the writer of this letter would not rather that you had found the nest cold, and the bird flown." So saying, he handed the letter to Magnus Troil, who returned it with a smile, but without any observation, aware doubtless, with the sagacious reader, that Norna had her own reasons for calculating with accuracy on the date of the Halcyon's arrival. PG 325. Without puzzling himself farther concerning a circumstance which seemed inexplicable, the captain requested that the examinations might proceed, and Cleveland and Altamont, as he chose to be called, were brought up. The first of the pirate crew on the charge of having acted as captain and lieutenant. They had just commenced the examination, when after some expostulation with the officers who kept the door, Basil Merton burst into the apartment, and exclaimed, "Take the old victim, for the young one. I am Basil Vaughan, too well known on the windward station. Take my life, and spare my sons." All were astonished, and none more than Magnus Troil, who hastily explained to the magistrates and Captain Weatherport that this gentleman had been living peaceably and honestly on the mainland of Zetland for many years. "In that case," said the captain, "I wash my hands of the poor man, for he is safe under 2 proclamations of mercy, and by my soul, when I see them, the father and his offspring, hanging on each other's neck, I wish I could say as much for the son." "But how is Ithau, can it be?" said the provost. "We always called the old man Merton and the young Cleveland, and now it seems they are both named Vaughan." "Vaughan," answered Magnus, "is a name which I have some reason to remember, and from what I have lately heard from my cousin Norna, that old man has a right to bear it." "And I trust the young man also," said the captain, who had been looking over a memorandum. "Listen to me a moment," added he, addressing the younger Vaughan, whom we have hitherto called PG 326. "Cleveland, hark you, sir, your name is said to be Clement Vaughan, you the same who then a mere boy commanded a party of rovers, who about 8 or 9 years ago pillaged a Spanish village called Quempoa on the Spanish Main, with the purpose of seizing some treasure." "It will avail me nothing to deny it," answered the prisoner. "No," said Captain Weatherport, "but it may do you service to admit it. Well, the muleteers escaped with the treasure, while you were engaged in protecting at the hazard of your own life the honor of 2 Spanish ladies against the brutality of your followers. Do you remember anything of this?" I am sure I do, said Jack Bunce, for our captain here was marooned for his gallantry, and I narrowly escaped flogging and pickling for having taken his part. When these points are established, said Captain Weatherport, Vaughan's life is sapped. Women he saved were persons of quality. Daughters to the governor of the province. An application was long since made by the grateful Spaniard to our government for favour to be shown to their preserver. I had special orders about Clement Vaughan when I had a commission for cruising upon the pirates in the West Indies 6 or 7 years since, but Vaughan was gone then, as a name amongst them, and I heard enough of Cleveland in his room. However, Captain, be you Cleveland or Vaughan, I think that as the Quempoa hero I can assure you a free pardon when you arrive in London. Cleveland bowed, and the blood mounted to his face. Merton fell on his knees, and exhausted PG 327 himself, in thanksgiving to heaven. They were removed amidst the sympathizing sobs of the spectators. And now, good Master Lieutenant, what have you got to say for yourself? Said Captain Weatherport to the Sidevant Rossius. Why, little or nothing, please your honour, only that I wish your honour could find my name in that book of mercy you have in your hand, for I stood by Captain Clement Vaughan in that Quempoa business. You call yourself Frederick Altamont, said Captain Weatherport. I can see no such name here. One John Bounce or Bunce, the lady put on her tablets. Why, that is method is I myself, Captain, I can prove it, and I am determined, though the sound be something plebeian, rather to live Jack Bunce than to hang as Frederick Altamont. In that case, said the captain, I can give you some hopes as John Bunce. Thank your noble worship, shouted Bunce. Then changing his tone he said, since an alias has such virtue, poor Dick Fletcher might have come off as Timothy Tugmerton, but howsomedever die see, to use his own phrase. Away with the lieutenant, said the captain, and bring forward Goff, and the other fellows. There will be ropes reeved for some of them, I think, and this prediction promised to be amply fulfilled, so strong was the proof which was brought against them. The Halcyon was accordingly ordered round to carry the whole prisoners to London, for which she set sail in the course of 2 days. PG 328. During the time that the unfortunate Cleveland remained at Kirkwall, he was treated with civility by the captain of the Halcyon, and the kindness of his old acquaintance Magnus Troyle, who knew in secret how closely he was allied to his blood, pressed on him accommodations of every kind more than he could be prevailed on to accept. Norna, whose interest in the unhappy prisoner was still more deep, was at this time unable to express it. The sexton had found her lying on the pavement in a swoon, and when she recovered her mind for the time had totally lost its equipoise, and it became necessary to place her under the restraint of watchful attendants. Of the sisters of Berg Westra, Cleveland only heard that they remained ill in consequence of the fright to which they had been subjected, until the evening before the Halcyon sailed, when he received by a private conveyance the following billet. Farewell, Cleveland, we part for ever, and it is right that we should be virtuous, and be happy. The delusions which a solitary education and limited acquaintance with the modern world had spread around me are gone and dissipated for ever. But in you I am sure I have been thus far free from error, that you are one to whom good is naturally more attractive than evil, and whom only necessity, example, and habit have forced into your late course of life. Think of me as one who no longer exists, unless you should become as much the object of general praise as now of general reproach, and then think of me as one who will rejoice in your reviving fame, though she must never see you more. The note was signed Roman 1000T, and Cleveland, with a deep emotion which he testified even by tears, PG 329, read it 100 times over, and then clasped it to his bosom. Mordaunt Merton heard by letter from his father, but in a very different style. Basil bade him farewell for ever, and acquitted him henceforward of the duties of a son as one on whom he, notwithstanding the exertions of many years, had found himself unable to bestow the affections of a parent. The letter informed him of a recess in the old house of Jarlshof, in which the writer had deposited a considerable quantity of specie and of treasure, which he desired Mordaunt to use as his own. You need not fear the letter bore either that you lay yourself under obligation to me, or that you are sharing the spoils of piracy. What is now given over to you is almost entirely the property of your deceased mother, Louisa Gonzago, and is yours by every right. Let us forgive each other, was the conclusion, as they who must meet no more, and they never met more, for the elder Merton, against whom no charge was ever preferred, disappeared after the fate of Cleveland was determined, and was generally believed to have retired into a foreign convent. The fate of Cleveland will be most briefly expressed in a letter which Minna received within 2 months after the Halcyon left Kirkwall. The family were then assembled at Berg Westra, and Mordaunt was a member of it, for the time the good Eudola thinking he could never sufficiently repay the activity which he had shown in the defence of his daughter's Norna, then beginning to recover from her temporary alienation of mind, was a guest in the family, and Minna, who was sedulous in her attention upon this unfortunate victim of mental de PG 330 illusion, was seated with her watching each symptom of returning reason when the letter we allude to was placed in her hands. Minna, it said, dearest Minna, farewell, and for ever believe me, I never meant you wrong. Never from the moment I came to know you I resolved to detach myself from my hateful comrades, and had framed 1,000 schemes, which have proved as vain as they deserved to before. Why or how should the fate of her that is so lovely, pure, and innocent be involved with that of one so guilty of these dreams? I will speak no more. The stern reality of my situation is much milder than I either expected or deserved, and the little good I did has outweighed in the minds of honourable and merciful judges much that was evil and criminal. I have not only been exempted from the ignominious death to which several of my compeers are sentenced, but Captain Weatherport, about once more to sail for the Spanish Main, under the apprehension of an immediate war with that country, has generously solicited and obtained permission to employ me, and 2 or 3 more of my less guilty associates in the same service, a measure recommended to himself by his own generous compassion and to others by our knowledge of the coast and of local circumstances, which by whatever means acquired, we now hope to use for the service of our country. Minna, you will hear my name pronounced with honour, or you will never hear it again. If virtue can give happiness, I need not wish it to you, for it is yours already. Farewell, Minna. Minna wept so bitterly over this letter that it attracted the attention of the convalescent Norna. She snatched it from the hand of her kinswoman, and read it over at first with the confused air of one PG 331, to whom it conveyed no intelligence, then, with a dawn of recollection, then, with a burst of mingled joy and grief, in which she dropped it from her hand, Minna snatched it up, and retired with her treasure to her own apartment. From that time Norna appeared to assume a different character. Her dress was changed to one of a more simple and less imposing appearance. Her dwarf was dismissed with ample provision for his future comfort. She showed no desire of resuming her erratic life, and directed her observatory, as it might be called, on fitful head to be dismantled. She refused the name of Norna, and would only be addressed by her real appellation of Ulla Troil. But the most important change remained behind, formerly from the dreadful dictates of spiritual despair arising out of the circumstances of her father's death. She seemed to have considered herself as an outcast from divine grace, besides that enveloped in the vain occult sciences, which she pretended to practice. Her study, like that of Chaucer's physician, had been but little in the Bible. Now the sacred volume was seldom laid aside, and to the poor ignorant people who came as formerly to invoke her power over the elements, she only replied, the winds are in the hollow of his hand. Her conversion was not perhaps altogether rational, for this, the state of a mind disordered by such a complication of horrid incidents, probably prevented, but it seemed to be sincere, and was certainly useful. She appeared deeply to repent of her former presumptuous attempts to interfere with the course of human events, superintended as they are by far higher powers, and expressed bitter compunction when such her former pretensions were in any PG 332 manner recalled to her memory. She still showed a partiality to Mordaunt, though perhaps arising chiefly from habit, nor was it easy to know how much or how little she remembered of the complicated events in which she had been connected. When she died, which was about 4 years after the events we have commemorated, it was found that at the special and earnest request of Minna Troil, she had conveyed her very considerable property to Brenda. A clause in her will specially directed that all the books, implements of her laboratory, and other things connected with her former studies should be committed to the flames. About 2 years before Norna's death, Brenda was wedded to Mordaunt Mertoun. It was some time before old Magnus Troil, with all his affection for his daughter, and all his partiality for Mordaunt, was able frankly to reconcile himself to this match, but Mordaunt's accomplishments were peculiarly to the Eudola's taste, and the old man felt the impossibility of supplying his place in his family so absolutely, that at length his Norse blood gave way to the natural feeling of the heart, and he comforted his pride while he looked around him and saw what he considered as the encroachments of the Scottish gentry upon the country. So Zetland is fondly termed by its inhabitants, that as well his daughter married the son of an English pirate, as of a Scottish thief, in scornful allusion to the Highland and border families, to whom Zetland owes many respectable landholders, but whose ancestors were generally esteemed more renowned for ancient family and high courage than for accurately regarding the trifling distinctions of meum and tuum. The jovial old man lived to the extremity pg 333 of human life, with the happy prospect of a numerous succession in the family of his younger daughter, and having his board cheered alternately by the minstrelsy of Claude Halcrow, and enlightened by the lucubrations of Mr. Triptolemus Yellowly, who, laying aside his high pretensions, was when he became better acquainted with the manners of the islanders, and remembered the various misadventures which had attended his premature attempts at reformation, an honest and useful representative of his principle, and never so happy as when he could escape from the spare commons of his sister Barbara to the genial table of the Eudolor. Barbara's temper also was much softened by the unexpected restoration of the horn of silver coins, the property of Norna, which she had concealed in the mansion of old Stouerberg, for achieving some of her mysterious plans, but which she now restored to those by whom it had been accidentally discovered, with an intimation, however, that it would again disappear unless a reasonable portion was expended on the sustenance of the family, a precaution to which Tronda Dransdotter, probably an agent of Norna's, owed her escape from a slow and wasting death by inanition. Mordaunt and Brenda were as happy as our mortal condition permits us to be. They admired and loved each other, enjoyed easy circumstances, had duties to discharge, which they did not neglect, and clear in conscience, as light of heart, laughed, sung, danced, daft the world aside and bid it pass. But Minaith, high-minded and imaginative Minash, gifted with such depth of feeling and enthusiasm, yet doomed to see both blighted in early youth, because with the inexperience of a Desposi pg 334 Tian, equally romantic and ignorant, she had built the fabric of her happiness on a quicksand, instead of a rock. Could she be happy, reader? She was happy, for whatever may be alleged to the contrary by the skeptic and the scorner, to each duty performed there is assigned a degree of mental peace and high consciousness of honourable exertion, corresponding to the difficulty of the task accomplished. That rest of the body which succeeds to hard and industrious toil is not to be compared to the repose which the spirit enjoys under similar circumstances. Her resignation, however, and the constant attention which she paid to her father, her sister, the afflicted Norna, and to all who had claims on her, were neither Minna's sole nor her most precious source of comfort like Norna, but under a more regulated judgment she learned to exchange the visions of wild enthusiasm which had exerted and misled her imagination for a truer and purer connection with the world beyond us than could be learned from the sagas of heathen bards or the visions of later rhymers. To this she owed the support by which she was enabled, after various accounts of the honourable and gallant conduct of Cleveland, to read with resignation, and even with a sense of comfort, mingled with sorrow, that he had at length fallen leading the way in a gallant and honourable enterprise, which was successfully accomplished by those companions to whom his determined bravery had opened the road. Bunce, his fantastic follower in good as formerly in evil, transmitted an account to Minna of this melancholy event in terms which showed that though his head was weak, his heart had not been utterly corrupted by the lawless life which he had for some time led. pg 335, or at least that it had been amended by the change, and that he himself had gained credit and promotion in the same action, seemed to be of little consequence to him, compared with the loss of his old captain and comrade. 41 Minna read the intelligence, and thanked heaven, even while the eyes which she lifted up were streaming with tears, that the death of Cleveland had been in the bed of honour. Nay, she even had the courage to add her gratitude that he had been snatched from a situation of temptation ere circumstances had overcome his newborn virtue, and so strongly did this reflection operate that her life, after the immediate pain of this event had passed away, seemed not only as resigned, but even more cheerful than before. Her thoughts, however, were detached from the world, and only visited it with an interest like that which guardian spirits take for their charge in behalf of those friends with whom she lived in love, or of the poor whom she could serve and comfort. Thus passed her life, enjoying from all who approached her an affection enhanced by reverence, insomuch that when her friends sorrowed for her death, which arrived at a late period of her existence, they were comforted by the fond reflection that the humanity which she then laid down was the only circumstance which had placed her, in the words of Scripture, a little lower than the angels. pg 336. pg 337. Author's notes. Note: Roman 1 p. 17 Fortunatelling rhymes. The author has in chapter Roman 1 supposed that a very ancient northern custom, used by those who were accounted soothsaying women, might have survived, though in jest rather than earnest, among the Zetlanders, their descendants. The following original account of such a scene will show the ancient importance and consequence of such a prophetic character as was assumed by Norna. There lived in the same territory, Greenland, a woman named Thorberga who was a prophetess, and called the little Vola or fatal sister, the only one of 9 sisters who survived Thorberga during the winter, used to frequent the festivities of the season, invited by those who were desirous of learning their own fortune and the future events, which impended. Torquil being a man of consequence in the country, it fell to his lot to inquire how long the dearth was to endure with which the country was then afflicted. He therefore invited the prophetess to his house, having made liberal preparation, as was the custom for receiving a guest of such consequence. The seat of the soothsayer was placed in an eminent situation, and covered with pillows filled with the softest eider down. In the evening, she arrived together with a person who had been sent to meet her, and show her the way to Torquil's habitation. She was attired as follows. She had a sky-blue tunic having the front ornamented with gems from the top to the bottom, and wore around her throat a necklace of glass beads. 42. Her headgear was of black lambskin, the lining being the fur of a white wildcat. She leant on a staff, having a ball at the top. 43. The staff, pg 338, was ornamented with brass, and the ball or globe with gems or pebbles. She wore a Hunland or Hungarian girdle, to which was attached a large pouch, in which she kept her magical implements. Her shoes were of sealskin dressed with the hair outside, and secured by long and thick straps fastened by brazen clasps. She wore gloves of the wildcat's skin with the fur inmost. As this venerable person entered the hall, all saluted her with due respect, but she only returned the compliments of such as were agreeable to her. Torquil conducted her with reverence to the seat prepared for her, and requested she would purify the apartment and company assembled by casting her eyes over them. She was by no means sparing of her words. The table being at length covered, such viands were placed before Thorberga as suited her character of a soothsayer. These were a preparation of goat's milk, and a mess composed of the hearts of various animals. The prophetess made use of a brazen spoon and a pointless knife, the handle of which was composed of a whale's tooth, and ornamented with 2 rings of brass. The table being removed, Torquil addressed Thorberga, requesting her opinion of his house and guests, at the same time intimating the subjects on which he and the company were desirous to consult her. Thorberga replied it was impossible for her to answer their enquiries until she had slept a night under his roof the next morning. Therefore the magical apparatus necessary for her purpose was prepared, and she then inquired, as a necessary part of the ceremony, whether there was any female present who could sing a magical song called Vardloka. When no songstress such as she desired could be found, Gudrida, the daughter of Torquil, replied, I am no sorceress or soothsayer, but my nurse Haldissa taught me when in Iceland a song called Vardloka. Then thou knowest more than I was aware of, said Torquil. But as I am a Christian, continued Gudrida, I consider these rites as matters which it is unlawful to promote, and the song itself as unlawful. Nevertheless, answered the soothsayer, thou mayst help us in this matter, without any harm to thy religion, since the task will remain with Torquil to provide everything necessary for the present purpose. Torquil also earnestly entreated Gudrida, till she consented to grant his request. The females then surrounded Thorberga, who took her place on a sort of elevated stage. Gudrida then sung the magic song with a voice so sweet and tuneful as to excel any pg 339 thing that had been heard by any present. The soothsayer, delighted with the melody, returned thanks to the singer, and then said, much I have now learned of dearth and disease approaching the country, and many things are now clear to me which before were hidden as well from me as others are present. Dearth of substance shall not long endure for the present, and plenty will in the spring succeed to scarcity. The contagious diseases also with which the country has been for some time afflicted will in a short time take their departure. To thee, Gudrida, I can, in recompense for thy assistance on this occasion, announce a fortune of higher import than anyone could have conjectured. You shall be married to a man of name here in Greenland, but you shall not long enjoy that union, for your fate recalls you to Iceland, where you shall become the mother of a numerous and honourable family, which shall be enlightened by a luminous ray of good fortune. So, my daughter, wishing thee health, I bid thee farewell. The prophetess, having afterwards given answers to all queries which were put to her either by Torquil or his guests, departed to show her skill at another festival, to which she had been invited for that purpose. But all which she had presaged, either concerning the public or individuals, came truly to pass. The above narrative is taken from the saga of Eric Randa, as quoted by the learned Bartholin in his curious work. He mentions similar instances, particularly of one Haida, celebrated for her predictions, who attended festivals for the purpose, as a modern Scotsman might say of spying fortunes, with a gallant tale, or retinue of 30 male and 15 female attendancy de causes, contempt danis ad hoc gentilibus mortis lib Roman 3 cap 4. Note Roman 2p32 Promise of Odin. Although the father of Scandinavian mythology has been as a deity long forgotten in the archipelago, which was once a very small part of his realm, yet even at this day, his name continues to be occasionally attested as security for a promise. It is curious to observe that the rites with which such attestations are still made in Orkney correspond to those of the ancient Northmen. It appears from several authorities that in the Norse ritual when an oath was imposed, he by whom it was pledged passed his hand, while pronouncing it through a PG 340 massive ring of silver, kept for that purpose, 44 in like manner two persons, generally lovers desirous to take the promise of Odin which they considered as peculiarly binding joined hands through a circular hole in a sacrificial stone, which lies in the Orcadian Stonehenge, called the Circle of Stennies, of which we shall speak more hereafter. The ceremony is now confined to the troth-plighting of the lower classes, but at an earlier period may be supposed to have influenced a character like Minna in the higher ranks. Note Roman 3p 101, the Pictish Burg. The Pictish Burger fort, which Nora is supposed to have converted into her dwelling house, has been fully described in the notes upon Ivanhoe Vol Roman 17p 352 of this edition. An account of the celebrated castle of Mausa is there given to afford an opportunity of comparing it with the Saxon castle of Königsberg. It should however have been mentioned that the castle of Mausa underwent considerable repairs at a comparatively recent period. Accordingly, Torfus assures us that even this ancient pigeon house composed of dry stones was fortification enough not indeed to hold out a 10-year siege like Troy in similar circumstances, but to wear out the patience of the besiegers. Erland, the son of Harold the Fairspoken, had carried off a beautiful woman, the mother of a Norwegian earl also called Harold, and sheltered himself with his fair prize in the castle of Mausa. Earl Harold followed with an army, and finding the place too strong for assault, endeavoured to reduce it by famine, but such was the length of the siege that the offended earl found it necessary to listen to a treaty of accommodation, and agreed that his mother's honour should be restored by marriage. This transaction took place in the beginning of the 13th century, in the reign of William the Lion of Scotland 45. It is probable that the improvements adopted by Erland on this occasion were those which finished the parapet of the castle by making it project outwards, so that the Tower of Mausa rather resembles the figure of a dicebox, whereas others of the same kind have the form of a truncated cone. It is easy to see how the projection of the highest parapet would render the defence more easy and effectual. PG 341. Note Roman 4p 143 antique coins found in Zetland. While these sheets were passing through the press, I received a letter from an honourable and learned friend, containing the following passage relating to a discovery in Zetland. Within a few weeks, the workmen taking up the foundation of an old wall came on a hearthstone under which they found a horn, surrounded with massive silver rings like bracelets, and filled with coins of the heptarchy in perfect preservation. The place of finding is within a very short distance of the supposed residence of Norna of the Fitful Head. Thus, one of the very improbable fictions of the tale is verified by a singular coincidence. Note Roman 5p 197, Character of Norna. The character of Norna is meant to be an instance of that singular kind of insanity, during which the patient, while she or he retains much subtlety and address for the power of imposing upon others, is still more ingenious in endeavouring to impose upon themselves. Indeed, maniacs of this kind may be often observed to possess a sort of double character, in one of which they are the being whom their distempered imagination shapes out, and in the other their own natural self as seen to exist by other people. This species of double consciousness makes wild work with the patient's imagination, and judiciously used, is perhaps a frequent means of restoring sanity of intellect. Exterior circumstances, striking the senses, often have a powerful effect in undermining or battering the airy castles which the disorder has excited. A late medical gentleman, my particular friend, told me the case of a lunatic patient confined in the Edinburgh infirmary. He was so far happy that his mental alienation was of a gay and pleasant character, giving a kind of joyous explanation to all that came in contact with him. He considered the large house, numerous servants, Roman 100 of the hospital, as all matters of state and consequence belonging to his own personal establishment, and had no doubt of his own wealth and grandeur. One thing alone puzzled this man of wealth. Although he was provided with a first-rate cook and proper assistants, although his table was regularly supplied with every delicacy of the season, yet PG 342, he confessed to my friend that by some uncommon depravity of the palate, Everything which he ate tasted of porridge. This peculiarity, of course, arose from the poor man being fed upon nothing else, and because his stomach was not so easily deceived as his other senses. Note Roman 6p. 199 Birds of prey. So favourable a retreat does the island of Hoy afford for birds of prey that instances of their ravages, which seldom occur in other parts of the country, are not unusual. There an individual was living in Orkney, not long since whom, while a child in its swaddling clothes, an eagle actually transported to its nest in the hill of Hoy happily, the eyrie being known, and the bird instantly pursued the child, was found uninjured playing with the young eagles. A story of a more ludicrous transportation was told me by the reverend clergyman, who is minister of the island. Hearing one day a strange grunting, he suspected his servants had permitted a sow and pigs, which were tenants of his farmyard, to get among his barley crop. Having in vain looked for the transgressors upon solid earth, he at length cast his eyes upward, when he discovered one of the litter in the talons of a large eagle, which was soaring away, with the unfortunate pig squeaking all the while with terror towards her nest in the crest of Hoy. Note Roman 7p. 280 The standing stones of Stennis. The standing stones of Stennis, as by a little pleonasm this remarkable monument is termed, furnishes an irresistible refutation of the opinion of such antiquaries as hold that the circles usually called druidical were peculiar to that race of priests. There is every reason to believe that the custom was as prevalent in Scandinavia as in Gaul or Britain, and as common to the mythology of Odin as to druidical superstition. There is even reason to think that the Druids never occupied any part of the Orkneys, and tradition as well as history ascribes the stones of Stennis to the Scandinavians. Two large sheets of water communicating with the sea are connected by a causeway with openings permitting the tide to rise and recede, which is called the Bridge of Brisk. Upon the eastern tongue of land appear the standing stones arranged in the form of a half PG 343 circle, or rather a horseshoe, the height of the pillars being 15 feet, and upwards within this circle lies a stone probably sacrificial. One of the pillars, a little to the westward, is perforated with a circular hole through which loving couples are wont to join hands when they take the promise of Odin, as has been repeatedly mentioned in the text. The enclosure is surrounded by barrows, and on the opposite isthmus advancing towards the Bridge of Brisk, there is another monument of standing stones, which in this case is completely circular. They are less in size than those on the eastern side of the lake, their height running only from 10 or 12 to 14 feet. This western circle is surrounded by a deep trench drawn on the outside of the pillars, and I remarked 4 tumuli or mounds of earth regularly disposed around it. Stonehenge excels this Orcadian monument, but that of Stennis is, I conceive, the only one in Britain which can be said to approach it. In consequence, all the northern nations marked by those huge enclosures the places of popular meeting, either for religious worship or the transaction of public business of a temporal nature. The northern popular antiquities contain in an abstract of the Iabiggia saga a particular account of the manner in which the Helga Fells, or Holy Rock, was set apart by the pontiff Thorolf for solemn occasions. I need only add that, different from the monument on Salisbury Plain, the stones which were used in the Orcadian circle seem to have been raised from a quarry upon the spot of which the marks are visible.